Chapter 1. Loop 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The night before the Sect Grand Tournament, Wei Liang made 3 mistakes, and the third one killed him. The first mistake was trusting the message. It arrived on a folded slip of yellow paper slid under the door of his dormitory room in the Azure Heaven Sect's eastern residential tower. A single line in brushwork he did not recognize. Elder Song Su requests your presence at the Cloudbreach Gorge overlook. A matter of tournament seating. Come alone. Elder Song Su was the tournament's chief referee, a broad-shouldered man in his late hundreds who had managed the Azure Heaven Sect's annual Grand Tournament for nearly 40 years without scandal. His administrative authority over bracket placement and seeding decisions was unquestioned. His reputation for careful neutrality, the kind that accumulated slowly over decades of competent public service. A summons from him, however irregular the delivery method, carried institutional weight. Wei Liang was a mid-rank Golden Core cultivator, 4th seed in his bracket, which was a reasonable placement for a 26-year-old who had advanced steadily but not spectacularly through the sect's training curriculum. The 4th seed was defensible. It was not, however, optimal. The message suggested it might be reconsidered. That was the second mistake. Caring about tournament seeding on the night before competition, when every hour of mental stability mattered more than positional advantage in a bracket that would be decided by cultivation strength and technique, not paper rankings. He should have read the message, set it down, and gone back to sleep. The third mistake was going. He dressed in his competition robe rather than his training clothes, a small vanity that he would later find embarrassing, and walked the Cloudbreach Gorge path at the second hour past midnight. The mountain air cold enough to strip away any lingering drowsiness, his cultivation base warm and steady in his lower dantian. The gorge cut between the sect's outer residential ring and the main competition grounds, a narrow channel of black stone with walls rising 40 meters on either side. He had walked this path 100 times in 3 years of residence. He knew every place the stone turned slippery after rain, every eddy where the chi currents pooled in unusual warmth, every shadow that deepened at certain angles of moonlight. Tonight the gorge was wrong in a way he felt before he understood. The specific quality of its wrongness was a sound, not the wrong sound, but the absence of sound. He knew this gorge's ambient voice, the low resonance of wind channeled between stone walls, the occasional drip of moisture from the upper rock faces, the distant cultivation hum from the sect grounds. Those sounds were present. What was missing was the ambient chi flow noise, the constant low murmur of spiritual energy in undisturbed circulation that any cultivator learned to hear as background texture in the same way ordinary people heard their own breathing. The chi in the gorge was held, compressed, not circulating. The specific silence of a space where multiple cultivators were deliberately suppressing their spiritual presence. He stopped walking. His hand moved toward the short sword at his hip, reflex rather than decision, the body acting before the mind finished processing what it had heard. The attack came from 3 directions at once. 2 cultivators dropped from the gorge walls, their landings completely soundless in the way of people using flight suppression formations, expensive tools for a midnight ambush, which meant this had been planned in advance and resourced by someone with both motivation and institutional access. The third emerged from the shadow ahead with the unhurried posture of someone who had been waiting long enough to move past impatience into a kind of professional stillness. He was not rushing. He carried the calm of a task nearly completed. Wei Liang reached for his chi and began shaping a defensive array. The third cultivator's right palm came forward. A palm strike at this distance should have been nothing, not even a technique, simply a gesture, the kind of motion that only threatened someone who was already close enough to grapple. Instead, it carried something that did not belong to any technique Wei Liang had encountered in 3 years of cultivation training or tournament preparation. The force behind it did not impact the surface of his body. It passed through, bone deep, meridian deep. The chi behind the strike moved through his ribcage the way light moves through paper, not destroying the paper's structure, simply passing through it, and found the meridian channels behind his sternum and disrupted them the way a stone dropped into still water disrupts the surface. The half-formed defensive array shattered. His chi pathways folded inward against each other, conflicting signals from collapsing channels overloading the connections between them. His knees buckled. He went down on the gorge path's smooth stone. He tried to rise and found that the instructions were arriving garbled. The meridian disruption had broken the architecture of intention itself, the mechanism by which a cultivator's will became physical action. His body lay on the stone and did not obey. The third cultivator crouched beside him, Close enough that his mask, a simple cloth mask, not a formation concealment, the kind intended to make description difficult rather than observation impossible, slipped on one side. Wei Liang saw a jaw, a chin, the strong facial structure of a young man in his mid-20s who had spent those years in very serious training. The face above the slipped mask was measured and complete. Not enjoying this. Not suffering it. Completing it. Who? Wei Liang managed. The word came out compressed, forced through disrupted channels. Iron Sky Sect sends its regards, the figure said. The delivery was flat and precise, the words of a message being communicated rather than a sentiment being expressed. Then the technique came a second time. Wei Liang woke up. He lay completely still for several seconds and stared at the wooden ceiling beams of his dormitory room and listened to the sound of his own breathing. Steady, even. The breathing of a man who had been asleep and had now woken. He was alive. He was not in pain. He lay in his own bed, wearing the worn sleeping robe he had put on before changing into his competition clothes, which were, he looked, neatly folded on the chair by the desk, exactly as he had left them before putting them on. The too-firm mattress pressed against his back with its usual obstinacy. Through the window, pre-dawn darkness settled against the paper screen. From the training yard below came the rhythmic sound of Wenshuo running through sword forms. The first-year disciple who woke before everyone else and drilled until breakfast, every morning, without fail. Wei Liang knew that sound. He heard it every morning. He sat up slowly and held his hands in front of him in the low light. No wounds. No bruising. He pressed his fingertips against his sternum, the location where the technique had passed through him, and felt nothing except his own heartbeat, undisturbed. He reached for his timepiece on the bedside table and pressed the chi activation stud. The characters resolved against the brass disc's inner surface. Asterisk second hour, night. Day of pre-tournament preparation. Asterisk he had been killed at the third hour past midnight on the day of pre-tournament preparation. He was now at the second hour, night, on the same day. 24 hours earlier, to the minute. He sat on the edge of his bed in the dark and did not panic. He had trained for years in the Azure Heaven sect's introspective cultivation practice, the discipline of watching one's own thoughts without immediately acting on them, observing internal states with the same detached attention one would give to weather patterns or water currents. He applied that discipline now and examined what was present. He had been killed. He had woken up 24 hours earlier. His cultivation base was intact. His memories were intact. His body bore no evidence of death. He crossed to the desk and lit the lamp to its lowest setting. He found a sheet of practice paper and his writing brush and wrote down everything he could recall about the gorge in precise order. The timing, the path, the three figures, their approach angles, the technique. He wrote, asterisk palm technique, unknown name. Bone deep impact. Meridian disruption, passes through surface, targets interior channels. Right hand strike to sternum. Second application lethal within 5 seconds of first. Asterisk he noted the slipped mask, the face, the youth of it, the measured quality. He wrote, Iron Sky Sect, stated affiliation. He noted the professional, unhurried stillness of the third attacker, not a man in the grip of violence, but a man completing a scheduled task. Then he sat back and thought about 24 hours. Shenrui was sleeping 3 rooms down the corridor. She would wake at the 5th hour for her mountain path run. The competing delegations would arrive at the 7th hour. Registration opened at the 9th. And sometime between the 2nd hour of the night and midnight, a message would be slipped under his door, was already, in some causal sense, prepared and en route. He needed to verify one thing immediately. He went to find Elder Tsang-Su. The chief referee lived in the arbitration hall on the North Ridge, a cedar-framed building that served as the tournament's full administrative center and whose corridors Wei Liang had visited perhaps 3 times in 3 years, never before sunrise. He knocked on the elder's private quarters door and waited. Elder Tsang-Su answered in person, sleeping robe, measured irritation, the careful bearing of a man accustomed to unwanted demands. He looked at Wei Liang in the doorway with the rapid assessment of a person deciding whether this was an emergency or an imposition. Disciple Wei Liang, it is the 2nd hour of the night. I apologize for the hour, Elder. I received a message delivered on paper rather than through the courier system, claiming to be from you, requesting my presence at the Cloudbreach Gorge overlooked tonight. I wanted to verify its authenticity before acting on it. The change in Elder Tsang-Su's expression was not guilt. Wei Liang had positioned himself to watch for guilt, some immediate tell that would confirm direct complicity. What he saw instead was more complex and ultimately more useful, a rapid internal calculation, the specific adjustment a person makes when they receive information that was not in the script they were running. The elder had not been surprised that someone might use a false message to draw a disciple to the gorge. He had been surprised that Wei Liang had come to him rather than going. The surprise was at the deviation, not at the existence of the plan. I sent no such message, Elder Tsang-Su said. Then someone is using your name to draw disciples into the gorge at night. Given your authority over the tournament's security arrangements, I thought you should be informed immediately. Wei Liang kept his tone precise and deferential, a concerned junior disciple doing the correct thing. Bring the message to the morning assembly. It will be investigated. The elder's voice had taken on the clipped authority of official response, the role he was most comfortable inhabiting. Of course, Elder. Thank you for your time. Wei Liang bowed and left. Walking down the North Ridge path, he reviewed the conversation with careful attention. The elder had performed surprise at the wrong variable, not at the existence of a gorge trap, but at Wei Liang's failure to walk into it. That was the calculation Wei Liang had watched him run. Asterisk, the disciple deviated from expected behavior. What does that mean for the plan? Asterisk, not what gorge trap. Elder Tsang-Su knew about the ambush in advance. The degree of his involvement was unclear, but the involvement was confirmed. He returned to his room and stayed awake. At the third hour past midnight, he watched 3 figures move along the gorge path from his window, set up the ambush positions, wait 20 minutes, and disperse. 2 toward the outer sect gate, 1 north through the competition grounds past the arbitration hall and toward the vault building on the North Ridge. He noted the direction of that third departure, added it to his notes, and sat in meditation posture through the remaining dark hours. In the stillness before dawn, he felt, with the attentiveness that cultivation practice had given him, the tidal pull he had noticed at the gorge, a pressure oriented downward and slightly north, steady as a tide, patient as something that had been in one place for a very long time. Something beneath the tournament grounds. Something old and deliberate. He filed it under things he could not yet explain and waited for the sun to rise. Chapter 2. Loop 2. By the second loop, Wei Liang had established one governing principle. Gather information before acting and never mistake avoiding death for making progress. He had survived Loop 1's gorge ambush only to die during the tournament's first morning from a formation discharge in the East Observation Gallery, a modified boundary formation that had been arranged to look like equipment malfunction. He had been standing in exactly the right place at exactly the wrong time, which was not coincidence but deliberate positioning. Someone had known he would occupy that gallery section and had prepared accordingly. This meant the gorge ambush was one layer of a system with multiple layers. Every layer he avoided would route him into the next. He was not looking for a single kill point. He was mapping an architecture of redundant elimination methods, and he needed to understand all of it before he could meaningfully act against any of it. So in Loop 2 he moved through the day as though nothing had happened. He attended every scheduled event, the morning cultivation session, the registration queue, the exhibition blocks, the afternoon bracket matches, with the unremarkable attentiveness of a disciple doing precisely what the schedule required. He positioned himself in the administrative gallery above the main competition floor, where the sightlines were good and his presence was unremarkable, and he watched. He counted observers. Every person who paid more attention to his movements than to the tournament proceedings, every gaze that tracked him during a position change, every individual who repositioned themselves when he moved to a different section of the grounds. By mid-morning, he had 7 marks. 3 were Iron Sky sect disciples, different from the Gorge team's foundation building fighters. These were Golden Core competitors deployed as watchers among the spectator crowd. Their presence confirmed that the ambush crew was not isolated. The Iron Sky involvement extended across their full delegation. 2 were Azure Heaven administrative disciples belonging to Elder Tsang-Su's tournament staff, positioned in areas that gave them sightlines on the competition floor's main traffic zones. 1 was a tournament security guard whose patrol route deviated from the standard grid in a way that kept him consistently near the East Observation Gallery, the gallery where the modified formation waited. The 7th was a woman he had not encountered in any previous sect interaction. She wore the narrow striped border robe of the Ancient Mirror sect, a smaller institution he knew primarily by reputation, specializing in perception and divination arts. She watched him with the relaxed patience of someone studying an interesting specimen. Not aggressive, not urgent, but consistent. Her attention returned to him regularly even as she maintained the casual appearance of a tournament observer. When he shifted position to test whether she would follow, she did not. She simply rotated her attention toward a different section of the grounds, apparently having gathered what she needed from his current location. She was not tracking him. She was tracking something near him, or something he was near. He filed her under independent variable, alignment uncertain, and continued building his observer profiles. The formation sweep occupied his mid-morning. The East Gallery formation, the one that had killed him in Loop 1, was a standard Tier 3 boundary formation with a secondary Qi pathway inscribed over it in Qi ink, visible only under focused cultivation sense examination at close range. The secondary pathway redirected the formation's natural discharge toward the gallery rather than away from it. The modification had been done carefully, the kind of careful that suggested expertise rather than haste. He checked the modification log in the arbitration hall and found it showed no changes. The formation discharged at the 11th hour with Wei Liang not present, sending a plume of unstable qi into the gallery and knocking 2 disciples unconscious. Without him as the designated target, the discharge was damaging but survivable. The modification had been calibrated to his specific vulnerability. Someone had studied his cultivation level and physical constitution and tuned the weapon accordingly. He watched Elder Tsang Su supervise the incident response. The elder spent 30 seconds examining the formation array and 90 seconds scanning the surrounding crowd. He was not interested in the formation malfunction. He was checking whether his target had been in the gallery. Elder Tsang Su's composed professional manner did not slip. He directed the response with crisp authority, organized the medical examination of the 2 downed disciples, and submitted a preliminary incident report to the tournament's oversight committee with impressive speed. The performance was polished enough that any witness would have seen a capable administrator managing an equipment failure. Wei Liang was no longer a casual witness. He used the incident's distraction period to extend his cultivation sense across the gallery section and compare the modified formation's current state against what he had observed earlier. Post-discharge, the secondary qi pathway was burnt out. The modification had consumed itself in the discharge, leaving nothing for a post-incident investigator to find even if they were looking. The conspiracy had designed a weapon that destroyed the evidence of its own use. That level of planning required someone who understood formation mechanics at an expert level and had taken the time to make the elimination method untraceable. The 2 wounded disciples were revived by midday. Neither reported anything unusual about the discharge. Both described it as a standard equipment malfunction, an unexpected burst of qi without direction or purpose, which was what it would have looked like to them, without the secondary pathway to see. After the tournament's first round of afternoon matches, which Wei Liang won with comfortable efficiency, he sat with Xin Rui at the evening meal and tried to simply be present. She talked about her afternoon match opponent with the precise clinical appreciation she reserved for things she found genuinely interesting. He listened to her the way he had not listened to anything in 6 loops of accumulated distraction, and found that she was perceptive and methodical and occasionally vicious in her analysis in a way that he had always known and never fully appreciated. "You've been odd today," she said. "Thinking too much." "About what?" "Whether the tournament's administration is as neutral as its reputation suggests." She set down her chopsticks and looked at him with a lateral assessment she applied to problems that might require actual thought. "That's a strange question for the night before competition." "Not strange if you have a reason to ask it." "Do you?" "I'm working on whether the reason is solid enough to act on," he said. "If it becomes solid, I'll tell you." She held his gaze for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks. "All right," she said. "Tell me when you know." The simplicity of that, the absence of demand for explanation, the straightforward offer of patience, struck him as something he should have noticed years ago. He survived Loop 2 to the tournament's second day, territory he had not reached before. The night brought 2 new formation triggers he had not previously mapped, one in the competitor preparation hall's back corridor, one in the northern terrace pathway. He documented both before dying at the 24th hour from the north approach formation he had still not managed to neutralize. The moment of dying had become something he tracked with clinical attention now. Each death carried information. This one came from a formation discharge at close range, which meant the north approach formation's activation radius was wider than he had estimated from surface observation. He revised the estimate downward: wider activation zone, lower power threshold. He would need to approach from an angle rather than directly if he wanted to read it safely. The information loop was working. Each death taught him something. The trick was making sure the something was worth the reset. He sat up at the start of Loop 3 having confirmed. The system was layered, the observer count was at least 7, and Shinrui was someone worth being honest with when he had enough to be honest about. That last point surprised him more than the others. Chapter 3. Loop 3 in the third loop. Wei Liang mapped the architecture of the trap he was in and found it far larger than he had initially estimated. His governing principle remained in force: gather information, do not act precipitously, never mistake survival for progress. But his application of it had become more systematic. He had 2 loops of baseline data. He knew the observer positions and their rotation patterns. He knew the locations of at least 3 modified formations. He had confirmed Elder Tsang Su's complicity. He had a 7-mark observer network to work around. He rose at the 4th hour and ran a cultivation assessment before anything else. The results confirmed what the second loop's assessment had suggested. His meridians were slightly wider than they had been at the start of loop 1. Not dramatically, not in a way that would alter his functional cultivation level or register in a formal assessment, but measurably present. He sat with this in the pre-dawn quiet and worked through the mechanism. Normal cultivation advancement required deliberate formal practice, seated meditation, qi drawn through specific pathways in specific sequences, months of careful work. He had formed his golden core through 3 years of intensive standard training. He had not once engaged in formal cultivation practice across 2 loops. He had been dying in unpleasant ways and waking up physically reset. The disruption mechanism was the key. Fong Bolan's technique, whatever it was called, passed through his meridians and disrupted the channels behind his sternum. Normal meridian disruption caused cultivation regression, damaged pathways, destabilized qi foundations, extended recovery. But the loop's reset removed the recovery requirement while leaving, apparently, some structural residue of the disruption event itself. The channels had been forced wider by the impact and had not contracted back during recovery because the reset replaced the recovery with an instant return to pre-disruption physical state. Except the pre-disruption physical state was not quite the same as it had been before the first loop. It was fractionally more expanded. Each death was building something. He was getting stronger by dying, which was either the most efficient cultivation method ever discovered or a specific property of his particular loop that would not generalize. Either way, it was information worth tracking. He spent the morning on formation mapping with cultivation sense extended at low intensity. He had found the East Gallery formation in Loop 2. He moved through every accessible section of the competition grounds looking for the same textural signature. Natural formations feel uniform under cultivation sense contact, their qi pathways coherent and consistent. Modified formations feel like repaired cloth, the same basic weave, but with areas of slightly different tension where new stitching has been laid over old. He found 3 more. 2 in the south pathway approaches, inscribed into the flat stone tiles of the spectator walkways. 1 in the north approach corridor. All 4 carried the same qi ink residue signature, the same inscriber's hand. The modifications had been done carefully by someone with real formation expertise, and they had been done well in advance, during a window when access to the formation systems was routine and unmonitored. He mapped their positions and found the pattern. The 4 formed an arc across the competition grounds, open and facing northwest. The northwest quadrant was the vault building's location. The modified formations were covering the approaches from the south, east, and north. The northwest approach toward the vault was left clear. Either the vault was the conspirators' exit route, or it was their target, and the formation arc was designed to channel victims away from the vault while the robbery took place. He walked the vault's exterior at the 15th hour, ostensibly studying the spectator map boards posted on nearby pillars. The vault building was cedar-framed, unremarkable, labeled on the administrative maps as a restricted archive. Its outward appearance communicated routine administrative security rather than anything worth targeting. The formation inscriptions on its walls were standard-tier archival protection, multiple layers, well-maintained, the kind of thing that would stop a disciple but not an elder with the right clearance. The lock formation on the vault door was old, much older than the surrounding inscriptions, sect founder-era design, the specific geometric notation style that the modern curriculum had moved away from 2 generations ago. Wei Liang stood 2 meters away from it and read its qi signature without approaching close enough to trigger any proximity alerts. Single-layer qi matching array. Elegant, by old standards. Aged enough that its matching nodes had experienced some degradation. He filed this information and moved away. He was not ready to attempt the vault yet, but he knew enough now to begin planning the attempt. He spent the afternoon running the observer network's communication analysis. The 5 who were tracking him used qi pulse signals rather than verbal exchange, brief, low-intensity transmissions that would register as ambient noise to anyone not monitoring specifically for them. He caught 3 exchanges over the afternoon's bracket sessions and began working out the signal timing. The ancient mirror sect woman took positions near each modified formation at different intervals throughout the day, spending roughly 40 seconds at each one. She was cataloging the modifications with the systematic attention of someone building a case rather than satisfying curiosity. She was aware of the conspiracy's formation component and was gathering evidence about it independently. An outside investigator, working in parallel, not aligned with the conspiracy. He did not approach her. The right time for that conversation was not yet. But he began building a profile on her across the afternoon's observation passes. How she moved, efficiently, With the low-profile quality of someone trained in close-contact intelligence work, how she documented, a small bound notebook in her left sleeve pocket, she sealed, that she wrote in with brief precise notations at each formation site, how she responded to the observer network. She was aware of at least 2 of the 5, based on the specific routes she used to avoid their sight lines. She was good at this. Better than he was yet, probably, in terms of pure tradecraft. She had been doing some version of this for longer than he had been alive. He had no idea at the time how much longer. In the evening, Wei Liang competed in his second-day bracket match, a narrow victory over a golden core opponent from a well-regarded regional sect who fought with the clean technical precision of someone who had been excellently trained and had not yet developed the personal additions that made a cultivator unpredictable. Wei Liang won with his standard Azure Heaven forms and found himself analyzing the opponent's technique with the absorptive attention he had been developing. 2 more loop days of watching this man fight, and he would have his approach patterns memorized. Everyone in this tournament was teaching him something, whether they knew it or not. Loop 3 carried him to the 24th hour before the north approach formation finally caught him. He had gotten closer to the vault than any previous loop before the trigger fired, and he used the dying moment to note the exact position that triggered the discharge. The activation zone boundary was 2 meters from the vault's northwest corner. He had been less than 1 meter inside it. He sat up at the start of loop 4 and thought, * the vault. They need it for something important enough to build this entire apparatus around. I need to know what's inside it. And now I know exactly how close I can get before the formation fires. * Chapter 4. Loop for the 4th loop was the one where Wei Liang understood the true nature of his advantage. He had been treating the loops as a survival problem. Each iteration a chance to avoid a previous death, gather more intelligence, and accumulate toward a future loop where he would have enough information to act. That understanding was correct, as far as it went. But at the 6th hour of Loop 4, during the pre-tournament public sparring exhibition that competing sects held as an annual demonstration of strength and technique, Formidable of the Iron Sky sect performed the technique that had killed Wei Liang twice, and everything changed. The exhibition was held in the main competition yard with perhaps 200 spectators, disciples from every competing sect, tournament officials, visiting cultivators who had traveled to observe the Grand Tournament as observers. Formidable stood opposite a willing partner, a sturdy Iron Sky disciple who braced himself with the expression of someone who had agreed to this and was now fully committed to enduring it with dignity. Formidable executed the technique at reduced power, perhaps 40% of full force. The partner stumbled back 3 steps and caught himself, to the approving murmur of the watching crowd, who recognized technical quality without necessarily understanding what they had witnessed. Wei Liang, standing in the 3rd row of spectators with his full cultivation sense extended, witnessed everything. He watched the chi intake, a sharp inward draw focused at the heel of the right palm, sourcing power from the lower dantian rather than the chest meridians where most physical techniques drew their force. He traced the pathway it traveled, up the inner channel of the right leg, crossing the lower abdomen, entering the arm along the bone meridians rather than the flesh channels. He watched the moment of release, a controlled expansion at the heel, not a push but an opening, as though the palm were a valve allowing accumulated pressure to exit rather than a hammer delivering force. The chi did not strike the surface of its target. It entered through the bone channels of the target's own arm, traveled inward, and released inside. He felt his own body responding. This was the sympathetic chi resonance that cultivation theory described as the mechanism of master-to-student technique transmission, the body learning what the cultivation sense observed, pathway templates forming through careful witnessing. He had heard this described. He had never felt it happen, had never had reason to attempt learning a technique by watching rather than being formally taught. His lower dantian was already running the template. He excused himself from the exhibition crowd and went to an outer training yard, far enough from the spectators to be unobserved but close enough to explain his presence if questioned. He stood in the practice circle and ran the technique from the template his cultivation sense had built. First attempt, wrong channel routing, chi stacking in the flesh meridians rather than the bone channels, the palm crackling with unstable force that would have damaged his own arm on contact. He shook it out. Second attempt, correcting for the bone channel routing, following the pathway he had traced in Formidable's execution. The chi arrived at the heel of his palm. Third attempt, he struck the training post. The force passed through. He felt it enter the post grain 2 inches deep and emerge as heat on the far side. He stepped back and held his own hand in front of him and thought about what had just happened. He had absorbed a technique belonging to a rival sect, a technique Formidable had spent years developing to the point of reliable exhibition-level execution. In under 15 minutes, using nothing except cultivation sense observation and loop retained body memory. The technique was not complete. He had Formidable's exhibition version, reduced power, and he would need more practice loops to develop it to full strength. But it was functional. It worked. The implications cascaded. Every technique demonstrated publicly at this tournament was a technique he could potentially absorb. Every exhibition, every sparring match, every casual display of skill in the training yards. All of it was material that his loop-retained body could transform into permanent capability. He was not simply surviving each loop. He was training in the most productive cultivation environment that had ever existed, because his body retained everything while the world reset around it. He spent the rest of Loop 4 watching every public technique demonstration with his full cultivation sense engaged, moving through exhibition halls and spectator galleries, and training yard observation positions with the systematic attention of a scholar transcribing a library. 16 demonstrations from 8 sections. 12 were complete enough to begin integrating immediately. 4 required better positioning, different angles, closer range. That would take another loop to achieve. The techniques varied enormously in approach. The Crimson Bridge sect used compression techniques that built enormous pressure in tight spaces, entirely different from the Iron Sky's bone channel delivery system, but sharing the same underlying principle of routing chi through structural rather than surface channels. A practitioner from the River Path sect used something that looked like a defensive array, but was actually an offensive technique in reverse. The same formation geometry that stopped an attack could, with a minor adjustment, direct force outward at twice the normal discharge speed. Wei Liang watched it 3 times from different angles and felt the template forming. He was cataloging a library. Every technique was a book. He was reading them all. He died at the second hour past midnight, isolated in the outer training yard by a contractor who had been tracking him, caught alone while too absorbed in documentation to maintain the evasion protocols he had not yet developed. The lesson arrived simultaneously with the killing blow. He sat up at the start of Loop 5 with 15 absorbed technique fragments, and the complete clarity of a man who has just understood the fundamental nature of a game he was losing, and now sees that the same rules imprisoning him are the ones that will set him free, if he uses them correctly. He needed to survive longer. He needed to build an evasion protocol. He needed to treat the loops not as emergencies, but as scheduled training days. Starting immediately. Chapter 5. Loop 5. The 5th loop was dedicated to a problem that the 4th loop's technique collection had exposed. Wei Liang could absorb techniques all day, but only if he stayed alive to observe them, and staying alive required not being isolated. The previous loop's death had come from exactly the error he needed to correct. 3 hours alone in a training yard, absorbed in documentation, not monitoring the contractor's movement patterns. One of the 5 observers had tracked him to an isolated position, and the contractors had moved in with professional efficiency. The solution was not to stop training. The technique absorption was too valuable to reduce, but to change the architecture of his movement through the day. His evasion protocol, developed across the morning hours, never occupy a space with fewer than 10 bodies within 20 meters during daylight hours. Move between public spaces using the crowd density as cover. Transitions should look like a disciple going about legitimate tournament business. When training, train in the communal yards during peak usage hours rather than isolated spaces at off-peak times. He started the morning in the communal training hall during the pre-dawn cultivation session, 40 disciples in formal meditation posture around him. He took a center position, surrounded on all sides, visible from every entry point, impossible to approach aggressively without witnesses. While maintaining the outward form of seated meditation, he drilled technique fragments internally. Qi moving through pathway templates without external expression, invisible to anyone without deep cultivation sense focus on his specific meridian architecture. 3 of the 16 fragments from Loop 4 integrated cleanly during the session. The pathway memories had consolidated overnight, and his body executed them without conscious direction, the techniques firing with the automaticity of long training rather than recent acquisition. He had watched Formidable's technique twice and been killed by it twice, and it now fired as naturally as the azure heaven forms he had spent 3 years learning. At the 6th hour he trained in the eastern square near Shun Rui's morning sword forms. He had been adjacent to her morning practice across every loop without ever genuinely watching it. Today he paid full attention. Her foundation was standard azure heaven. The 3-beat withdraw, redirect, commit, but the variations she had built onto that foundation were remarkable in their economy. Every motion served multiple purposes simultaneously. A step that cut distance, repositioned her weight, and adjusted her angle to the opponent's defensive chi all at once. 3 tactical objectives achieved through a single movement. Her wrist rotation on the finishing strike was technically incorrect for orthodox form, but precisely correct for her actual purpose, opening a target's defensive chi along the specific structural pathway that maximized disruption per unit of applied force. She had figured out something that her teachers had not taught her, that the orthodox finishing form was optimized for demonstration, not for the actual mechanics of disruption. She was smarter than her curriculum. She had been taught a language and had gone on to invent new words. He did not attempt to absorb her technique. He watched it with the specific appreciation of someone witnessing good thinking and thought, she deserves to know how good this is. She has been practicing in these early morning hours alone for 3 years and probably has no idea that what she has built is genuinely unusual. He thought about telling her. Not the full situation. Not yet. But something like, I have been watching you train for 3 years, and you have invented something better than what you were taught. He turned the idea over and set it aside. Not because it was wrong to say, but because he was not yet sure how to say it without the context of everything else weighing on the conversation. Later, there would be a right moment. The morning exhibition block delivered 9 more technique fragments across 3 different sects demonstrations, bringing his total absorption catalog to 24. He moved through the crowd with the evasion protocol active, always in motion, transitions that looked like a disciple with legitimate business, never isolated for more than 30 seconds, and found that the protocol worked better than he had hoped. The contractor observers tracked his movements, but found no clean approach window. Each time a gap opened, he had already moved to a denser position. At the 13th hour, Wei Liang's first-round bracket match ran on the Western competition floor. His opponent was a foundation-building cultivator from a minor sect who had been generously placed in the bracket. The generous placement was one of the corruption indicators he had noted in Loop 2, a bracket manipulation that had nothing to do with Wei Liang and everything to do with the minor sect's sect master having paid Elder Tsang Su something valuable. Wei Liang won in 6 exchanges, using a combination of standard Azure Heaven techniques and a fragment of the Crimson Bridge compression style he had absorbed that morning. The compression fragment added a force multiplier to the standard finishing technique that made the last exchange considerably more decisive than the opponent expected. He won. He filed the experience. He moved on. The 19th hour brought the new formation trigger, a discharge from the sector between the main arena and the competitor preparation hall that had been activated remotely, not by his proximity to any single formation, but by his cumulative position within the ground's monitoring zone. He had not been isolated. The evasion protocol had protected him from the contractors, but the formations were a separate threat, one that responded to his chi signature's location data regardless of what he was doing. He sat up at the start of Loop 6 with the understanding that he was not just being watched. He was being tracked with real-time precision, and passive evasion could not address that. The formations knew where he was at all times, and every path he took through these grounds was visible to whoever was monitoring the tracking system. Asterisk, they can see every step I take. The evasion protocol keeps the human observers off me, but the formations see through everything. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Loop 6. In Loop 6, Wei Liang chose to be the subject of his own investigation and studied the people hunting him from within the hunt itself. He understood now that he was being tracked by formation-based location monitoring, which meant passive evasion was insufficient. He could not disappear from the ground's spatial awareness by moving through crowds. What he could do was understand the tracking system's limitations and response timing, which required observing it from the inside. He arrived at the Cloud Breach Gorge 2 hours before the expected ambush and positioned himself on the upper gorge wall in the shadow of a granite shelf, cultivation base suppressed to minimum visibility through the chi compression technique taught to second-year Azure Heaven disciples. The formation-based location tracking was almost certainly key to his chi signature's natural emission level, not to a suppressed state. He was, for the first time in 6 loops, invisible to whatever was monitoring him. The 3 figures arrived at the first hour past midnight. They took their positions efficiently, the 2 foundation-building disciples to the walls, formidable to the path. No discussion was needed. They had done this before. The choreography was too automatic to be a first performance. Wei Liang watched from above with his full cultivation sense engaged and gathered everything. The 2 foundation-building disciples were straightforward, standardized Iron Sky sect combat forms, competent and reliable, without particular individual expression. They were soldiers completing a contracted task. Their professional demeanor suggested they had probably completed similar tasks before, probably would again. Formidable was entirely different. In the waiting period, he stood in the path with his arms loose at his sides and looked at the gorge walls and the sky between them with the flat patience of someone waiting for a late ferry, not impatient, not anxious, simply present in a situation he was managing rather than experiencing. He had made his peace with this before he arrived. The decision was old. Only the execution was tonight. At one point during the wait, his right hand moved into his sleeve pocket and made a brief contact with something there. A check, confirming the object was present. He withdrew the hand without looking at what he had touched, the gesture of a man confirming the safety of something important rather than reaching for something he needed to use. Wei Liang noted this carefully. He had seen this gesture in loops 2 and 3. It was habitual. The object in the sleeve pocket mattered to formidable in a way that was separate from the ambush and separate from the Iron Sky sect. When the wait reached its limit, formidable told the other two to give it 30 more minutes. Not a request. Not an order delivered with authority markers. Simply a statement of how long they would wait, delivered with the confidence of someone who expected to be listened to because they were usually right. 40 minutes in, Wei Liang adjusted his position on the granite shelf to improve his observation angle and dislodged a small stone. It fell and struck the gorge path with a sound like a coin dropped on stone. Formidable looked immediately and precisely to the correct location on the gorge wall above him. Not scanning. Directly. The spatial sense of a cultivator who had trained close combat reflexes until they were faster than conscious thought. They looked at each other across the dark gorge. I know you were sent here tonight, and I know the general shape of why, Wei Liang said. His voice carried in the gorge's specific acoustics with unexpected clarity. I have a question before we proceed. Is the object in your right sleeve pocket a letter addressed to an apothecary? The silence that followed was different in quality from the professional stillness of the wait. Something had shifted in Fongbolin's posture, a fractional tension, a readjustment of priorities. How would you know that, he said. Not a question. The flat statement of a man who needed an answer. I have been in this exact situation before, and I know more about tonight than I should reasonably know. I am telling you because whatever the letter means to you, I understand it matters, and I want you to know that I am not your enemy regardless of what you have been told. Wei Liang settled back against the granite. Kill me if the arrangement requires it. I will be back tomorrow regardless. But consider that a man who knows about your letter might also know about the situation that made you write it, and might have some interest in finding a resolution that does not require you to do things like this. Formidable was still for a long time. Long enough that the two foundation-building disciples began exchanging glances. Then he dismissed them with a single flat gesture, and they retreated, leaving him alone in the path below. You are claiming to be in a time loop, he said. Yes. That is either true or an elaborate tactical deception. Yes. Another silence. Formidable looked up at the granite shelf, and Wei Liang could see him working through the possibilities, elaborate deception, madness, or truth, and finding that none of the three options gave him a clean resolution. A man claiming to be in a time loop, who knew about a letter no one else could have seen, who said he would be back tomorrow regardless. There was no protocol for this. Formidable had been trained for combat, contracts, execution. He had not been trained for this. When he killed Wei Liang, it was with the same efficiency as previous loops, but there was something different in it. Not hesitation, but the quality of an action that has been at least partially reconsidered. The full commitment was still there. The certainty was not quite as flat as before. Loop 6 ended with something new deposited in the space between them. Not trust, not alliance, not even acknowledgement that the conversation had happened or mattered. Simply the fact that Wei Liang had named the letter and Formidable had heard it named. And then Formidable had made his choice, and then the world had reset, and he would make it again in Loop 7 without remembering that he had reconsidered. But Wei Liang would remember, and he would use that reconsidering. He sat up at the start of Loop 7 and made a note. Asterisk Formidable. Hesitation is real. It is not enough yet. Need more loops before he can hear the full picture. But the hesitation is the door, and the door was not there before Loop 6. Asterisk that was enough to build on. Eventually was arriving faster than expected. Chapter 7. Loop 7. By Loop 7, Wei Liang stood at the threshold of late-stage golden core, and he used that advancement to do something he had not done in any previous loop. Spend an entire morning training rather than investigating. The morning assessment had been unambiguous. The meridian widening he had tracked since Loop 3 had advanced measurably. The channels in his lower dantian were approaching the specific architecture of late-stage golden core, the expansion pattern his cultivation teacher had shown him diagrams of in his second training year when explaining what his dantian would eventually look like once he had done another 2 years of careful practice. He was seeing those diagrams realized in his own body through a mechanism his teacher had never described, because no cultivation teacher had ever encountered a student whose training environment consisted of repeated combat deaths and perfect physical resets. He went to the outer training yards before sunrise and drilled every absorbed technique fragment. 12 complete or near complete, for partial requiring another loop's observation to finish, was run through the expanded pathway architecture, adjusted for the new channel dimensions, refined in execution until each one fired with the automaticity of genuine long training rather than recent acquisition. The Iron Sky Shatter Palm had integrated most completely. It fired when he intended it to fire, with targeting precision and depth of penetration that were meaningfully better than his demonstration copy version from Loop 4. His body had been doing cultivation work on the absorbed template across 6 loops of iteration. He was building a cultivation style that had no name and no manual and no master. A synthesis assembled from fragments of 8 different schools, filtered through the specific pathway architecture his loop compounding meridians had created, refined through the pressure of repeated combat deaths that had forced each channel wider than standard training ever accomplished. The Azure Heaven forms he had been taught for 3 years sat at the core. The foundation was his, but the techniques layered over them came from everywhere he had looked with cultivation sense attention. He drilled for 2 hours and felt, with growing certainty, that the synthesis was genuinely producing something better than any of the source techniques individually. The Iron Sky Shatter Palm, as he executed it, was more precise than Fong Bolan's version because Wei Liang had analyzed it with cultivation sense focus that Fong Bolan had never applied to his own technique. Practitioners rarely observed themselves with the same attention they gave to external subjects. And because it was feeding into pathways built on the Azure Heaven's internal energy architecture rather than the Iron Sky's external force model, the depth-to-power ratio was different. Not stronger by the power metric, stronger by the disruption metric, which was what the technique was actually trying to achieve. He made notes about the synthesis in a format only he could read, shorthand cultivation terms that would be meaningless to anyone else, and moved on. He spent the afternoon in the tournament grounds with the evasion protocol running and an additional purpose. He needed to trace the administrative chain above Elder Tsang-Su. He had confirmed in Loop 6 that the location tracking formations were keyed to his specific chi signature, which required access to his cultivation assessment records. Those records were held in the sect's administrative formation archive under Elder Tsang-Su's office. But the formation modifications themselves had been inscribed by an elder-level hand with advanced formation expertise, not Elder Tsang-Su's level. Someone above him in the administrative structure had provided both the technical skill and the authorization. He identified 3 communication lines through careful cultivation sense observation of the tournament's administrative operations. First, Elder Tsang-Su communicated with the observer network through official tournament management directives that provided plausible deniability. Second, Elder Tsang-Su received his own instructions through a chi pulse relay originating from the tournament's high-security administrative section, the section associated with the Sect Master's Tournament Liaison Office. Third, the formation modifications had been inscribed during the official pre-tournament setup period, using access authorizations from the same liaison. 3 lines pointing in the same direction. He ate dinner with Shun Rui and, for the first time across 7 loops, did not spend the meal running analytical frameworks in his head. He asked her about the afternoon's matches. He listened to how she described her opponent's technique failures, and found that she analyzed combat the way a good engineer analyzed a failed structure, not dwelling on the failure itself, but on the structural properties that had made failure inevitable given the applied stresses. She had been watching the tournament with this framework applied to every match. She had opinions about every bracket seeding. She was right about most of them. "You have been very present today," she said at one point. "I have been thinking about what I usually miss." "And what do you usually miss?" "The things directly in front of me, apparently." He watched her expression shift through several stages of interpretation. That was not meant to be cryptic. "I have genuinely spent 3 years paying attention to things at a distance and missing what is close." That is a very specific thing to realize the night before a tournament. "The tournament gave me a reason to pay more attention," he said, and meant it in more ways than he could explain. She returned to her soup and then said, without looking up, "My bracket match tomorrow is against someone from the River Path sect. He's solid at foundation building peak, about to break through. The problem is he knows it, and he's fighting like someone trying to accelerate the breakthrough through combat pressure rather than someone trying to win the match. I'm planning to let him expend himself on my defense for the first 4 exchanges and then end it in the 5th. "That will work," Wei Liang said. "I know it will work. I'm telling you because you're the first person who's listened to anything I've said today without looking at your watch." She glanced up briefly. "Whatever is happening with you, it seems to be making you a better listener." "Dying tends to clarify priorities," he said, and then realized immediately that was a strange thing to say, and moved to cover it. "Tournament preparation, I mean. The pressure focuses attention." She looked at him with the specific expression she reserved for statements she had decided to let pass, without challenge. Of course, she said. Loop 7 ended at the 21st hour, the north approach formation, the same trigger that had caught him in multiple loops. He had been within 10 meters of the vault's northwest corner when it fired. He sat up at the start of Loop 8 with the vault at the top of his priority list, and with the distinct, slightly disorienting awareness that Shun Rui was paying attention to him the way he had been paying attention to her, carefully, with something she was choosing not to say yet. Chapter 8. Loop 8. The 8th loop opened with a confirmation that reshaped Wei Liang's timeline for everything that followed. He was at late-stage Golden Core, not approaching it, not in the threshold phase. He had crossed the threshold sometime during Loop 7's drilling session. The expanded meridians had reached the structural configuration that qualified as late-stage by any formal assessment standard, and the morning examination left no ambiguity. 2 more loops of combat deaths and the specific advancement mechanism he had been tracking, and he would reach the final barrier of Golden Core, the threshold that preceded Nascent Soul. A threshold that, under standard training conditions, should have required another full year of dedicated practice. He sat with this understanding for a while and felt, cleanly, without guilt, the satisfaction of it. He had not asked for the loops. He had not chosen the mechanism. But the mechanism was working in his favor in a way he could not have engineered, and he was not going to pretend he found that anything other than useful. He spent the morning on technique, integration, and formation study combined, moving through the grounds with dual purposes. The technique work occupied the first 2 hours, refining the absorbed fragments, running each one through the late-stage Golden Core architecture, and adjusting for the expanded channels. The Iron Sky Shatter Palm had reached a level of execution that would have surprised Fong Bolin if he had witnessed it. Not a copy of his technique, but a version of it filtered through a different body's architecture and refined by cultivation sense analysis that Fong Bolin had not applied to his own work. The formation study occupied the rest of the morning. He had found 4 modified formation positions. He needed the inscriber's identity to anchor the administrative chain he had been building. At the 9th hour's registration confirmation session, he moved through the administrative crowd with his cultivation sense reading surface chi textures, not power levels, not technique signatures, but the residual trace of a specific inscriber's hand. He had developed a feel for this trace across 7 loops of close examination at the formation sites, a particular density to the chi ink application, a slight over-precision that suggested someone who had internalized formation inscription to the point of executing it with almost mechanical regularity. He found the match on the sleeve of an administrative staff member handling the registration lists. The match was specific enough that he was certain within 3 seconds of detection. He memorized the face and moved past without pausing. He found the name badge in a second pass through the area. Mao Run, First Administrator, Formation Division. He tracked Mao Rin through the morning's administrative operations and confirmed. The man reported to Elder Tsang-Su's office through standard administrative channels, attended every session where tournament formation maintenance was discussed, and moved through the grounds with the unhurried authority of someone who had been running these systems for years and found them entirely routine. Mao Rin was the hands. Elder Tsang-Su was an intermediate authority. The top of the chain was above Elder Tsang-Su. At the 14th hour, he went to the medical bay where Yun Shai ran her healer apprentice shifts. He had been delaying this meeting for loops, always dying before reaching it or reaching it too late to use what she could tell him. Today he knocked on the open door and introduced himself. She gave him the 2-second inventory that seemed to be her standard greeting and said, "You carry temporal resonance. I can smell it. How many loops?" 8, he said. "This is the 8th. The residue is strong for 8. She set down her notes. "Sit. Tell me what you know, and I'll tell you what I can add." They talked for 2 hours. She confirmed the Tao anchor bead's presence, gave him precise position estimates, explained that its resonance field covered the full tournament grounds. She explained what temporal resonance residue meant in terms of visibility risk, that his accumulating echo pattern would become detectable to general perception arts practitioners around 50 loops at his current death rate, and to specialized practitioners like herself much sooner. She told him, with the careful specificity of someone reporting a measurement rather than making a prediction, that there was a second resonance pattern in the bead's field, older than his, much deeper, belonging to someone who had been inside the recursion for immeasurably longer. "The older pattern," he said. "Is it active? Is the person still in the loop?" "Active, yes. The pattern is maintained. It's not a residue of a past looper. It's the ongoing signature of someone currently inside the same 24 hours. She paused. "They have a fixed purpose. The architecture of the resonance suggests someone who made a decision long ago and has been maintaining it across many iterations. Whatever they want, they have been wanting it with consistent intention for a very long time. He absorbed this. Then, the unraveling technique. Do you know it? Something shifted in her expression, recognition. The look of a concept suddenly connected to a context. My grandmother documented it in her personal notes. Her Tao formation research included a complete description of the technique, preserved in her private archive along with her other work on formation anchors. She looked at him steadily. I have those notes. But the technique requires void refinement or above, and you are at late golden core. I know. Give me 40 loops. She considered him for a long moment with the evaluative attention of someone deciding whether a claim was credible. Then, I will help you. Come to me early in each loop with your cultivation assessment reading. I will track your progression toward void refinement from outside your own perception. Sometimes the final approach to a breakthrough is difficult to read from inside it. He woke in loop 9 with the unraveling technique's existence confirmed. Yunshai as an ally who had already decided to trust him, and the older looper's fixed purpose somewhere in the same 24 hours, patient and consistent, pointing at something he had not yet identified. Asterisk 40 loops to void refinement. And then the real question, what does the other looper want? Asterisk. Chapter 9. Loop 9. She found him in the market at the 10th hour, before he had gone looking for her. Wei Liang was browsing the tournament week vendor stalls near the outer gate. Tournament supplements, chi stabilizing incense, cultivation resources at prices inflated by tournament demand, and maintaining the evasion protocol in the background when he heard her voice at his left shoulder. You smell like several days at once. He turned. Yunshai stood with an herb basket over one arm, and the same rapid 2-second inventory look she gave everyone. How many, she said. 9. This is the 9th. That explains the layering. She shifted the basket to her other arm. I noticed you from across the market. The temporal residue accumulates in bands. Each loop adds a layer, and by 9 loops the pattern is distinctive enough to read without close contact. She glanced toward the competition grounds. You must be dying early in most loops. The residue structure suggests frequent resets rather than reaching the end of the day. I have been mapping the trap, he said. I know its architecture now. I know the name of the person who built it. Her assessment recalibrated visibly. Then you are past the investigation phase. I need the unraveling technique, and I need void refinement to use it. I am at late golden core. By my estimate, 40 to 60 loops, she said. That matches what I would calculate from the resonance pattern. The cultivation advancement mechanism you are using is compounding, but it is not linear. The rate of advancement will slow as you approach higher thresholds. She paused. I should tell you something about the older resonance pattern I read in the beads field. I've been thinking about it since I first detected it. Tell me. The pattern has a specific architecture, the kind that forms when someone has been maintaining a consistent intention across many iterations without deviation. But there is something else in it. The resonance has a protective quality to it. Defensive rather than offensive. She looked at him carefully. Whatever the other looper wants, they are not trying to accumulate power or advantage. They are trying to prevent something. They are guarding something. Wei Liang thought about that. Guarding what? I cannot read content from resonance. Only intent quality. She met his gaze. But something in the beads field is being protected by someone who has been protecting it for a very long time. And whatever it is, your presence in the loop, your iterations, your advancement, your convergence on the bead, is a threat to that protection. He spent the rest of the morning in the north grounds with Yunshai, using her perception art to pin down the bead's exact position and map the descent route. She gave him structural readings on the 2 formation layers and the physical barrier that separated the surface from the chamber below, none of them insurmountable at void refinement, all of them meaningful obstacles at his current level. The older looper is going to notice you reaching the cultivation level required, she said as they were finishing. Whatever they have been doing across their iterations, it will change when they detect that you can actually reach the bead. Be ready for that. He competed his afternoon matches, won both, and spent the evening hours in the library reviewing historical records under the cover of tournament preparation research. He found one reference to the Tao anchor bead in an administrative summary from 2 centuries past, a brief entry noting the installation of a temporal stabilization anchor beneath the tournament arena, authorized by the founding sect master, standard maintenance required annually. Nothing in the administrative records about secondary effects or recursion risks. The technical documentation had been kept separate from the administrative records. Deliberately, he woke in loop 10 with the picture nearly complete, and with the older looper's defensive intent circling through his thoughts like a question he could not yet answer. What are they protecting? And does protecting it require keeping him trapped? Chapter 10. Loop 10. In Loop 10, Wei Liang assembled the complete case against his enemy and confirmed the name he had already arrived at through logic. He rose before dawn and arranged everything he had gathered across 9 loops in careful order, moving from primary evidence to inference to conclusion. He had been approaching this systematically, but had been holding the final naming in reserve until he was certain. Today he was certain. The administrative chain was complete. Mao Run, the formation inscriber, reported to Elder Tsang-Su. Elder Tsang-Su provided the operational infrastructure for the tournament day conspiracy and had foreknowledge of the Gorge ambush. Elder Tsang-Su's instructions originated from the Sect Master's Tournament Liaison Office. The cultivation texture of the inscriptions matched advanced Azure Heaven formation scholarship, the kind developed over decades of dedicated practice, not the general proficiency of an administrative elder. The historical record, the vault's founding documents described the Tao anchor bead and the unraveling technique in Appendix 7, which had been removed. The removal predated the current conspiracy by at least a generation, based on the yellowing of the torn page edges. Someone had known about the bead's recursion effect before Wei Liang had been born and had removed the escape mechanism as a precaution. The vault access. The most recent authorized access to the vault carried the same cultivation texture as Mao Ren's inscriptions. The master of the conspiracy had personally visited the vault. The personal context. 6 weeks before the tournament, Wei Liang had found a mislabeled classified technique document in the restricted reference section and reported it as a cataloging error. The library administrator had been transferred immediately. 2 weeks before the tournament, Wei Liang had been called to a review meeting with the sect master. Brief, professional, unremarkable, the kind of meeting that he had completely failed to understand at the time. He wrote the name, Master Xiao Dengfeng, sect master of the Azure Heaven sect. Advanced cultivation acknowledged publicly at void refinement. Formation scholarship expertise demonstrated through the sect's curriculum, which he had personally taught for 20 years before ascending to the sect master position. Complete vault access. Full authority over Elder Tsang-Su. Personal visit to the vault confirmed through cultivation texture analysis. Motive. The stolen cultivation manuals he had taken from a deceased colleague, documented in the vault's founding records, and the classified technique document Wei Liang had found, evidence of the original theft. The review meeting 2 weeks ago had been Master Xiao deciding whether Wei Liang was going to pursue the finding or let it go. He had let it go. He had not known it was anything worth pursuing. Master Xiao had not been confident that ignorance would hold. Wei Liang sat with the name in the gray pre-dawn light and felt the specific weight of it. His own sect master. The man who had sat across from him in that review meeting and asked about his tournament preparation with professional warmth had been calculating, in real time, whether Wei Liang needed to die. He had concluded that yes, Wei Liang needed to die. The ambush had been the implementation of that conclusion. He spent the morning gathering final confirmation. He located one of the peripheral conspiracy participants, a junior administrative disciple he had identified as a low-level participant in the formation inscription operation, and presented the chain of evidence plainly. He said, "I know the master of this operation. Confirm the name, and I will keep yours out of the final account." The disciple's silence when Wei Liang said the name was enough. He was killed 7 minutes later, professional, clean, 2 contractors who had apparently been monitoring the peripheral participant for exactly this approach. Wei Liang died with the confirmation secured. He sat up in the first moments of Loop 11 and held the name with both hands, metaphorically, the way you hold something that has more weight than you expected. Master Xiao Dengfeng had scheduled Wei Liang's death because Wei Liang had found a mislabeled document and made a routine report. And in every previous loop, Wei Liang had not known the shape of the cage he was in. Now he knew, and knowing was the beginning of everything. Chapter 11. Loop 11. The 11th loop was the first one Wei Liang ran with strategic intent rather than investigative purpose, and what he found in the vault changed the scale of everything he had been calculating. His primary objective was access to the vault. He had studied the lock formation through loops 9 and 10, examining it under cultivation sense contact at close range long enough to understand its mechanism. A single-layer chi-matching array of sect founder-era construction, elegant but aged, with no degradation sufficient that an external chi pressure application at the correct matching wavelength might register as a valid signature. He tried it at the 14th hour, during the administrative lunch break, crouching at the lock node with his palm pressed flat against the formation array and his chi extended in a carefully calibrated pressure, not authenticating, but mimicking the resonant frequency of an authentication. The lock opened. Inside the vault was the physical record of everything his sect had been, from its founding to the present administration. He moved through the shelves quickly, relying on 6 loops of navigation building to understand the layout. Most material was administrative, historical records, curriculum documentation, decommissioned technique manuals filed by date. He had confirmed in previous loops that the founding documents section at the back left held the material relevant to the Tao anchor bead. He went directly there. The founding records scroll confirmed what he had already learned. The bead's installation, its space-time stabilization purpose, the secondary recursion effect, the unraveling technique in the now missing Appendix 7. He opened the third case, the one he had not reached in previous loops, the older wood-reinforced case with the double seals. Inside was the sect founder's personal journal. He read with the focused speed of a cultivator used to processing large amounts of material quickly. The journal covered the founding period in personal rather than administrative terms, the sect founder's private account of every major decision, including the bead's installation. And in the section dated approximately 15 years after the founding, a passage describing an event the administrative records contain no trace of. I have discovered that a previous tournament's guest cultivator died within the resonance field during the annual tournament and has been caught in the recursion. She appears every loop at the same moment, clearly experienced, clearly aware of her situation. I attempted to communicate across the loop boundary and discovered that she has been looping for several centuries before reaching me. She called herself, in the last life she lived before the bead caught her, Gu Shenfei of the Ancient Mirror Sect. Wei Liang stopped reading. He read the passage again. Gu Shenfei of the Ancient Mirror Sect. She has been in the bead's recursion for several centuries. He thought about the narrow striped border robe he had been seeing in the tournament grounds across 11 loops. The Ancient Mirror Sect woman who watched the modified formations and tracked something other than him. He thought about the circular scar on her left wrist, the specific patience with which she moved through the grounds. He thought about the older resonance pattern in the bead's field, the one Yunshai had described as deeply architectural, old, maintained with consistent purpose, defensive in character. His hands were very still on the journal. She was not an observer. She was not an investigator from a competing sect. She was another looper, a looper who had been inside this same 24-hour window for potentially hundreds of years, and who had watched Master Xiao set his trap around Wei Liang from the very first loop. He heard footsteps in the corridor and replaced the journal and left. Walking out into the competition grounds afternoon light, he processed what he had read against everything else he knew, and the picture assembled itself rapidly. The other looper was in the Ancient Mirror Sect's delegation. She had been looping since before the current conspiracy was even conceived. She had been watching Master Xiao build the trap around Wei Liang from loop 1. She had a defensive purpose, according to Yunshai's resonance reading. She was protecting something. She has been protecting something for centuries. In the same day, and now I know she exists. He died at the 22nd hour, later than any previous loop, and woke in loop 12 with the certain knowledge that the most important person he had not yet spoken to was the woman with the circular scar on her left wrist, the one who had been doing this before he was born. Chapter 12. Loop 12. In loop 12, Wei Liang returned to the vault, read the journal's complete passage on Gu Shenfei, and understood the full shape of the trap he was in, and who had built the most important part of it. The founder's journal described Gu Shenfei in spare but precise terms, a cultivator from the Ancient Mirror Sect who had been present at a tournament approximately 200 years into the sect's history, had died within the bead's resonance field during the competition, and had begun looping. The journal noted that she had been looping for what she estimated as several centuries before the founder had detected her, which meant she had been caught in a previous version of the recursion, in an earlier tournament, before the current sect grounds had even been built on this location. The bead's secondary effect was not a rare accident. It was a recurring phenomenon, and Gu Shenfei was its longest-running consequence. What the journal described next was the detail that changed Wei Liang's model of everything. The founder had attempted to communicate with Gu Shenfei across loop boundaries and had found her already aware, already informed about the bead's mechanism, and already, in the founder's phrasing, fixed in her purpose. She had been looping long enough to develop a specific intention that she maintained without deviation across iterations, and that intention was, in the founder's assessment, oriented toward protection rather than escape. The founder had not specified what she was protecting. Wei Liang read the passage 3 times and thought about what Yunshai had said. Whatever they want, they have been wanting it with consistent intention for a very long time. And, the resonance has a protective quality. Defensive rather than offensive. He replaced the journal and left the vault, and spent the rest of the afternoon thinking rather than investigating. Gu Shenfei had been in the loop for centuries. She had watched every previous cultivator who had stumbled into the bead's recursion, and according to the founder's journal, Wei Liang was not the first. She had watched each one loop for a period, fail to break free, and eventually, the journal's language was careful here, settle into the pattern being, apparently, the loop continuing indefinitely. She had not helped any previous looper break free. She had not used her centuries of accumulated knowledge to end the recursion. She was defending something, and the recursion's continuation was either a means to that end or the condition required for it. And now Master Xiao Dangfeng had introduced a complication. A new looper who was advancing rapidly, gathering intelligence systematically, building toward void refinement with a mechanism the previous loopers had not possessed. A looper who had identified the Dao anchor bead, found a description of the unraveling technique, and had a genuine path to ending the recursion. Wei Liang was a threat to whatever Gu Xinfei had been protecting for centuries. And she had been watching him since Loop 1 with the calm patience of someone who had seen this situation develop before and knew exactly how it resolved. He survived Loop 12 to the 23rd hour, his record, before dying from the north approach trigger, and in the last minutes he sat in the tournament's garden section and looked at the competition grounds around him with new eyes. Somewhere in this day was a woman who had lived it for centuries. She knew every face, every formation, every conversation that would happen before it happened. She had planned for his presence, because every previous new looper's presence had given her time to plan. He was going to have to talk to her. Not yet. Not until he had the cultivation level to make that conversation happen on his terms. Asterisk Loop 12 ends. The 12 loops of Arc 1 have given Wei Liang the name of his enemy, the mechanism of his prison, and the knowledge that someone else has been in this prison far longer than him, and does not want him to leave. The investigation is over. The preparation begins. Asterisk Chapter 13. Loop 15. Wei Liang had arrived at a simple principle somewhere around Loop 13. The day was a classroom, and he was the only student who never had to forget what he had learned. He stood in the outer courtyard at the 7th bell, watching 3 Iron Sky disciples cycle through their sect's signature breathing form. The elder leading the demonstration, a lean man named Instructor Ho, whose name Wei Liang had learned in Loop 11 by reading the tournament registration scroll, called out the Qi pathway sequence in a dry instructional voice. The disciples adjusted their stances with the mechanical obedience of people who had drilled this for years. None of them watched Wei Liang. Why would they? He was a mid-ranked Azure Heaven disciple standing near the fence, eating a rice cake, apparently doing nothing. But his hands, folded inside his sleeves, were tracing the same pathway sequence against his own Qi channels. He felt where the Iron Sky technique diverged from his sect's foundation forms, cataloged the difference with the patient attention of someone reading a text in a foreign language and not rushing the translation. Asterisk Iron Sky crushing heaven step. 3rd substep initiates from the left kidney gate rather than the center dantian. That explains why their footwork looks stiff to outsiders. The force doesn't travel up, it drives down and then ricochets. The compression is the technique. Everything else is theater. Asterisk he had worked this out in Loop 13. Loop 14. He had spent an hour in the dormitory bathroom practicing the 3rd substep until his left knee ached from unaccustomed weight distribution. Now, in Loop 15, the technique was beginning to feel genuinely his. Not as a mimic thing, but as something internalized. The way you internalize a truth once you have seen it from enough angles that it stops being something you remember and becomes something you simply know. He finished the rice cake and drifted to the next courtyard. The difference between his approach now and his approach in Loops 1 through 10 was focus. In those first 10 loops, he had been reactive, trying to survive one threat, then the next, then the next. The threats had been real and the responses had been reasonable in the moment, but the underlying strategy was exhausting and fundamentally losing. You could not win a war by defending against every attack individually. You could only exhaust yourself while the attacks continued unabated. Now he was building inventory. The techniques, the competitor profiles, the corruption map, the timeline of threats, the physical layout of every significant space in the tournament grounds, all of it accumulating in his memory with the compounding interest of a permanent record. Each loop added to the collection. Nothing was ever lost. By the end of Loop 11, he had cataloged 23 distinct techniques across 9 sects, committed 11 of them to genuine muscle memory, and identified the 12 tournament competitors whose abilities presented the most complex defensive problems. He had also noted which competitors had the most predictable responses to emotional pressure, and found, to his mild surprise, that the most technically accomplished cultivators were often the least adaptable when provoked into unexpected situations. The key was rhythm. Tournament competitors who had trained primarily in sparring scenarios had developed reflexes attuned to the cadence of sparring. They expected a certain pace, attack, counter, reset, repeat. If you disrupted that rhythm by attacking twice in the space where they had learned to expect one attack, the best fighters in the room became briefly ordinary. Wei Liang had tested this in Loop 12 and found it worked against everyone from foundation building through peak golden core. He had not yet tested it against genuine nascent soul practitioners, because those were the senior disciples he had been avoiding while he built his foundation. That patience was about to change. Fong Bolan was a partial exception to the predictability pattern. Fong Bolan had genuine tactical intelligence layered beneath his aggression, the kind that did not just respond to opponents, but anticipated them, built traps inside what looked like straightforward attacks, maintained awareness of multiple threats simultaneously without losing execution quality on the primary one. Wei Liang had spent loops 12 through 14 mapping the specific conditions under which that intelligence surfaced and the conditions under which raw anger overrode it. The answer was consistent. Fong Bolan lost tactical discipline when he felt disrespected, not challenged. Challenge motivated him, sharpened his technique, brought out the best of what he could do. But disrespect was different. Being dismissed. Being publicly underestimated by someone who had not earned the standing to make that judgment. That was the trigger, and Wei Liang had now seen it fire across 3 separate loops and knew exactly what it looked like from the outside. He crossed the tournament's outer registration yard and found Fong Bolan exactly where he always was at this hour, standing near the Iron Sky delegation table, arms folded, watching the Azure Heaven disciples with an expression of carefully maintained contempt. He was wearing the same faded gray robe he wore in every loop. He was holding his left arm slightly differently than his right, the long-standing compensation for a shoulder injury sustained in his second-to-last qualifying match. Wei Liang walked toward him directly. Fong Bolan's eyes tracked him immediately. Not personal recognition, but the automatic threat assessment of a skilled fighter who noticed all incoming movement and weight. He uncrossed his arms. Azure Heaven, he said. A category, not a greeting. Iron Sky, Wei Liang replied, matching the tone exactly. I hear your shatter palm is worth watching. I was hoping you might demonstrate the third extension. A pause. Fong Bolan's jaw tightened slightly. The tournament hasn't started. Exchanges aren't scheduled. You're right. But you're also standing in the practice courtyard at the greeting ceremony, which the Joint Cultivation Accord classifies as open exchange space. Wei Liang paused. Unless you'd rather not. The implication, unless you'd rather not because you can't, was precisely calibrated and delivered at minimum volume. Just enough to make the invitation impossible to decline without conceding something Fong Bolan would not want to concede in front of his delegation. He stepped forward. The exchange lasted 31 seconds. Wei Liang executed the Iron Sky Shatter Palm, Fong Bolan's own signature technique, with marginally better form than its originator. Each previous loop had added a layer. Loop 3 was raw mimicry. Loop 7 was structural understanding. Loop 11 was fluid application. Loop 14 was the beginning of genuine ownership. Loop 15 was the first time it felt truly his. When Fong Bolan threw the counter sequence, Wei Liang stepped inside it. Not because he was faster, Fong Bolan was faster in pure reflex speed, but because he knew exactly where the gap would open and was already in motion toward that space before the counter had fully committed. The distinction mattered. Fast was a quality of reflexes. Early was a quality of knowledge, and knowledge accumulated without limit. Fong Bolan stepped back. His expression was not anger. It was genuine confusion, the particular confusion of a technique's master who has just seen it executed with better mechanics than he himself possesses, by someone who should not know the technique at all. Where did you learn that? He said. I have a good memory, Wei Liang said honestly. That's my technique. It's a technique. It belongs to whoever executes it better. Fong Bolan stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then he laughed, a short, surprised sound that bypassed whatever he had been planning to say. You're either very talented or very stupid. I haven't decided which. You'll have time, Wei Liang said, and moved away before the exchange could become anything more complicated. He rounded the building's corner and stood alone for a moment, feeling the trace warmth in his right palm, where the Shatter Palm's chi discharge had passed through. He was breathing easily. Fong Bolan had hit harder than he had expected. The shoulder injury barely showed in the striking force, which meant he had adapted his mechanics more thoroughly than Wei Liang had credited. Asterisk Iron Sky Shatter Palm, Fong Bolan variant. Compensated shoulder weakness by redistributing kinetic load to hip rotation. Increased base torque by approximately 15%. Counter strategy. Target the brief moment when hip rotation commits before the shoulder can correct trajectory. Half-beat window. Asterisk, but it was not Fong Bolan's mechanics that occupied him as he walked back toward the registration yard. It was the sleeve. Passing within arm's length during the exchange, he had seen clearly what he had only glimpsed before, a folded piece of paper tucked inside Fong Bolan's inner sleeve, sealed with an apothecary's wax mark. The paper had the stiff, worn creases of something read many times and refold with care each time, the specific crease pattern of an object that had become habitual rather than occasional. He had been treating this day as a problem to be solved and Fong Bolan as one of the problem's hostile pieces. He had mapped the man's techniques and his triggers and his physical vulnerabilities and his position in the conspiracy structure. All of that was accurate and useful, and he would keep it. But a man who kept a letter in his sleeve, read it alone, and refolded it afterward with the care of handling something fragile, that man was not just a problem piece. He was a person carrying something. Wei Liang did not yet know what the letter said. He would in Loop 20. He allowed himself to be killed at the 21st hour by the gorge ambush, a quick death, chosen for efficiency, and woke in Loop 16 with 6 new techniques mapped, a clearer picture of Fong Bolan's mechanics, and the particular quiet satisfaction of a student who had finished the week's work early and could spend the weekend differently. Asterisk 15 down. The day is a library. I have barely touched the stacks. And there is more here than technique. There are people carrying weights I don't yet understand. That matters too, even if I'm not sure yet how. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Loop 18. 3 loops later, Wei Liang had mastered the iron sky crushing heaven step so thoroughly that its original teacher would have struggled to identify flaws in his form. He stood in the tournament's third warm-up ring, a sand-floored oval used by lower bracket competitors for pre-match preparation, and ran the complete crushing heaven sequence at 3/4 speed, feeling where each transition point locked into the next with the satisfying inevitability of a well-designed mechanism. The key was the kidney gate anchor he had identified in Loop 15. Once you understood that the technique drove force downward before converting it upward, the footwork stopped looking stiff and started looking like a loaded spring. All that tension for the moment of release. Loop 16 he had used differently. Instead of acquiring new techniques by observation, he had spent the day on cultivation theory. Sitting in the Sect Library's archive section, reading every text on chi pathway intersection principles he could find, working out the relationship between the iron sky crushing heaven steps foundational mechanism and 3 azure heaven techniques he had studied for years but found oddly limited in their application ceilings. The relationship, once identified, was obvious in retrospect. All 4 techniques were built on the same underlying principle of force conversion through compression, just expressed in different body regions with different chi channel priorities. The azure heaven variants emphasized the spine and shoulders. The iron sky variant emphasized the hip and lower kidney gates. Understanding the shared principle meant you could combine them, not in any formally recognized style, but in the improvised combinations that emerge from genuine structural understanding rather than surface mimicry. He had spent Loop 16 developing a variation that had no name. Loop 17, he had run his first clean tournament bracket, entering legitimate matches through proper registration, fighting every opponent in sequence, winning each one before they reached their 3rd technique. The efficiency had nothing to do with brutality. He needed to know his actual capabilities against tournament-level opponents who were fighting earnestly, not the capabilities he demonstrated in the engineered exchanges at the registration grounds. The data was clear, competitive against everyone in the golden core bracket, dangerous against the lower end of nascent soul, genuinely troubled by the upper end. He had taken more damage in Loop 17 than in any loop since the early ones, when he had been dying regularly. That was useful information about his actual ceiling. Now, in Loop 18, he was testing the unnamed variation in the warm-up ring. He felt someone watching and stopped. Elder Mao Suyin, the gray-haired judge he had identified in Loop 14 as the most incorruptible official on the tournament roster, was standing at the ring's edge with a cup of tea. She was looking at him with the particular expression of someone who has just seen something that should not exist, not alarmed, but actively recalibrating her assessment of the situation. That is an iron sky technique, she said. Watching techniques is permitted in open warm-up space, Wei Liang said. Watching, yes. What you just performed is not watching. That was execution at a level that requires practice, not observation. She took a sip of tea without looking away from him. Have you studied under iron sky before? No, Elder. I watched a public demonstration this morning. Another long look. She was deciding between impressed and suspicious, and finding that she did not need to choose. Both responses were appropriate to what she had observed. How long is your memory, child? Long enough, he said. She made a sound he could not categorize, somewhere between approval and unease, and walked away. He watched her go and filed it carefully. Asterisk Mao Suyin notices technique mimicry immediately, asks direct questions rather than reporting without certainty, genuinely incorruptible. watching this tournament with the specific alertness of someone who suspects something is wrong but cannot locate the wrongness. Not currently monitored by the conspiracy, at least not as of Loop 18. Potentially the most valuable outside ally I could have, if approached correctly. Must never approach her in the administrative hall where I know the monitoring arrays are active. Must not reveal Loop knowledge directly. But she is intelligent enough to work with incomplete information if I give her the right pieces. Asterisk, he spent Loop 18's remaining hours in the library. The sect maintained historical tournament records going back 2 centuries, and in earlier loops he had been too occupied with survival to read them carefully. Now, with 15 loops of threat data cataloged and most of the day's immediate dangers memorized, he had the luxury of research. The records were dry in the way that institutional records are always dry. Bracket outcomes, formation inspections, match protocols, administrative decisions about matters that had mattered enormously to specific people decades ago and mattered to no one now. He read them with the patient attention he had developed across 18 iterations of the same afternoon. He had been reading for about an hour when Shunrui found him. He heard her before he saw her, the familiar sound of her footsteps, which he had memorized in Loop 4 when keeping track of her had been a survival requirement. She moved through spaces with a confidence that stopped just short of carelessness. She sat across from him without asking. "You're in the library," she said, during the pre-tournament social hour. "I prefer books to strategy discussions. You prefer anything to social interaction." She stole the document case he had set aside and flipped through it with the pointed disinterest of someone who was absolutely going to read every page. "Did you eat anything real today?" "Rice cake." "A rice cake is not a meal. A rice cake is a gesture toward the concept of eating." She paused at a page in the document case. "There's a formation pillar note on page 42. Looks either interesting or completely useless. I genuinely cannot tell with administrative records." He turned to page 42. The reference was brief. A damaged formation pillar beneath the arena's northeast foundation, repaired using emergency bonding techniques, with an estimated correction date noted in the margin, approximately 2 centuries hence. 2 centuries hence was approximately now. He noted it without knowing yet why the detail felt significant, trusting the pattern recognition he had developed across 18 loops of careful observation. "Formation pillar repair," he said. "See? Useless." She handed the case back. "Are you eating dinner or continuing the rice cake assault on your own health?" "I'll eat something," he said. Convincing. She settled back in her chair and kept reading. In this version of the loop, when he was in the library and she found him, she always stayed. She always complained about his eating habits with the pointed concern of someone who had been doing it long enough that it was no longer complaint, but simply their language. He found the repetition oddly comforting in a way he did not examine closely. She would never know how many times he had watched her walk through this door and sit down across from him with the ease of someone who had always been there. In Loop 15, she had asked him what he was looking for in the records, and he had said formation anomalies, which was technically true. She had said boring and kept reading. In Loop 16, she had asked again, and he had said historical patterns, and she had said still boring and stayed for 2 hours. In Loop 17, she had not asked at all, just settled in and started reading and occasionally said things to the open air that were observations rather than questions, the kind of commentary a person made to themselves when thinking out loud and not particularly expecting a response. He had started leaving notes in the margin of the document case he was reading, small marks that she would never notice but that he would remember as the positions of significant information across loops. A system that was invisible to everyone else and complete to him. Loop 18, sitting across from Shunrui in the library while the tournament ran its complicated dishonest business outside, was the first loop he had felt something that was not the specific urgency of threat management or the focused efficiency of information collection. It was closer to the feeling of being a person in a moment rather than a tool operating within a sequence of moments. He did not have a better word for it. He filed this also, for reasons he did not fully understand. He died in Loop 18 at the 19th hour, the gorge ambush, clean and fast, and woke in Loop 19 feeling he had spent the day well. Asterisk 18 loops. I can defeat any competitor in this tournament before they reach their third technique. I know every bribe before it happens and every trap before it springs. And I still don't know who ordered the ambush. The conspiracy has a center I haven't reached yet. It will take longer than expected. That is fine. I have exactly as much time as I need. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Loop 20. On the 20th day of the same morning, Wei Liang woke up and went directly to where Fong Bolan would be. Not to fight, to read. He had tracked the letter's path across 3 previous loops. Fong Bolan arrived at the tournament grounds at the 5th bell and spent the first 2 hours in a private corner of the registration hall, eating sparingly and not speaking to his fellow Iron Sky disciples. He was rarely quiet in the way that other disciples who sat alone were quiet. They were conserving energy for competition, which was a productive, forward-facing quiet. Fong Bolan's quiet had a different texture. It was focused inward, towards something that existed outside the tournament grounds. In Loop 17, he had held the letter for almost an hour before tucking it away. In Loop 19, Wei Liang had gotten close enough to see the apothecary's seal clearly, a stylized plum blossom, the mark of apothecary Wen's shop in the east quarter of the nearest city, a shop whose specialty Wei Liang had confirmed from the market's posted directory: advanced pharmaceutical compounds for cultivation-related illnesses and degenerative conditions. Now, in Loop 20, Wei Liang sat 3 tables away in the registration hall with a scroll of tournament rules and watched Fong Bolan hold the letter. Fong Bolan read it twice. Then he sat very still for a moment, as still as a man who had just remembered something he was trying not to think about. Then he folded it with the careful precision of someone returning an object to a place where it would not crease further, and tucked it back inside his sleeve. The habitual precision of a person who had been opening and refolding the same letter for months, who had developed a ritual around it. Wei Liang set down his scroll and thought slowly through what he was observing. The letter was short, 8 lines at most. The handwriting was unsteady, not with the trembling of age, but with the kind of shaking that came from a hand that fought its own weakness. The seal on the outside was stained with something that had dried brown at the corners. Not water. Something thicker. An apothecary letter. Unsteady handwriting in the cinder script. Stained seal. A man reading it alone, not showing it to Sect brothers, folding it like it was fragile. The apothecary shop was writing to Fong Bolan about a patient. Someone whose condition had changed, whose condition was ongoing, whose condition required the kind of correspondence that was not sent once, but maintained. The staining was old. This letter had been carried for a long time, read at intervals when Fong Bolan needed to confirm what it said rather than forget what it meant. Wei Liang stood, left the registration hall, and walked to the sect's public notice board. First place prize in the Sect Grand Tournament. 1 vial of Heaven Reviving Pill. He had known the prize since Loop 3. He had catalogued it as a data point about the tournament structure and moved on. He had never stopped to think about who might need it. Meridian rot. He had read about meridian rot in Loop 14 from a medical text in the library. The disease was slow and specific and cruel in the way of things that attacked what cultivators relied on most: the chi channels, the network that made everything else possible. Without treatment, it progressed through stages of increasing severity over years, degrading the cultivator's ability to circulate energy and eventually leaving them unable to move properly, unable to function, unable to do anything that required the channel network to work. The Heaven Reviving Pill arrested the progression. The only other treatment was a sect-level medical formation that cost more spirit stones than Fong Bolan's family had likely seen in their combined lifetimes. Wei Liang stood at the notice board and looked at the bracket for a long time. He had spent 20 loops building inventory, mapping threats, cataloging enemies, treating Fong Bolan as one of the problem's hostile pieces, the most immediately lethal piece, the one who had killed him in Loop 1. He had responded to that correctly, studying the man's technique, understanding his mechanics, defeating him in Loop 15. That had been appropriate to what the situation was. But a man who kept a letter from an apothecary shop in his sleeve and read it alone at dawn, who had made a deal with people Wei Liang knew would not honor it because the prize mattered more than the deal's ethics, who was doing all of this for a dying father. That man was not just an obstacle to route around. He was a person doing something Wei Liang could respect, even if he could not endorse all the methods. Does that change anything? He walked toward the medical building, thinking. He knew where the sect's medical stores were. He had mapped the building in Loop 13 while hiding from a different threat, and the unlabeled vial on the 4th shelf of Elder Physician rank storage room had been sitting in his catalog since then as a data point without a clear application. Now it had an application. He stood in the storage room doorway and looked at the vial on its shelf and thought about what giving it to Fong Bolan would actually accomplish. The vial was here. In Loop 21, it would be here again. In Loop 22. In every loop until the loop ended. He could give it to Fong Bolan today, and tomorrow morning, it would be back on this shelf, and Fong Bolan's father would still be sick, and Fong Bolan would have no memory of receiving it. He could give Fong Bolan the same pill in every single loop, and not one of those pills would ever actually reach the father. The problem was not the pill. The problem was the loop. He walked out of the medical building empty-handed, feeling the specific weight of a solution that had seemed obvious until he looked at it directly. When he died in Loop 20 at the 20th hour, it was with the certain knowledge that his understanding of Fong Bolan had changed in a way that required a different approach entirely. Not a loop-level solution. A real-world solution, something that would work in real time, in a timeline that moved forward. When Wei Liang finally broke free, he walked back through the tournament grounds in the early afternoon, taking a longer route than necessary. He passed the Iron Sky delegation staging area and did not look at it, but he heard Fong Bolan's voice, sharp, instructing a junior disciple in the Shatterpalm's second form, and felt the cognitive dissonance of having both Fong Bolan the person I need to defeat and Fong Bolan the person carrying that letter occupy the same space in his mind simultaneously. He had been doing this for 20 loops, reducing people to their functions. Fong Bolan was an obstacle or a threat or a tool, depending on the loop's current objective. Shenrui was a survival variable to protect. Elder Tsang Su was a corruption node to map and exploit. Even Yun Shai, who he genuinely respected, had been primarily an intelligence asset in his recent loops. This was not a failure of character. It was a survival adaptation. When every day reset and the people in it had no continuity, reducing them to functions was the most efficient way to navigate. He had made peace with the efficiency. What the letter complicated was the efficiency itself. A function did not keep letters in its sleeve and read them alone at dawn. A function did not fold and refold a piece of paper until the creases went soft. Functions were defined by their utility to you. People were defined by their weight, by what they carried, and Fong Bolan was carrying something that had nothing to do with Wei Liang's problem at all. He was going to break the loop. When he did, the day would resume in real time and Fong Bolan's father would still be sick and the heaven-reviving pill would still be on the other side of a tournament that Fong Bolan had compromised himself to win. Getting out of the loop was not just Wei Liang's problem. It was everyone's problem, because everyone in this frozen day was also waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for the sun to move forward. He owed it to more than himself to get this right. Asterisk, he decided it does. Whatever comes next for Fong Bolan, the answer has to work in real time. That means the solution is not what I can give him inside the loop. It is what I can position him to receive when the loop ends. When winning the tournament honestly is actually possible and the prize actually stays won. I need to ensure that day is survivable for both of us. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Loop 25. The breakthrough came without warning, as the real ones always did. Loops 21 through 24 have been disciplined work. Loop 21. A complete map of the underground passages beneath the arena, navigated to within 30 meters of a sealed access point before a formation triggered and sent him into a stone wall at speed that would have been interesting to experience at a lower cultivation level. Loop 22. A systematic survey of every tournament official, who could be approached, who was already monitored, who was hostile to unsanctioned communication, and why. Loop 23. A sustained simultaneous fight against all three gorge attackers, winning two before the third finished him. Loop 24. The same gorge scenario, different approach, using the natural terrain funnel to disadvantage their numbers, surviving to the 22nd hour before a secondary formation trap ended things. He had been approaching a threshold for loops now. The cultivation pressure had been building for what would have been weeks if any of these were real days in sequence. Each loop added depth to his chi pathways in ways he had stopped trying to explain theoretically and simply accepted as the mechanism's nature. What should have taken 5 years of concentrated practice, the loops were delivering through repeated extremity. Combat Death was an extraordinarily efficient cultivation teacher. It stripped away every pretension about what you actually controlled and left only the chi pathways that had been carved deeply enough to survive the process. Each loop, the pathways that had opened were slightly deeper in the next loop's reset version than they had been before, compounding the way compound interest compounds, each increment small, but the aggregate substantial. In Loop 25, he had been sitting in the tournament's upper gallery watching a preliminary sparring match between two foundation-building disciples when the pressure reached its structural limit. The transition was not peaceful. 12 chi pathway expansions fired simultaneously. He had read about nascent soul breakthrough in cultivation manuals and understood intellectually that it could be violent, but the manual's language preserved the dignity of the process by describing it from the outside. The pathways expanded from the inside like heated pipes suddenly carrying live steam, and for 3 seconds he could not see or hear, only feel the network of his own chi structure reorganizing at every level simultaneously. Decades of theoretical cultivation compressed into a single crystalline event that could not have been slower or it would have destroyed him. He gripped the gallery railing with both hands and breathed through it. 1 breath. 2. 3. The world came back in pieces. The sound of the sparring match below, the smell of wood and lamp oil, the sensation of his own hands pressing into stone. Early nascent soul. A full realm above where he had started. Without a formal cultivation session, without a sealed chamber, without the months of preparatory meditation that every manual specified as prerequisite. Just the accumulated weight of 24 deaths and 24 rebirths. He tested his grip on the railing and felt it flex slightly under pressure he had not intended to apply. He released his hands carefully and looked at his palms. They looked the same as always. He felt entirely different in a way that was difficult to articulate, like a structure that had been assembled from parts and was now cast as a single piece. The preliminary match below had paused. Both disciples were staring up at him. The gallery had emptied of other spectators, suggesting the chi surge had been externally visible, a brief luminescence that the texts called a formation bloom. He had not expected it to be visible from outside. He filed the fact that it was. Across the gallery, at the far corner where the senior officials sat with their observation records, Elder Tsang Su had turned to look at him, not with mild curiosity about a minor disturbance, with the specific, calculating attention of someone who was measuring rather than simply observing. Wei Liang met his eyes for a moment. Fear, not surprise, not curiosity, not the reaction of a man recalculating the risks to a minor financial operation. Fear, the kind that lives in the body before the mind catches up, the kind that already knows, without reasoning, what this development means for the thing being protected. Elder Tsang Su looked away first. He reached for his teacup with a hand that was not quite steady and drank with the deliberate pull of someone who needed to occupy themselves while thinking. A corrupt tournament official, afraid of a disciple's cultivation breakthrough. That calibration, that specific fear at that specific threshold, meant the elder knew what level would constitute a genuine threat to something, and that something was not a minor bribery arrangement. Minor corruption did not require monitoring individual competitors' cultivation levels. Something that needed to stay hidden from people of a certain power level did. Wei Liang filed this and stayed in the gallery for the rest of the match, watching Elder Tsang Su watch him, thinking about how the corruption connected to the conspiracy at a depth he had not yet fully mapped. When he descended to the tournament floor later, he overheard two Iron Sky disciples at the edge of the crowd, the specific quiet pitch of people who believed themselves unobserved, and caught the words faster than expected before they noticed him and went silent. Someone had reported his breakthrough to someone who cared about the pace of his cultivation development. He had been classified and tracked. The rate of his progress was being monitored as a threat variable. He walked back to the registration yard and spent the rest of the afternoon running 4 more matches and winning all 4. Each opponent gave him something, a new timing pattern, a counter he had not seen before, a technique with a flaw he could catalog. By the end of Loop 25, he had beaten 12 consecutive opponents with nascent soul cultivation that none of them had any counter for, and he was beginning to understand why the conspiracy had been monitoring his progress. A nascent soul cultivator with complete loop memory was not just a strong fighter. He was a specific kind of threat, one that could not be surprised, could not be worn down, could not be outmaneuvered by any technique that had been used before. In 50 loops, he would be at soul formation. In 100, void refinement. The conspiracy had a problem that was going to get significantly worse over time, and Elder Tsang Su's fear was the first visible crack in their confidence. Wei Liang sat in the tournament's north gallery at the end of the day and let himself feel the new weight of nascent soul cultivation, the deeper resonance, the broader perception, the sense of the chi field around him extending further than it had the day before. It was not pride. It was closer to the feeling of a craftsman picking up a better tool than the one they had spent years learning to work with. That evening, or what passed for evening in Loop 25, the final hours before the gorge ambush would trigger at the 21st hour. He sat in the sect's east garden and practiced what nascent soul cultivation actually felt like in his body. Not technique execution, just the baseline state. Nascent soul awareness extended further than golden core awareness in every direction. Thermal, chi field, spatial. He could feel Shun Rui's footsteps on the stone path 30 meters away without looking. He could feel the chi residue of recent formation activations in the administrative hall's walls. He could feel the deep, old resonance of whatever was under the tournament arena, faint, but present, a hum at the edge of perception that he had not been sensitive enough to detect before today. That's the bead, he thought, feeling the resonance and understanding it differently now that he had read the vault files. Not yet fully. He had not yet found the supplemental journal. He did not yet have the founding patriarch's direct account. But the resonance was real, and it was directional, and it was below him, and the fact that he could feel it at all meant his cultivation had reached a threshold that the previous iterations of this day's would-be escapers had apparently not reached. He thought about what the founding patriarch had written in the margin. Anomalous interaction with soul anchor patterns during tournament period observed. See supplemental journal, location withheld. The journal existed. He would find it. And when he found it, he would know how to break the bead. Asterisk 25 loops. Early nascent soul. The day keeps teaching, and now someone is tracking my learning the way I have been tracking theirs. The jailer is watching the prisoner grow stronger. Good. Let them watch. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Loop 30. It had taken Wei Liang until Loop 26 to understand exactly how Elder Tsang Su's bribery operation worked. The structure was elegant in the way corrupt things often were. Just simple enough to function reliably. Just complex enough to obscure accountability. Match outcomes were agreed in advance between the Elder and outside sect handlers, based on advanced knowledge of the bracket draw that only Elder Tsang Su possessed in its complete form. Spirit stones changed hands through a series of intermediary transactions, a tea shop account, a private messenger service with plausible deniability, a money-changing stall at the outer market where cash-equivalent transactions occurred without formal documentation. The final transaction happened at the same time every loop, the 11th bell, in a back room of the Fragrant Cloud Tea House, 3 streets east of the sect gates. Wei Liang had witnessed it directly in Loop 27. He had been in the tea house before the meeting, nursing something bitter and reading the tournament bracket with the studied inattention of someone who was absolutely attentive, when Elder Tsang Su arrived through the side entrance, and a man in Iron Sky sect colors. Not a disciple, a handler, older, moving with the practiced ease of a familiar job, placed a cloth pouch on the table. The elder had not said thank you. He had simply picked up the pouch and left. The handler waited 3 minutes and left through the other door. The tea house server had looked elsewhere throughout, the practiced non-witnessing of someone paid for that specific quality. Loops 28 and 29. Wei Liang had refined his observation until it was precise enough to serve as testimony. He identified the handler's name from a small distinctive tattoo, a mountain peak on the left hand, cross-referenced against the sect's contractor registry, which Wei Liang had memorized in Loop 21. He identified 3 additional payment instances across the same day, at different times, meaning the operation ran on a schedule with multiple bets placed against multiple match outcomes. He estimated the total spirit stone transfer at roughly 400 mid-grade stones per tournament day, enough to make this professionally significant rather than merely personally profitable. In Loop 30, he had tested the evidence. He found Elder Mao Suyin in the tournament's administrative hall at the 9th bell, before any transactions had happened, and laid out the evidence methodically. Transaction locations, timing, the handler's name and description, the contractor registry cross-reference, the estimated figures, 3 independently verifiable data points. Elder Mao Suyin had gone very still while he spoke. Her pen had stopped moving. She had not interrupted him once. When he finished, she set down her pen and looked out the window for a long moment, then back at him. Her expression had moved through skepticism and calculation and recognition towards something that was not quite alarm, but was adjacent to it. The expression of a genuinely incorruptible person who has just had confirmation that something they had suspected was worse than they had been able to prove. "Where did you collect this?" she said. "Observation and memory, Elder. You have been watching Elder Tsang Su specifically. I have been watching the tournament specifically." A silence. Outside, someone was calling the first preliminary bracket, and the crowd's noise rose briefly. "This is enough to bring before the sect's investigation committee," she said slowly. "If it holds up, and I believe the transaction location alone can be corroborated through the tea house's booking records, we have sufficient grounds for a formal investigation, with suspension of Elder Tsang Su from tournament oversight pending outcome." "It will hold up," Wei Liang said. "Give me until evening. I'll consult with Elder Physician Rang and 2 of the senior judges. If we can corroborate even 3 of these points independently." She stopped. Her eyes had moved to the wall, and this time her attention was specific in the wrong direction. She was reading the wall rather than thinking toward it. "Is something wrong, Elder? There are formation arrays on this building that I did not authorize." Her voice was quiet and level, the deliberate calm of a person maintaining control as a choice. "Monitoring arrays, disguised as standard administrative sensors. Someone has been watching this office." Wei Liang understood in the same half-second as the sound of the door sealing behind him. He had made this mistake in Loop 10, carrying evidence to someone already on the conspiracy's monitoring list without knowing it first. He rose to leave. The door was blocked by a chi containment formation that had activated while they were speaking. A good formation, advanced preparation, specific targeting, the kind of thing placed before the day began rather than in response to events. She turned and saw it. Her face went controlled, the specific calm of a person who has recognized a threat and is processing options rather than reacting. She said, "Run." He did not run fast enough. He woke in Loop 31 knowing that Mao Suyin had been on the monitoring list before he spoke a single word to her. Whatever she had done after the containment formation activated, whatever she had tried, was meaningless. In Loop 31, she would wake in her normal morning routine with no memory of any of it. He sat in the first light of Loop 31 and assembled what the failure had taught him. Asterisk, the conspiracy monitors its own enemies by character, not by action. Mao Suyin was on the list because of who she is, not because of anything she did. The monitoring array was placed as a preventive measure, which means the conspiracy has a list of people whose integrity makes them threats regardless of whether they have acted yet. And that list was compiled by someone who knows this sect's personnel well enough to identify them accurately. That requires access and time. Cross-reference. Who has been in this sect long enough and with enough access to compile that list? Asterisk, he thought about Gu Xinfei, watching from 200 years of proximity, and filed the question for later. He sat with this for a long time in the early light of Loop 31. The person who had compiled the monitoring list, the list of incorruptible people whose integrity made them threats to the conspiracy regardless of whether they had yet acted, needed to have intimate knowledge of this sect's personnel across multiple years or decades. That kind of knowledge did not come from a brief study of official records. It came from observation, from genuine presence, from watching people long enough to understand what they would do when tested. No one in the current sect administration had that level of cross-generational knowledge. The oldest elder currently active had been born 70 years ago. The conspiracy's monitoring list was clearly older than that, based on how smoothly it operated and how consistently its protocols had been maintained. Gu Xinfei had been in this day for 200 years. She had watched every person in this sect from before their parents were born. She knew exactly who could be trusted to do nothing with evidence and who could be trusted to act on it. The monitoring list was not Elder Tsang-Su's work. It was not Master Xiao Dingfeng's work. It had been compiled by someone who had 200 years of observation and a specific motive for ensuring that incorruptible people stayed neutralized. He filed this connection and added it to the growing profile of Gu Xinfei's role in the loop's management. Then he filed a second connection, which was less comfortable. If Gu Xinfei had compiled the list, and the list was currently being maintained by the conspiracy, then the conspiracy had access to Gu Xinfei's information in some form. Either she was in active communication with Master Xiao or Elder Tsang-Su, or she had provided the list at an earlier point and they were maintaining it based on her historical work. The second option was more elegant. It required less ongoing coordination and explained how the list had stayed accurate even in recent years when Gu Xinfei might not have been actively updating it. He would test this theory in a future loop. For now, he had a direction. Asterisk, I need that list before I approach anyone with evidence again. Every loop I spend on approaches that end the same way is a loop wasted. Get the list. Then move. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Loop 35 by Loop 35. Wei Liang had learned to be systematic about the word clean. The tournament could be run cleanly. He had known this since Loop 17 when he had thought through the specific mechanics of how the corruption operated. The bribery ran on information asymmetry. Elder Tsang-Su's advanced knowledge of the bracket draw made his advanced sale of match outcomes profitable. Remove the information advantage and the system's value disappeared. Getting a sealed random bracket draw in place without triggering the conspiracy's response required working through the joint cultivation Accord's procedural mechanisms. Mechanisms that existed specifically for integrity challenges, but which required specific procedural steps to activate and were vulnerable to specific administrative countermoves that Elder Tsang-Su would know. Wei Liang had spent loops 31 through 34 testing approaches. Loop 31. Direct appeal to 3 senior officials. 2 were monitored. 1 was sympathetic but lacked procedural authority. Loop 32. Anonymous letter to the Accords Inspection Committee. Received and acknowledged. 3-day response time. Loop 33. Working through Fong Bolin as an outside sect complainant. Fong Bolin filed the challenge when Wei Liang explained the relevant regulation. Elder Tsang-Su dismissed it on a technicality Wei Liang had not known existed. Loop 34. Locating the technicality, researching the response, preparing a filing that closed the specific procedural gap. In Loop 35, he placed sealed envelopes at the dormitory doors of 7 officials, identified across multiple loops as neither bribed nor monitored, genuinely caring about integrity, but lacking individual seniority to override Elder Tsang-Su alone. The envelopes contained precisely formatted formal objections, the technicality addressed in a detailed footnote, each envelope worded identically to create simultaneous procedural pressure from independent sources. 7 simultaneous formal objections could not be dismissed on a single technicality without creating the appearance of administrative suppression, which the Accord regulations specifically prohibited. Elder Tsang-Su agreed to a modified bracket draw, still influenced, but less completely. 3 of the 5 rigged matches were disrupted. 2 happened through contingency mechanisms he had prepared in advance. Wei Liang had been in the administrative hall's outer corridor when the compromise was negotiated, listening through the door with his nascent soul perception extended to pick up the quieter voices. He had heard Elder Tsang Su accept the modified draw in a tone that combined irritation and careful concealment. The tone of a man who was angry, but could not afford to show the extent of his anger without revealing the extent of what he was protecting. That gap between the irritation and the concealment was a measurement. The width of the gap told you how much was at stake. Elder Tsang Su was significantly more invested in this tournament's outcome than a bribery arrangement would explain. He had been afraid of Wei Liang's nascent soul breakthrough in Loop 25. He was irritated past the level of financial inconvenience in Loop 35. The level of investment was wrong for the level of explanation on record. Wei Liang filed this and went to run his matches. Wei Liang spent the morning running his own matches with the precise economy of someone who had studied each opponent across multiple loops and reduced every fight to its essential decision point. The Seven Rivers Late Golden Core lasted 8 seconds. The Hollow Mountain Pair lasted 5. He was calibrating, finding the minimum force needed to close each fight cleanly and using exactly that amount. By early afternoon, the tournament bracket was departing from the conspiracy schedule. Confusion was spreading through the Iron Sky delegation's handlers, who were watching purchased outcomes fail to materialize. And then the formation alert sounded. A deep, resonant tone from the sect's southeastern structures. He reached the vault's outer corridor 4 minutes later, moving carefully. The outer seal was broken. The inner door stood open. The cases the conspiracy needed, decades 4 through 7, the formation records and anomaly logs, were gone. He stood in the empty vault and understood what he had missed. The tournament disruption had changed the timing of some events, but not the vault robbery, because the vault robbery was not dependent on the tournament's outcomes. The tournament was the distraction. The vault was the target. Everything he had done to run the matches cleanly had been useful in one sense and useless in the sense that actually mattered, because the matches were theater for the audience, and he had been spending his energy cleaning the theater. He walked out of the vault and into the late afternoon light, and for a while he simply stood in the outer courtyard and thought about what he had just learned. The tournament was the distraction. He had been cleaning the distraction for 5 loops. That was not wasted work. Understanding the corruption structure was necessary, and the loops he had spent mapping it were not recoverable in any other way. But it was a lesson in scale. There were problems in this day that were symptoms, and there was a problem that was the disease, and he had been treating the symptoms without yet seeing the disease clearly. He thought about what the vault robbery was actually designed to accomplish. Not theft for profit. The records stolen were historical formation logs and anomaly reports, dry institutional material with no resale value. The conspiracy wanted those documents gone from the vault not to sell them, but to prevent someone else from reading them. The robbery was erasure. They were erasing a specific category of information. What category of information requires a grand conspiracy to erase? The answer was becoming clear, even though he did not yet have the full picture. Something under the tournament arena. Something that had been causing anomalous incidents for 2 centuries. Something that the sect founder had documented in a supplemental journal whose location had been deliberately withheld from the official record. He was going to have to go back to the vault in a future loop and read everything, slowly, without being interrupted. Asterisk, the tournament can run clean. The vault robbery happens anyway. I need to understand what they were taking, not how to prevent it. What the thing was that they needed so badly they built a whole conspiracy to protect their access to it. Asterisk, he died at the 23rd hour, his record, caught at last by a formation trap he had not yet fully mapped. In the last seconds before the trap discharged, he made a note of the trap's specific trigger condition, a weight pressure plate disguised as an ordinary flagstone at the junction of 2 seldom-used corridors in the administrative district's northern end. He would know it next loop. Every loop's death was a data point. He had survived longer than any previous loop, not because he had been trying harder. He had been thinking rather than trying, which was not the same thing. The trying had been loop 1 through 10. The thinking was producing better results, and the thinking was compounding alongside the cultivation in ways that made each loop more efficient than the last. He died in loop 35 at the 23rd hour, his longest survival yet, and woke in loop 36 with 3 new priorities ordered clearly in his mind. Find the supplemental journal's location, identify where the unraveling diagram had been taken after removal, and determine the monitoring list's full scope so that he could route future evidence attempts through people who were not already watched. Each of these required different approaches. The journal's location required spatial perception work and library research. The diagram required tracking the conspiracy's document courier chain, which he had been building toward for loops. The monitoring list required reading personnel files and cross-referencing against the conspiracy's known membership. He had loops. He had time. He had the patience that 40 loops of accumulation had built in him. Asterisk 35 loops. I know what is in the vault. I know what the vault robbery is actually about. I know the Tao anchor bead exists and where it is. I do not yet have the solution technique. The diagram was removed from the supplemental journal. I need to find where it went. Next priority, the supplemental journal's location. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Loop 40. He had been inside the vault for 3 hours in Loop 40. Not because he needed that long to find what he was looking for. He needed that long because what the vault contained was the kind of material that required reading and cross-referencing and sitting with. The kind of information that assembled itself slowly into a picture you could not see in parts, only as a whole once you had all the parts. The vault records filled 37 sealed document cases, organized by decade and topic. He had identified the specific cases the conspiracy's thieves would take in Loop 38 by shadowing their reconnaissance team at the 20th hour and watching which cases they handled and marked. Decades 4 through 7. The cases labeled structural, formation records, and historical, anomaly logs. He had found this selection immediately interesting. You did not risk a grand conspiracy for general institutional records. You risked it for something that would be dangerous to leave in a place where the right person might find it, something that documented what should not be documented, that named what should not be named. He opened the targeted cases first, then the adjacent ones, for context, then all of them, because the accumulated administrative record of a cultivation sect over 2 centuries contained more than he had expected, and he had the time. The early decades were ordinary, formation maintenance logs, disciple rosters, property disputes. The middle decades became more interesting. References to peculiar incidents during tournament periods, disciples who reported temporal confusion, who were assessed and classified and quietly removed from documentation. The assessments were consistent across every decade. Cultivation stress paranoia, training-induced disorientation, medicament-responsive episode. The documentation was thin, as if whoever had been filing the reports had been specifically incurious about what they were actually recording. The Tao anchor bead reference appeared in Decade 6, Case 3. It was not hidden. It was written in the dry language of institutional record-keeping, in a handwriting style 2 centuries old that used abbreviations he had to decode from adjacent documents. The original sect founder, founding patriarch Li Wei, had installed the bead during the arena's construction for a plainly stated purpose: space-time stabilization during high-chi-density events. A margin note in a different hand, appended years later. Anomalous interaction with soul anchor patterns during tournament period observed. See supplemental journal, location withheld. Wei Liang read the file 3 times, then the surrounding files, then all the anomaly logs. The pattern assembled itself slowly and then rapidly. A disciple reporting temporal confusion in a tournament period 200 years ago, medicated and released. Another incident 40 years later, classified similarly. A third, 20 years ago. Each time, unusual report, medical assessment, medication, silence. Each time, no follow-up investigation, no attempt to understand the mechanism. Each time, the exact same template language, as if the template had been created specifically to ensure that temporal confusion reports stayed classified as medical incidents rather than what they actually were. That template was a policy. A policy maintained across 2 centuries required either extraordinary institutional incuriosity or active management by someone who knew what the reports described and needed them to stay misclassified. The vault door opened at the 21st hour. 3 cultivators entered. A brief, awkward pause. The vault is closed to general access, the lead cultivator said. Yes, Wei Liang agreed. I'll be leaving now. He returned the documents to their proper cases with systematic care, walked toward the door, felt the chi pattern of a hand formation beginning its charge, stepped left, let it discharge against the wall, and ran. He made it 2 corridors before they caught him. In those 2 corridors, he had time to think. He noted the specific formation technique the lead cultivator had used: avoid compression pulse, high chi cost, clearly not a standard defensive technique. These 3 people were not tournament security. They were specialists. The conspiracy employed specialists to guard the vault, which meant the vault contained something worth guarding with specialists. That confirmed everything he had read inside it. He did not resist when they caught him. Resistance would cost him time and cultivation resources he was not willing to spend when dying was faster. He died cleanly, quickly, and woke in Loop 41 with the vault's complete contents committed to permanent memory. But he had the information. Every document he had read was now permanent knowledge, as reliable as any technique he had mastered and as available as his own hands. He replayed what he had read in the vault while walking back through the tournament grounds under the late afternoon sun. The pattern of misclassified incidents was not accidental. The consistency of the template language, cultivation stress paranoia, training-induced disorientation, across 200 years of different healers and different administrators meant someone had created a standard response protocol and ensured it was followed. A protocol of that kind required authority and continuity. The tournament grounds administration changed hands with every sect generation. The protocol did not change. That pointed to something persistent. Either an institutional memory so deeply embedded it survived personnel changes without active maintenance, or someone with long-term presence and influence who kept reactivating it each time it might lapse. Gu Shenfei had been in this loop for longer than Wei Liang had been alive. She had been in this loop for longer than any of the current administrators had been alive. She was the only entity in this day with the combination of temporal presence and strategic motive to maintain a 2-century policy of misclassification. He stopped walking. She had been managing the temporal incident reports. Not just the current loop, she had been managing the reporting policy since before Wei Liang was born. 2 centuries of ensuring that anyone who stumbled into the bead's recursion was medicated and released and classified as mentally unwell rather than investigated, so that no institutional memory of the phenomenon would develop. She was not just a fellow prisoner of the loop. She was the loop's administrator, and she had been administering it for 200 years with such seamless efficiency that it had looked, from the outside, like institutional incuriosity. She had not needed to be visible. She had only needed to ensure that the right template language was used in the right medical assessments, and that the records identifying what the bead actually was were on a list of documents that needed to disappear when the conspiracy finally moved. The conspiracy and Gu Shenfei were not the same entity, but they were useful to each other. He stood still in the tournament grounds for a long moment, processing this. The conspiracy, Master Xiu's plan, the vault robbery, the ambush, was a separate layer on top of a much older structure. The older structure was Gu Shenfei's management of the loop's continuity across 2 centuries. The new conspiracy was opportunistic. Someone had learned about the loop, learned about Gu Shenfei's role, and decided to use the loop as a tool for protecting their own secrets rather than trying to break it. From Wei Liang's perspective, the conspiracy and the loop's management were both obstacles to the same goal. But understanding that they were separate obstacles, with different origins, different motivations, and different points of leverage, changed how he thought about solving the problem. He could not solve both at once. The conspiracy required evidence and tribunal and confrontation. The loop required void refinement and the unraveling technique and the bead. These were different processes that needed to be orchestrated to converge on the same day at the same time. 40 loops to reach void refinement. 40 loops to find the unraveling diagram. 40 loops to build the evidence for the tribunal. None of these required sequential completion. They could run in parallel, each loop advancing multiple objectives. He resumed walking. The vault holds the key. The bead is real. It is directly beneath me. And someone in this sect has been managing this secret for 2 centuries. The supplemental journal exists with a deliberately withheld location. I need to find it. And I need to find it before I can proceed toward anything else. Chapter 20. Loop 42, he needed 2 more loops to find the supplemental journal. Loop 41 was spent mapping concealed spaces in the administrative buildings, looking for rooms whose external dimensions did not match their internal measurements, which required using nascent soul spatial perception as a precision measuring instrument rather than a general awareness tool. Calibrating the perception for measurement took most of the loop's first half, and he found 3 candidate locations by evening. In Loop 42, he went to each one in order. The supplemental journal was in the 3rd location, a sealed recess behind the founding patriarch's memorial plaque in the ancient hall. The formation sealing it responded to founding bloodline Qi, and Wei Liang pressed his palm to the stone frame with no expectation and felt the formation respond. He stood back and looked at his own hand for a long moment. The founding bloodline. He had grown up knowing he was Azure Heaven's sect. That much was obvious and ordinary. He had never known anything about the founding bloodline's specific persistence, or why a bloodline-keyed formation installed 2 centuries ago would still respond to his particular Qi signature. He filed this for later consideration, with the specific attention he gave to details that seemed peripheral until they suddenly weren't. The journal was in the founding patriarch's own hand. Dense, technical, the shorthand of a specialist writing for an audience of himself. He spent the first dozen pages building a translation key, mapping abbreviations from surrounding context. Once the key was established, the reading was clear. The Tao anchor bead had been seeded with the founding patriarch's own temporal chi as a formation anchor designed to prevent space-time distortions during the tournament period. For a century, it had functioned exactly as designed. The problem had emerged as the bead accumulated ambient spiritual energy from successive tournaments, and that accumulated energy had generated an emergent recursive effect that the original design had not anticipated. Any cultivator who died within the bead's range during the tournament's peak resonance period would have their soul anchor triggered, resetting to 24 hours before the death, retaining all memories. The bead's recursion was an emergent property. The patriarch had documented it with scientific precision and what appeared to be genuine curiosity. The final entry described the solution, a technique called the unraveling, performed by a cultivator of void refinement or above. The practitioner had to consciously surrender all cultivation gains achieved within the loop period, returning the borrowed energy to the bead before its dissolution. The looper would emerge exactly as they had been at loop start. The formation diagram for the unraveling had been at the journal's back. The pages were cleanly removed, cut or torn with the precision of someone who knew exactly which pages they needed and did not want to leave an obvious gap. Someone had found this journal before Wei Liang, possibly centuries before Wei Liang, and had removed the diagram without taking the rest. He held the gutted journal for a long time in the ancient hall's quiet. The conspiracy had the unraveling diagram, not as a tool to use, but as a tool to prevent others from using. They had stolen it to ensure the loop continued, to ensure that whoever ended up trapped in the recursion could not find the exit. He replaced the journal in its recess with the same careful arrangement he had found it in. No disturbance, no evidence of access, and sealed the formation behind him. He walked out of the ancient hall and into the late afternoon sun and stood for a moment in the courtyard thinking about what the journal's gutted pages meant. Someone had found the unraveling diagram before him, found it specifically in a recess that was bloodline keyed and therefore not accessible to just anyone. Either the conspiracy had a member of the founding bloodline, or they had obtained the diagram through a different path, perhaps someone who had been looping long enough to find the journal independently in some earlier iteration before Wei Liang existed. Gu Shenfei. She had been looping for 2 centuries. She had been in this day long enough to have found the memorial plaque's recess before Wei Liang was born. She had the cultivation knowledge and the temporal presence to have accessed the journal, removed the diagram, and ensured that the unraveling technique remained unavailable to any subsequent looper who found the same path he had just followed. Whether she had taken the diagram herself or had given the knowledge of its location to Master Xiao, who had then used it as a tool for the conspiracy, he could not yet determine. Both possibilities were consistent with what he knew of her. There was a third possibility that he held but did not yet want to commit to. Gu Shenfei had been looping long enough that she might have tried the unraveling technique on herself at some point in those 500 iterations, found that it did not work as described, and concluded that the loop's mechanism could not be broken through that route. If the technique had failed for her, if she had surrendered her cultivation and emerged unchanged, still looping, she would have strong motivation to prevent anyone else from wasting their cultivation gains on the same futile attempt. But that possibility required the founding patriarch's account to be wrong. The journal had been technically precise about everything else he had documented. It was unlikely that the one thing he was wrong about was his own technique. More likely was simpler. Gu Shenfei had never tried the unraveling. She had removed the diagram from the journal not because the technique failed, but because it would work, and using it served her goals whether it worked or not. She had been in this loop for 200 years. Breaking it would mean returning to a world where 200 years had passed, and everyone she had ever known was long dead, and whatever purpose had kept her here would be ended. Breaking it would mean letting go of this day. He needed to understand what she was protecting before he could understand how to handle her. That understanding was now among his highest priorities. He needed to find the diagram. It was somewhere in the world, carried, stored, possibly copied. A technique recorded by a founding patriarch did not simply vanish. It existed in some physical form that could be found, read, memorized. The founding patriarch had designed it specifically for use by someone like Wei Liang, a looper who had reached void refinement, which meant the diagram was intended to be usable, not merely theoretical. It had instructions, specifications, formation sequences. It could not be compressed into memory the way a simple text could. It would need to be read carefully, possibly multiple times, which meant it would be stored somewhere accessible rather than destroyed. He thought about the courier chain he had been mapping across multiple loops, the sealed pouch that moved from the vault to a safe house 3 kilometers outside Sect grounds, delivered by Master Xiao's personal courier on the 21st hour. He had tracked the courier in loops 37 and 38. He had not yet intercepted the delivery, but the pouch contained the stolen vault records, And if the unraveling diagram had been taken separately in an earlier period, it might have gone through a similar route and ended up in the same safe house. The safe house was the next target. Not today, he was out of time in this loop. But in the next 10 loops, he would reach the safe house and find out what was stored there. Asterisk void refinement is required. 40 more loops to reach it. 40 loops of accumulated combat, death, and rebirth, compounding deeper into the pathway structure every iteration. The diagram was removed by a person, carried to a place, stored somewhere in the world. It exists, it can be found. Gu Shenfei has been in this day for 2 centuries. She knows where the diagram went, or she is the reason it stays inaccessible. She is the next destination. But destinations require sufficient cultivation to arrive at on your own terms, and sufficient cultivation requires patience. I have patience. I have all the time this day contains. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Loop 45. He had chosen to approach Fong Bolan directly, because he was tired of the alternatives. 25 loops of routing around him, treating him as an obstacle to manage rather than a person to understand. The management had been accurate, and the routing had been useful, but somewhere between the letter in the sleeve and the knowledge of what was in it, something had shifted in how Wei Liang understood what he was doing inside this loop. He was not building a technique collection for its own sake. He was not mapping a conspiracy for intellectual satisfaction. He was trying to get out, and when he got out, the world would have Fong Bolan in it, and Fong Bolan's father in it, and a dying man and a desperate son, and a pill that Fong Bolan had been trying to earn honestly before the conspiracy had offered him a different kind of deal, and he had taken it out of desperation rather than preference. He found Fong Bolan at the 10th bell, sitting alone at the east wall of the outer tournament grounds, eating lunch with the focused economy of someone accustomed to solitude. A rice cake and dried fish. The letter was in his sleeve. He was studying the tournament bracket posted on the adjacent wall with the expression Wei Liang had seen across 12 loops, running calculations he had run many times before, looking for an angle that would give him better odds in a game that had been tilted against him before he registered. Wei Liang sat down across from him without asking. Fong Bolan looked at him with an expression that moved through irritation and recognition toward wary assessment. You again. I know about your father, Wei Liang said. The silence had a specific quality, not shocked, but the silence of someone who has been braced for a threat from one direction and suddenly felt it arrive from a direction they had not watched. What do you know? Fong Bolan said. Not a question. Meridian rot. 3 to 5 years without treatment. You came here to win the heaven-reviving pill. Wei Liang paused. You also made a deal with the people running the rigging operation because you weren't certain you could win it straight. 3 seconds of quiet. If you're going to report me, I'm not. Wei Liang slid a rice cake across the table. The deal you made is with people who will not honor it. The tournament is cover for something else. The rigged matches are theater for the audience. The people you made the deal with will let you win your scheduled matches and then arrange for an accident to happen to the prize before it reaches you. That's a very specific claim. I'm a very specific person. Wei Liang met his eyes. Win through honest competition, and you keep the prize. I can position you to face opponents whose weaknesses I know, in a bracket sequence that favors your strengths. I have enough information about this tournament to make your honest victory essentially certain. What I cannot do is guarantee anything while you're still attached to a deal with people who are planning to discard you after they use you. Why would you help me? We're competitors. I'm not competing for the prize. Then what are you competing for? Wei Liang said nothing for a moment. The honest answer was not something he could give yet. He said, for reasons I'll explain at a better time. Right now I'm asking whether you want to win honestly or find out in 8 hours that the deal you made was worthless. Fong Bolan looked at the rice cake on the table. Loop hung from 7 rivers, Wei Liang said. He'll open with the hurricane wheel. 3-second charge, and while it's charging his left knee is completely open. He's in your bracket. 3rd round. I'm giving you this now so you know the information is real. Fong Bolan stared at him for a long moment. Then he picked up the rice cake and ate half of it in one deliberate bite, chewing slowly. I haven't said yes, he said. You haven't said no. That's how alliances begin. The tournament grounds moved around them. The bracket announcer called names for the next round of preliminary matches. Your father, Wei Liang said quietly. When this is over, when you've won honestly and I've done what I need to do, I know a practitioner named Yunshai. Her healing techniques go beyond standard treatment. The pill arrests the rot. There may be a path past arrest toward genuine recovery. I can make that introduction when the time comes. Fong Bolan looked at him for a moment with the specific quality of attention that preceded trust in people who had learned to be careful about where they placed it. You're a strange person, he said. I've been told. He died in loop 45 at the 22nd hour from a formation trap near the east gate, the longest survival yet. But the hour was not what he took from the loop. He walked back toward the tournament grounds after the exchange, thinking about what the conversation had produced and what it had not produced. Fong Bolan had not committed to the alliance. He had also not rejected it, which was the more important data point. The rice cake was a small thing, but Wei Liang had learned across 45 loops to pay attention to small things, because small things were what people did when they were not yet ready to make large decisions. A person who has decided to reject you does not eat your food. A person who has decided to trust you does not need to be told they can eat your food. A person who is uncertain does exactly what Fong Bolan had done. They accept the small gesture and keep the large question open. He had 3 more hours before the gorge ambush would trigger. He used them carefully. He went back to the tournament grounds and spent 2 hours in the upper gallery watching the bracket unfold. He was looking for something specific now, the pattern of which competitors were placed where, and whether the placement had anything to do with ensuring certain officials were in certain locations at the 21st hour. He was testing his Loop 35 hypothesis about the rigging being choreography rather than financial. The pattern was there. He could see it now that he knew to look for it. 3 match outcomes had been predetermined to ensure that the inner courtyard, which was the most direct route between the main buildings and the vault, was busy with post-match celebrations at the exact time the vault robbery team would be moving into position. The rigging was not about who won. It was about where the crowd was. This was more sophisticated than Elder Tsang Su's bribery operation could have designed. Elder Tsang Su was a financial criminal. The choreography required a strategic mind. Someone else is directing this, Wei Liang thought, watching the bracket. Asterisk someone above Elder Tsang Su. Someone with the full picture. Asterisk. He died at the 22nd hour from the gorge ambush, and woke in Loop 46 with a new question filed at the top of his priority list. Who was actually running the conspiracy? And was it someone he had already identified or someone he had not yet found? Not a formal agreement, not a commitment, but something more durable than either, a crack in Fong Bolan's isolation. Fong Bolan had been carrying the letter alone for months. He had been carrying his deal with the conspiracy alone. He had been carrying his father's illness alone. The particular silence that surrounded him in the registration hall, not the silence of someone resting, but the silence of someone managing weight, was the silence of a person who had learned not to need help because help had not been reliably available. Wei Liang understood this better than he would have admitted before 45 loops. He had been doing the same thing, managing the weight of a repeating day alone, not because he preferred it, but because there was no one who could share it without the truth of it destroying the relationship. The only people who could understand a looper situation were other loopers. Fong Bolan was not a looper, but he was a person who had learned to carry things alone, and Wei Liang had just offered to carry one of those things with him. The rice cake was a small gesture. The Lupeng intelligence was a credible signal. The promise of a real-world introduction to Yun Shai, who Fong Bolan had no way to evaluate yet, but who Wei Liang knew was the best available healer in this specific day, was a claim that would be tested eventually. All of it had landed differently than Wei Liang had expected. He had expected resistance, calculation, the slow, careful negotiation of a man who had been burned by trusting the wrong people. He had gotten something quieter and more human. The single phrase "you're a strange person" from someone who did not know what to do with kindness when it arrived without an obvious price attached. That response said more than a formal yes would have. Asterisk he didn't say no. He didn't push the rice cake back. The foundation exists. In the right loop, when the timing is finally right and the plan can hold, this alliance will matter. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Loop 47. You smell like yesterday, Yunshai said. More than yesterday. Like a whole season of the same yesterday. She had said some version of this in Loop 8. He had been cautious with her then, not ready to share what he was still organizing himself. 40 loops of subsequent development had given him a much clearer picture of who she was, what she could do, and what she had been carrying alone, the temporal sensing that everyone around her had dismissed. He sat down across from her at the market stall where she organized herb bundles for the tournament's medical station. She worked with the methodical efficiency of a healer, every movement purposeful and unhurried. She was watching him with the alertness of someone who has said something true and is waiting to see if the person she said it to will acknowledge it or look away. Tell me more about yesterday, he said. She glanced at him sideways. I've mentioned the grandmother's art before. I'd like to understand it better now. She folded a bundle of dried peony root with precise fingers. The scent changes with repetition. In early iterations, 3 to 5, it's faint. Like old paper, something musty but clean underneath. After that it gains depth. A pause. Like standing near a waterfall and being able to smell that the water started somewhere upstream. Distance, but temporal rather than spatial. You can sense the origin of temporal disturbances. She looked at him directly. That's a very specific way to phrase it. Can you sense a physical source? an object generating the disturbance. Her hand stopped on the herbs. Where are you going with this? Under the arena, Wei Liang said. She had not said under the arena. He had said it, but she was not surprised. The resonance from that direction has been present every time I come near the tournament grounds, she said quietly. Since I was a first-year apprentice. I stopped mentioning it after Elder Physician Rang told me I was being oversensitive about the arena's natural formation energy. A pause. He was wrong about what I was sensing underneath them. No, Wei Liang said. You weren't being oversensitive. She was quiet for a moment, hands resting on the unfinished bundle. How many times have you been today? She asked. He considered. Then, 47. Yunshai set down the herb bundle. She looked at the market around them with the expression of someone recalibrating, not frightened, but genuinely adjusting the scale she had been using to measure things. Then she looked back at him with the steadiness of a healer who has received a difficult diagnosis and is deciding how to respond to it practically. The resonance from under the arena has two distinct layers, she said. One is architectural, old, structural, like the deep hum of a large formation that has been running for generations. It doesn't change between my visits. A pause. The other layer feels recent in quality but dense in accumulation, as if it has been building at a consistent rate, but within a defined span. Within a defined day, Wei Liang said. Yes. She looked at the market for a moment. The recent layer counts. It's not continuous, it's discrete. 1 unit per event. Like rings in a tree trunk, except the tree is time. Can you count them? She was very still. I can try. But Wei Liang. She met his eyes directly. 47 is not going to be the number I count. The depth is wrong. Whatever is building down there started before you did. He watched her face while she worked through the implications of her own statement, and saw it land and settle in her expression with the quiet weight of a fact that reorganizes the landscape around it. I'll explain everything I know, he said. Then I want to hear everything you know about the resonance. Everything you've been sensing and not saying, because no one confirmed it was real. They talked until the 19th bell. Yun Shai asked questions with the precise clarity of a healer approaching a difficult diagnosis, not accepting the first explanation, testing each claim against what she already knew, noting contradictions directly. She did not panic. She absorbed the information and asked practical questions about it. What did the loop's reset feel like from inside? What had he retained between iterations? Had he tested the physical boundaries of what the loop would and would not allow? By the end of the conversation, Wei Liang understood something he had not previously articulated to himself. Yun Shai's ability was not peripheral to the problem. It was central. She could sense the bead from above ground. She could estimate its pulse rate. She could potentially read the difference between the bead's original charge and the accumulated energy of hundreds of iterations. She was the only person in this day who could observe the loop's mechanism from the outside. She was a witness the conspiracy had never needed to account for, because they had dismissed her ability before it could become a problem. That was a significant mistake, and it was the kind of mistake that intelligent people made when they underestimated things they did not understand, when they categorized something as folk practice rather than technique, as superstition rather than data, as the quirk of an unimportant person rather than the capability of a decisive one. Wei Liang had made the same mistake in Loop 8. He had treated Yun Shai as interesting but peripheral. Now, 40 loops later, he was recognizing that she had been central all along. The grandmother's art was not folk practice. It was a different calibration of the same fundamental chi perception that every cultivator possessed, attuned to temporal rather than spatial phenomena, more sensitive at the low end of detection than standard cultivation techniques could achieve. The reason it had been dismissed as superstition was not because it was imprecise. It was because everyone who encountered it had never had a temporal phenomenon to apply it to. Until now. Now there was a bead under the tournament arena running a 300-loop recursion, and Yun Shai could count the rings. He thought about this while they talked. The conspiracy had neutralized Elder Mao Suyin by monitoring her office. They had neutralized most of the other incorruptible officials by monitoring their communications. They had neutralized the vault's records by planning to steal the most damaging ones. They had not neutralized Yun Shai, because Yun Shai's grandmother's art was considered folk practice rather than legitimate cultivation technique, and the conspiracy's intelligence apparatus, however sophisticated in other respects, had not identified a second-year healer apprentice's ability to smell temporal recursion as a strategic threat. They had been looping for 2 centuries and had not noticed the person who could count the rings. After everything I've told you, Wei Liang said, what is your first practical question? Yun Shai looked at the herb bundles on the table. She had stopped organizing them entirely at some point during the conversation. Can you survive long enough to reach the bead's chamber while alive? You said previous attempts to go underground during the tournament triggered the conspiracy's kill switch. Yes. Then the first problem isn't the bead or the technique. It's the path to the bead while alive. She picked up a bundle of dried chrysanthemum and began folding it with her usual precision. I can sense the chamber's resonance from above. If I map the trigger formations by their chi signature, I can give you a path that avoids the kill switch. Can you map them from above ground? I've never tried, but I know what the bead's resonance feels like now. The trigger formations would have a different signature, more defensive, more reactive. The bead's signature is old and architectural. Triggers are newer and pointed. She looked at him directly. Give me a few loops to practice. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. Then, a few loops. Yes. He died at the 21st hour, caught by the gorge formation after a longer than usual walk home, and woke in loop 48 already thinking. Asterisk the loop count is much higher than 47. Something was looping before I was. And Yun Shai has been sensing the bead for years, alone, without anyone confirming what she was sensing. She is not peripheral. She is necessary. I need to build her into the plan from the start, and I need to give her the loops to develop her ability. She can map the underground path. That changes the approach entirely. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Loop 48. The administrative log was in Decade 1, Case 9. One of the cases the conspiracy's thieves had no interest in stealing. Wei Liang had found the entry by accident in Loop 42 while cross-referencing the founding patriarch's formation notes against the vault's incident records. He had noted it without fully understanding its significance. In Loop 48, with Yun Shai's statement about the loop count ringing in his mind, 47 is not going to be the number I count. He went back for it with purpose. The log covered a period approximately 200 years prior, when the sect had been smaller and its record-keeping more informal. The entries were the mundane archaeology of any organization with a long enough memory: attendance reports, property maintenance, a three-official dispute about the southeast garden fence. He read through the pages with patience. The entry was on page 47 of the second book, between a routine formation inspection report and a note about a missing practice sword. Asterisk disciple Gu Xinfei, Ancient Mirror Sect guest attachment, confined to healing halls following episode of temporal disorientation. Reports waking in same circumstances multiple times. Healer practitioner notes: no physical injury, no chi deviation, no known technique-related cause. Assessment: cultivation stress paranoia. Confinement: 7 days, memory suppression compound administered. Return status: released to Ancient Mirror Sect delegation without further incident. Asterisk 1 paragraph. Filed as medical incident. Archived without follow-up. Wei Liang read it 3 times. The template language, cultivation stress paranoia, no technique-related cause, was identical to the other incident reports he had found across the vault's anomaly logs. All the same language. All the same non-investigation. The template was a policy, and the policy had been maintained consistently for 2 centuries. That kind of consistency required either extraordinary institutional incuriosity or active management by someone who knew what the reports actually described. Gu Xinfei, Ancient Mirror Sect, guest attachment, visiting for the tournament, not stationed here. She had been looping before Wei Liang was born, before his parents, before anyone currently alive in this sect had drawn their first breath. The sect had medicated her and sent her home and filed it as paranoia. And 200 years later she was still here. A junior elder in the Ancient Mirror Sect's current delegation, mid-30s in apparent age, watching Wei Liang navigate his early loops with the calm patience of someone who had seen this process begin before. He replaced the log and walked out of the vault. In the afternoon light of the tournament grounds, he thought about what 200 years in the same day would do to a person's sense of purpose. Not their sanity. He had seen no evidence of instability in her. More to the question of what you oriented yourself toward when you had been in a fixed point long enough that every possible orientation had been tried and returned. The answer that fit what he had observed. After 200 years, you became very clear about the one thing you would not let reset. She was in this day for a reason that had been worth centuries of maintenance. She had been protecting something. The resonance has a protective quality, Yin Shai had said, defensive rather than offensive, something that required the loop to continue rather than end. Asterisk tomorrow, Loop 49. I will see her clearly as a person rather than a threat. Loop 50. I will make contact. But today, in Loop 48, I have her name and her history. That will have to be enough until I have the cultivation level to make the conversation happen on my terms. Void refinement. Roughly 40 more loops. Then I go back. Asterisk he set his jaw and spent the rest of Loop 48 in the library, reading everything he could find about Master Xiao Dangfeng. He had not paid enough attention to the sect master before this loop. Master Shio was background context in the early loops, the authority figure whose instructions the conspiracy had claimed to be following in Loop 12's partial confession. The master's instruction, Wei Liang had noted this as possibly referring to any sect master, and had not followed up on it, because following up required getting close to the sect master, which required a different level of access than he had possessed in the early loops. He had that access now. Nascent soul cultivation meant he could be in the same spaces as senior elders without being removed. 48 loops of accumulated knowledge meant he knew exactly where Master Shio would be at every hour. He pulled the administrative record from Master Shio's current role and read through his career history. Long tenured, 15 years as sect master. Previous role, lead cultivation's manual curator, in charge of the sect's theoretical cultivation archives. A role that gave complete access to every cultivation manual the sect possessed, including ones that might have been acquired through irregular means. Asterisk someone above Elder Tsang-Su. Someone with the full picture. Someone whose cover story I have not yet examined closely enough. Asterisk he filed this for Loop 49. He set his jaw and spent the rest of Loop 48 planning Loop 49 with the careful discipline of a man who was done being surprised by the same wall. In Loop 49, he had positioned himself precisely and watched her for the full day without attempting contact. He needed more information before the approach. He needed to understand her daily movement pattern, which interactions she had and with whom, where she went when she was not visible in the main tournament areas. The observation had been instructive. She moved through the tournament grounds with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had been through this event enough times to know where everyone would be before they arrived. She did not avoid Wei Liang. She simply did not acknowledge him, treating him with the specific non-attention that differed from ordinary inattention, and that ordinary inattention was passive, and this was deliberate. She knew exactly where he was throughout the day. She was simply not responding to his presence. She visited the vault twice, both times when the area was quiet, staying for short periods, not taking anything, apparently reading. She spent time with the ancient Mirror Sects delegation head in what appeared to be administrative discussions. She attended 2 tournament matches in sequence, watching with the focused attention of someone who was observing specific competitors rather than the matches in general. And in the afternoon, she went to the underground access point. Wei Liang had been watching from a position he had identified in Loop 41 as a clean sight line with no monitoring arrays. He watched her stand at the sealed door of the underground access for approximately 3 minutes, doing nothing visible. Then she turned and walked back the way she had come. She had been checking on the bead, not accessing it, just checking. The visit had the quality of routine maintenance, the kind of check you did when you were responsible for something and needed to confirm it was still where you had left it. She was the bead's keeper. She had been keeping it for 2 centuries. The check was not maintenance. The bead maintained itself. The check was confirmation. She was confirming that it was still there, still running, still cycling. The visit was the check you performed when you were responsible for something and needed to verify it was functioning as intended. He thought about the specific quality of that routine, the care involved in performing it, loop after loop after loop for 200 years. At some point, a person who had started doing something for a purpose would reach a point where the doing itself had become the purpose, where the original motivation had receded and the practice had become its own justification. 200 years of checking on the bead was not dedication to a goal. It was something closer to a relationship with a routine. How much of what Gu Xinfei was protecting was the specific thing she had originally set out to protect, and how much was the loop itself? He did not know. He needed to talk to her before he could know. That required void refinement first, because talking to her without the cultivation level to back it up would produce the same result as Loop 50, a warning followed by a quick death. Asterisk tomorrow, Loop 49. I will see her clearly as a person rather than a threat. Loop 50, I will make contact. But today, in Loop 48, I have her name and her history. That will have to be enough until I have the cultivation level to make the conversation happen on my terms. Void refinement. Roughly 40 more loops. Then I go back. And when I go back, I will bring Yun Shai's Count of the Rings and my own mastery, and the name Gu Xinfei pulled from a 200-year-old administrative log, and I will ask her what it is she has been protecting for so long that it was worth 2 centuries of the same day. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Loop 50. The tournament registration yard at the 7th bell was always loud in the way that large organized events were loud, efficiently noisy, full of people performing the necessary motions of arrival without genuine presence. Sect delegations arranged themselves by color and precedence. Administrators moved between tables with clipboards and verification stamps. The tournament announcer rehearsed his ceremonial address to himself in the far corner. mouthing the words with the pained expression of someone who had given the same speech every year for a decade and knew exactly how much of it anyone remembered. Wei Liang stood in the Azure Heaven Delegation's assembly area and watched the ancient Mirror Sect delegation file through the eastern gate. He had positioned himself with precision, close enough to the registration path to see faces clearly, far enough from the main crowd that his attention would not be obvious. He had eaten the rice cake from the market. He had confirmed with Yun Shai at the herb stall, in a shorter version of their Loop 47 conversation, that her temporal sensing was active and the bead's resonance this morning was particularly dense. Her word was loud, used with the awareness that it was the wrong sense, but the closest available description for something that defied standard vocabulary. He watched the ancient Mirror Sect delegation, 12 cultivators, ranging from foundation building to midsole formation. The delegation head, a compact woman in her 50s whose deliberately unremarkable appearance was itself a kind of presence. The presence of someone who had learned that being noticed was a disadvantage. For senior disciples and practiced formation behind her, a cluster of mid-tier practitioners moving with the easy comfort of people long acquainted with each other. And at the back of the delegation, walking with the same organized calm as the others, but at a slight remove, not trailing, simply not attached, was a woman who appeared mid-30s. She wore the ancient Mirror Sect's gray and silver formal robes with the understated ease of something that had stopped requiring thought long ago. Not the ease of familiarity, but the ease of permanence, the way a person carries their own face without noticing it. She was watching the tournament grounds with an expression that he could only describe, at this distance, as thorough. The specific attention of a person checking a familiar space for changes, not surveying for threats, but cataloging variants. The attention of someone who had been in this room many times and was noting what was different today. She had been in this room many more times than he had. Her eyes reached Wei Liang and stopped. Not the routine glance of a cultivator performing an environmental scan. A stop. She held his gaze for 2 seconds, 3. The expression in her face did not shift. No surprise, no alarm, no calculation. Just a looking that had no urgency in it. The way you look at something you have been expecting and finally see arrive. She shook her head. A small movement, subtle enough that no one in the registration yard would notice. But it was directed at him, unmistakably, with the specificity of a message rather than a reflex. Not no, not rejection. The kind of communication a teacher uses when a student asks a question whose answer would only confuse them at their current level. Not yet, or you are not ready for what this requires, or simply I am asking you to wait. She had been watching him since Loop 1. She had been watching every looper who had ever entered the bead's recursion cycle through the early iterations, trying to survive, trying to fight back, trying to find patterns, building toward confrontation. She had seen each of them arrive at approximately Loop 50 with approximately this caliber of knowledge and this degree of confidence, and she knew exactly, from 200 years of observation, what happened next if Wei Liang proceeded. The registration crowd shifted forward, and the ancient Mirror Sect delegation moved with it. He was 4 meters from her when the formation surge hit. It came from the registration desk's verification array, a standard identity confirmation formation that should have produced nothing more significant than a brief flash of light. This one generated a concussive chi pulse that knocked 3 people off their feet, sent Wei Liang backwards into the crowd behind him, cracked 2 stone pavement tiles, and discharged a burst of thermal chi energy that singed the registration awning above. He had half a second of clarity as he fell, long enough to understand that the formation had been modified with precise intentionality, the way a precision tool is modified when you need it to perform a function its designer never intended. This modification required advanced preparation, access to the registration array's formation cores, and cultivation knowledge well above the standard maintenance level. The person with all 3 of those things was standing at the registration desk with her back turned and had been there before he arrived. She had warned him. A small, unmistakable communication. You are not ready. Not yet. Not this way. And then, when he had not turned away, she had heard him with precisely calibrated efficiency. Not fatally, not in a way that would raise questions among the tournament officials, but with sufficient clarity that the message could not be misunderstood. He hit the ground, and the world went dark. He woke in Loop 51 in his dormitory bed, every wound reset, every bruise healed. He lay on his back and looked at the ceiling plaster and thought about the head shake, the specific, quiet quality of it, the fact that she had chosen to warn him before acting rather than simply acting. She was not his enemy in the simplest sense. She was the guardian of a status quo that benefited her at his expense, yes. But she had been in this day for 200 years, and the gesture of warning, however unwillingly, felt like something other than pure tactical management. She had treated him as someone worth communicating with. That was either a sign of respect or a sign that she understood something about how this would eventually resolve that he did not yet understand. Either way, it was a beginning. He lay on his back in Loop 51's first light and thought about the headshake for a long time. There was information in the gesture beyond the message it had delivered. She had warned him, and then when he had not heeded the warning, she had used a formation rather than a physical technique. The formation was impersonal in a way that a direct attack would not have been. It could be attributed to the registration array's malfunction rather than to her. It left no evidence of her involvement. She had protected her own anonymity while delivering the message. That was not the behavior of someone who intended to be his enemy in an escalating conflict. That was the behavior of someone who had made a specific, contained decision. You must not proceed past this point today, and had carried out that decision in the most efficient, least visible way available. If she had wanted to be his enemy, she would have let the Three Gorge ambushers take care of the problem in Loop 1. She had not. She had been watching, managing, warning. She had treated him, across 50 loops, not as a threat to be eliminated but as a problem to be contained at minimum force. That told him something about how she thought about her own situation, and it gave him something to work with. Asterisk, she has known since Loop 1. The formation that killed me was primed specifically for my approach. She is not passively observing. She is actively managing my progress through the loops. That management has been running for 2 centuries before I arrived. I am going to need void refinement before I can have the conversation I need to have with her, before I can make that conversation happen on my terms rather than hers. That means roughly 40 more loops. Then I go back. And when I do, she will not be the one controlling the terms. She will be the one I am asking for help. Asterisk, the 50 loops of the mastery phase end here. Wei Liang has broken through to early nascent soul without a single formal training session. He has mapped the conspiracy in full, identified the Tao anchor bead as the mechanism of his imprisonment, understood that the unraveling technique exists and has been deliberately stolen, made first contact with Fong Bolin as a potential real-world ally, recruited Yun Shai as a temporal sensing partner whose ability is central to the problem, and finally seen the face of Gu Shenfei, who has been looping for over 2 centuries before he arrived, who warned him before killing him, and who manages this day with the calm of someone who has had 200 years to practice. He is not afraid. He is oriented. The path is clear. He is not yet strong enough to walk its final stretch. That change is starting now. The 50 loops of the mastery phase end here. Wei Liang has broken through to early nascent soul without a single formal training session. He has mapped the conspiracy in full, identified the Tao anchor bead as the mechanism of his imprisonment, understood that the unraveling technique exists and has been deliberately stolen, made first contact with Fong Bolin as a potential real-world ally, recruited Yun Shai as a temporal sensing partner whose ability is central to the problem, and finally seen the face of Gu Shenfei, who has been looping for over 2 centuries before he arrived, who warned him before killing him, and who manages this day with the calm of someone who has had 200 years to practice. He is not afraid. He is oriented. The path is clear. He is not yet strong enough to walk its final stretch. That change is starting now. Chapter 25. Loop 51. The 51st loop began the way all loops began. With Wei Liang's eyes snapping open in the pre-dawn dark of his dormitory quarters, the familiar lurch of dislocation washing through him as the previous day's memories layered over the blank slate of a world that had reset. He lay still for a long breath, cataloging the things he now knew. 3 entities, not one. He had spent the last 26 loops cycling through every angle he could construct, and the architecture of the conspiracy had finally resolved into something he could name. Elder Tsang Su was not the architect. He was the mechanism, the corrupt referee who rigged outcomes, who smoothed the path for preferred disciples, who ensured that certain names appeared on the victory board regardless of what actually happened on the arena floor. The Elder was venal, efficient, and entirely replaceable. Tsang Su didn't know why he was doing what he was doing. He only knew the payments arrived, and the instructions were clear. The second entity was the collective of outer sect families, 6 clans, Wei Liang had identified, who had pooled resources to guarantee their children advanced. They funded Tsang Su. They coordinated on which matches to fix and in which direction. They were sophisticated enough to vary their approach loop to loop when outcomes changed, which meant they were watching carefully, but not sophisticated enough to understand why their carefully laid plans sometimes failed entirely. Wei Liang had been the reason those plans failed, but they didn't know that. From their perspective, the tournament had simply produced unexpected results in certain years. The third entity was the one that troubled him. Someone above the families. Someone who was using the corruption as cover for a purpose that had nothing to do with ensuring wealthy disciples placed well. Wei Liang had first noticed this in Loop 34, when he had allowed the tournament to proceed without interference and watched the results with careful attention. The family's candidates had won, as expected. Elder Tsang Su had done his work smoothly. But in the aftermath, during the awards ceremony, a specific sequence of placements had been announced, and the 3 disciples in positions 4, 7, and 9 had all subsequently been assigned to the same remote assignment, ostensibly a routine patrol. They had not returned. 3 disciples. Gone. No family connections to the wealth clans. No one to ask uncomfortable questions. In Loop 42, Wei Liang had allowed the same sequence to play out and then followed the patrol assignment. The disciples had been directed to the eastern ridge, and the man waiting for them there had been wearing outer sect elder robes with the insignia filed off. Wei Liang hadn't been close enough to see his face before the consequences of his own interference in that loop caught up with him, and he was reset. But he had seen enough. Someone was using the tournament to cull specific disciples. The question was why. He rose from his bed and began moving through the dark common room toward the wash basins. Around him, his fellow disciples still slept. Fong Bolan on his side with one arm thrown over his face. 2 outer sect juniors whose names Wei Liang had memorized in Loop 3 and never managed to forget. The world was saturated with people he knew better than they knew themselves. It was a particular kind of loneliness that had no name. He splashed water on his face and studied his reflection in the polished copper basin. Mid-golden core still. He had pushed cultivation hard in these early loops and understood now that the tournament day itself offered limited time for advancement through orthodox methods. What these loops gave him was knowledge, a treasury of information about techniques, formations, spiritual pressure points, the architectural weak spots in the arena's barrier array, the precise timing of Elder Tsang Su's movements, the way the judging panel's attention drifted during long matches. He had mapped every second of this day. He had memorized every contingency. Today, he decided, he would do something he hadn't tried since Loop 28. He would let himself win legitimately, without interfering in any other match, and simply observe what happened when the correct victor stood at the tournament's end. He wanted to see the third entity's response to a disruption they hadn't engineered. The dormitory bell rang. Around him, disciples stirred. Wei Liang dried his face, smoothed his robes, and walked out into the dawn. The tournament grounds smelled of pine resin and early mist, the great arena's stone bleachers still empty at this hour. Disciples trickled toward the registration tables in 1s and 2s, and Wei Liang joined the line with the patience of a man who had stood in this exact line 50 times. He knew which administrator would be rude about documentation. He knew which match slot he would be assigned if he arrived at precisely the 7th minute after the bell. The junior administrator who handled late arrivals always pushed unexpected entrants into the 7th match of the first bracket, which meant he would face Wen Guohai first. Wen Guohai was dangerous in Loop 1. By Loop 20, Wei Liang had mapped his technique set so thoroughly he could defeat him one-handed. He was not proud of this knowledge. He was simply efficient. The morning passed in the usual rhythms. He ate breakfast without tasting it. He stretched in the preparation area while listening to 3 conversations happening simultaneously, one about which judges were lenient, one about a rumor that the sect patriarch himself might appear for the finals, and one between 2 young women in blue outer sect robes who were clearly nervous about their first tournament. In another life, in another version of this day, he might have said something to them. He had tried, in early loops, to be kind to people he knew were going to lose badly. It had made things harder. He had learned to stop. He won his morning matches efficiently. He used exactly the spiritual force required. He left no injury more serious than wounded pride. When the afternoon session began and the bracket narrowed, he found himself facing the question he had been circling all day. Shen Rui was in the opposite bracket. In this version of events, she would advance to the semifinals. If he also advanced, they would not meet until the finals. He had not spoken to her yet in this loop. He had been keeping his distance, watching instead of engaging, trying to see the tournament from the outside perspective of someone who didn't know her face would haunt him across 5 decades of repeating days. He watched her defeat her third-round opponent with a precise application of her water aspect technique, a flowing redirection that turned the opponent's own force back through a spiraling countercurrent. She was better than most of her peers realized. The family's candidates were going to be surprised. By late afternoon, Wei Liang stood in the semi-final bracket with 3 other disciples, 2 of whom were family clan candidates, and 1 of whom was Shen Rui. The third entity's arrangement would become apparent here. The family clan candidate was supposed to win this bracket. Tsang Su's thumb was on the scale. The judging criteria would shift at a critical moment. Wei Liang watched for the shift. Watched for the man in the crowd whose robes bore the filed-off insignia. He found him in the eastern gallery, standing at the railing, watching the match below with an attention that was too focused to be casual interest. The man's face was partially obscured by shadow and distance, but his posture was distinctive, very still, the stillness of someone who did not move unnecessarily, who conserved every expenditure of energy. Wei Liang filed the posture in his memory and turned back to his match. He won. He moved through to the finals. And when the awards ceremony arranged the 3 losing semifinalists into positions that would, tomorrow, translate to patrol assignments, Wei Liang looked at the man in the eastern gallery and saw him make a very small, precise gesture. A confirmation signal. The 3 disciples in positions 4, 7, and 9 were already marked. Wei Liang descended from the arena floor with the winner's token warm in his hand and a cold calculation running through his thoughts. He didn't know yet who the man was. He didn't know the full scope of what he was covering up. But he knew the gesture, and he knew what it meant, and he knew that the tournament was being used as a hunting mechanism by someone with more ambition and less conscience than Elder Tsang-Su. He had found the 3rd entity's operational arm. Now he needed its head. The day reset. His eyes opened in the pre-dawn dark. He had 51 loops of memory and a new target. Chapter 26. Loop 60 breakthrough came in Loop 60, and it came without warning. He had not been pushing for it. He had been focusing entirely on intelligence gathering, mapping the 3rd entity's network, documenting patrol assignment patterns, correlating the named disciples with common characteristics to understand what criterion was being used for selection. The cultivation advancement had been incidental, the natural consequence of nearly 2 months of subjective experience compressed into a single repeating day, each loop adding another layer of refinement to his understanding of his own spiritual pathways. The breakthrough happened between the 2nd and 3rd rounds of the afternoon bracket. He was standing in the preparation alcove beneath the arena, running through the meridian clearing cycle he used before any significant match, when the flow of spiritual energy through his golden core simply changed. Not in the way breakthroughs felt in the cultivation manuals. No dramatic surge, no thunderous pressure, no sense of gates thrown open. Instead, it was a quiet deepening, as if the vessel he had spent years filling had discovered it had a second chamber underneath the first. Soul formation. The beginning of it, at least. The threshold crossed, the foundation laid for what would become a fundamentally different relationship between self and spiritual energy. He stood very still in the alcove and listened to this new quality of his own consciousness. At Golden Core, a cultivator was their own foundation. The core was a crystallized node of personal energy, dense and powerful, but ultimately isolated. A sun with no orbit, generating heat without a system. Soul formation was different. The formation of the nascent soul was the beginning of a connection to something external, the first true resonance between a cultivator's refined spirit and the broader currents of heaven and earth. It was, the manuals said, the threshold at which a cultivator stopped being entirely an individual phenomenon and began to become something that the world itself could recognize. Wei Liang had not expected to feel it as loneliness, but standing in that alcove with the sounds of the tournament filtering through the stone above him, he was struck by a sudden awareness of how thin his connections to this day had become. He knew everyone in this building, their techniques, their fears, their small ambitions, the names of their families, and the specific hopes they carried into this competition. He knew them better than they knew themselves, and none of them knew him at all. Every conversation he had ever initiated in this tournament would be erased by midnight. Every confidence shared, every moment of genuine connection, every time he had almost told someone the truth of what was happening to him, gone. Reset. He would wake tomorrow in the same pre-dawn dormitory, and all of it would be as if it had never been. The soul formation threshold, he was beginning to understand, made you more sensitive to the quality of your connections. It refined not just power but perception. He tried to identify what exactly had changed. The golden core had been like a fire, self-contained, intense, consuming fuel and producing output within its own closed system. The nascent soul was something else. It was less like a fire and more like a tuning fork struck to resonance. It vibrated at a frequency that matched something external, and in matching that frequency, it could feel the external thing's response. The cultivation texts called this attunement to heaven and earth. Wei Liang, standing in the preparation alcove with the noise of a dozen simultaneous conversations filtering through the stone walls, called it awareness of how much he had lost. Every loop he had invested in building a connection to someone in this tournament. Every conversation, every carefully placed observation, every moment when he had let himself be something other than an efficient intelligence-gathering mechanism. Those investments had always ended at midnight. But before this moment, he had been able to hold the ending at a slight remove, The way you could look at a wound through bandaging and keep the urgency manageable. The soul formation sensitivity had removed the bandaging. He felt the ending of each loop now as something immediate and sharp, the specific cut of understanding that everything he built today would be gone tomorrow, and that he could not stop building because building was the only alternative to an empty, mechanical repetition of this day that would corrode him into something he didn't want to become. He shook himself out of the reverie. He had a match to win. The match was against a disciple named Ren Sujiang, who came from the Whitestone Sect's guest disciple program, an outsider, here on an exchange arrangement, carrying a technique Wei Liang had never encountered before Loop 41. Ren Sujiang's crystallization technique transmuted ambient moisture into dense geometric formations of near-diamond hardness. It had taken 4 loops to fully understand the technique's weak points. The crystallization required a still target, and the geometric formations, while nearly impenetrable to direct force, were vulnerable at their vertices to precisely angled penetrating strikes. Wei Liang entered the arena with the crystallization counter already prepared and executed it without wasted movement. Ren Sujiang looked genuinely surprised. Most opponents were. Afterwards, standing on the arena floor with his victory acknowledged, Wei Liang felt the new soul formation awareness spreading its sensitivity outward and catching something it hadn't caught before, a resonance from beneath the arena. Something buried in the stone. Something that pulsed at a frequency just below perceptibility, regular as a heartbeat, with a quality that was neither natural spiritual energy nor any technique he had encountered. He had felt it faintly in previous loops, dismissed it as background resonance from the formation arrays that maintained the arena's barriers. Now, with soul formation sensitivity sharpening his perceptions, he recognized it as distinct from the barrier arrays entirely. It was older. It was deeper. It pulsed with an intentionality that barrier maintenance arrays didn't have. He filed the observation carefully and continued his tournament run. By the time the awards ceremony concluded, he had confirmed 2 things. The pulse came from a specific point beneath the arena floor, approximately 40 feet down in the bedrock, and its rhythm was synchronized with the tournament schedule in a way that could not be coincidental. It beat faster during matches. It beat slower during preparation periods. Whatever it was responding to the tournament's accumulated spiritual energy. He spent the remainder of the evening hours, before the mandatory dormitory curfew, making a careful circuit of the arena's lower levels, testing what soul formation awareness could perceive without crossing any threshold that would attract attention. The maintenance corridors beneath the main arena floor were accessible during the post-tournament cleanup period when the formal security arrays were set to passive monitoring. He walked them slowly, feeling the pulse strengthen as he moved toward its source, confirming that the origin point was directly beneath the central arena floor, the point where championship matches were held, where the greatest concentration of competitive spiritual energy was generated and released, match after match, year after year. Whatever was buried there had been there long enough to become a node in the arena's spiritual geography. The maintenance formation arrays had grown up around it, integrated with it, treated it as a stable feature of the environment. Either the person who placed it had done so before the arena's arrays were laid, or the arrays had been deliberately constructed to accommodate it. Either option implied planning on a scale that made Wei Liang's chest feel tight. He walked back toward the dormitory with the winner's token in his hand and a new thread to pull. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark with soul formation intact, the threshold crossed, the second chamber open, and a 60-loop memory of this day, and a new question lodged beneath everything else like a splinter he couldn't ignore. What was buried under the arena? The question was not rhetorical. He had the sensitivity now to know that something was there. He had seen that something respond to the tournament's spiritual energy, feeding on it in a way that was structured and intentional rather than the passive absorption of ambient background resonance. The response pattern implied design. It implied purpose. It implied someone who had known exactly what they were building when they buried it. In Loop 61, he would begin building the answer. He would approach it the way he approached everything now, systematically, with patience, in the knowledge that every day he couldn't answer the question, another loop would give him another chance to find out. Chapter 27. Loop 75. 15 loops later, Wei Liang allowed himself to win everything. He had spent the intervening loops gathering 3 loops investigating the bedrock pulse through the arena floor, using techniques that would look to any observer like standard pre-match spiritual calibration. 5 loops tracing the tournament corruption's complete operational structure, following every thread from Elder Tsang Su up through the family clans and up again to the man in the eastern gallery, whom he had now identified by name, Ren Jihai, an outer sect elder from the 3rd Administration Wing, whose official duties involved resource allocation and whose unofficial duties apparently involved the systematic elimination of specific disciples from the sect roster. 6 loops working with this knowledge, running controlled variations to test the limits of Ren Jihai's network and understand when and how he communicated with his superiors, because a man like Ren Jihai did not act on his own initiative. And 1 loop, Loop 72, where everything had gone wrong in a way that taught him more than 10 loops of successful planning could have. In Loop 72, he had tried to follow Ren Jihai after the ceremony. He had been subtle. He had been careful. He had made no obvious approach. But Ren Jihai had noticed anyway. The man was more alert than his peripheral role suggested. And what followed was a chase through the outer sect grounds that ended when Ren Jihai produced a signal flare, and the 3 men who responded to it were not outer sect security. They were something else entirely, disciplined and ruthless in a way that outer sect security guards never were, wearing nondescript cultivator robes with no insignia of any kind. Wei Liang had died in that loop, quickly and professionally. The men who killed him knew exactly what they were doing. He had reset with the understanding that Ren Jihai was the visible edge of something with much deeper roots, and that approaching it directly was how you got professionally killed. So Loop 75 was the demolition loop. He had prepared it carefully across the previous 24 loops, assembling the knowledge of every piece on the board. He was going to execute a complete plan, every element coordinated, every contingency prepared, and see if he could win the day entirely on his own terms. The tournament went smoothly. He won every match without ambiguity, leaving no space for Elder Tsang-Su's criteria shifts to affect the outcome. When a judging criterion was announced that would have disadvantaged him, he had already adjusted his technique to satisfy it, because he had seen that exact criterion announced in 4 previous loops and knew the specific counter. Tsang-Su's face when his thumb found no purchase was a private satisfaction. In the afternoon, he intercepted the courier who carried Ren Jihai's patrol assignment instructions, an outer sect runner who traveled the same route at the same time every tournament day, carrying a sealed instruction packet to the assignment board administrator. Wei Liang had studied this runner for 6 loops. He knew the route, the timing, the slight limp that slowed the runner on the eastern stairs, and the fact that the runner always stopped at the small shrine near the 3rd-level gallery to burn a single incense stick for his grandmother. The shrine stop was a 30-second window. Wei Liang used it to swap the instruction packet contents. He had prepared the replacement documents across 3 loops, authentic-looking administrative forms, hand-lettered in the standard patrol assignment format, assigning the 3 targeted disciples to interior sect duties rather than the Eastern Ridge. The replacement packet was sealed with a wax impression that matched the standard outer administrative seal closely enough to pass inspection from anyone who wasn't specifically suspicious. He had practiced the impression in Loop 68 until the match was reliable. The 3 disciples who would have been assigned to the Eastern Ridge Patrol were instead assigned to the main sect halls, visible, documented, accounted for. Whatever waited for them on the Eastern Ridge would wait for no one. He had felt something, watching that swap complete, that he hadn't anticipated. Not satisfaction, exactly, but something more complicated. Those 3 disciples had no idea what he had just done for them. They would never know. They would process their reassignment forms, perhaps complain mildly about the boring interior duty assignment, and continue their lives entirely unaware that in the unaltered version of this day, they would be dead before the next morning. In a few hours the day would reset, and even Wei Liang's memory of saving them would remain only as a private notation in the vast ledger of this repeating day. 3 lives saved, 0 acknowledgement, 0 consequence beyond his own knowledge of it. It occurred to him that this was what morality looked like when stripped of all social reward and external validation. Just the thing itself, done because it mattered, invisible to everyone except the person doing it. Then he won the finals. He accepted the winner's token. He stood on the arena floor and watched the awards ceremony proceed without the fatal selection occurring, and felt the particular satisfaction of a man who had just refused to let something horrible happen. Ren Jihai, in the Eastern Gallery, made no gesture. His face showed nothing, but his eyes tracked across the placement results with a very specific quality of attention, and Wei Liang, watching him from the arena floor, recognized that attention. It was the attention of a man who knows something has gone wrong and cannot yet determine why. It was a victory, a complete one. 3 disciples were alive who would otherwise be dead. The corruption's mechanism had been interrupted. Ren Jihai's plan had failed without his understanding how or why. The tournament had ended cleanly, with the actual best competitors in the top positions, including Shenrui, who had taken 3rd place after a semifinals match where Elder Tsang-Su had tried twice to shift the judging criteria and found, both times, That way Liang had anticipated the shift and positioned himself to preempt it. He had done this from the gallery, using subtle interventions in the official observation record that would look, on review, like normal administrative processing errors. None of the interventions were traceable to him. He had also, in the day's final hour, introduced himself properly to Formidable, not as a sparring partner, the usual framing, but as a fellow outer sect disciple who had watched Formidable's hybrid technique with genuine appreciation. The conversation had been brief. There had been no time to go deep, but Formidable had looked at him with that unsettled recognition and said, "You see things most people don't bother to look for." "Some things are worth looking for," Wei Liang had said. The day reset at midnight. Wei Liang woke in the pre-dawn dark and let himself feel the weight of it. He had won. Completely. He had built 75 loops of accumulated knowledge into a single coordinated day of perfect execution, and it had worked, and 3 disciples were alive, and Rin Jihai's operation had failed. And now the day was reset, and none of it had happened, and those 3 disciples would die in a future loop the moment he stopped preventing it. He had saved them today. In loop 76, they would be in danger again, and he would need to save them again, or decide not to, or be unable to because he was occupied with something else. He could not, by definition, protect anyone permanently through actions that were erased each midnight. He lay still in the dark and let the weight settle. He had won the day, but winning the day was not the same as ending the loop. The distinction mattered. He had been telling himself, across 75 loops, that each victory was meaningful in itself, that saving someone today was worth doing even if they would be in danger again tomorrow. He still believed that. He would continue believing it. But the demolition loop had shown him, with painful clarity, that the only victory that actually mattered was the one that didn't reset. He needed to end the loop itself. Everything else was practice. He needed the loop to end. For that, he needed something permanent. Something that couldn't be reset. The pulse beneath the arena floor was still there, steady as a second heartbeat. Whatever was buried in the bedrock, it was tied to the loop mechanism. He was more certain of this than he was of almost anything else he had learned. He needed to understand what it was. He rose from his bed, moved to the wash basin, splashed water on his face, and began, for the 76th time, to plan what he would do with this day. Chapter 28, Loop 80. Grief, Wei Liang had learned, accumulated differently across loops than any other experience. Joy reset cleanly. He had learned that early. Relief reset. Even the specific textures of anger and frustration, so sharp in the moment, faded with the reset into something more like the memory of a feeling than the feeling itself. But grief did not reset cleanly. Grief stuck to the soul in a way that loop boundary erasure could not fully reach, not because it was louder than other emotions, but because it was more fundamental. The recognition of permanent loss, the acceptance that something was gone and would not return. The problem, in Wei Liang's case, was that nothing was actually gone. Everything was returned. The day reset. The people came back. Whatever had been lost was restored to perfect pre-loss condition every midnight. And yet his grief for the version of Shun Rui, who had confided in him 3 loops ago, the specific confidence of that specific afternoon, that specific look of surprised recognition when she realized he understood something about her technique that she hadn't told anyone, that version was gone. The next loop's Shun Rui was identical in every external detail and carried no memory of that afternoon at all. He had been spending loops 76 through 79, the 4 loops between his demolition loop victory and today, in the company of grief. Not wallowing. He was not the type for wallowing. But he had allowed himself, in those 4 loops, to simply sit with Shun Rui in various ordinary moments and not try to extract information or test techniques or run controlled variations. In loop 77, he had found an excuse to eat lunch in the same courtyard where she took her meals before the tournament, and they had talked for 40 minutes about her water aspect technique and whether it was more efficient to route the countercurrent through the left meridian channel or the secondary channel along the right arm. It was a deeply technical conversation. She was sharp about her own technique in a way that Wei Liang found genuinely engaging, not because he was testing her, but because she was good and she knew it and didn't apologize for knowing it. In loop 78, she had been pulled into a dispute between 2 other disciples on her way to the tournament registration, and Wei Liang had helped resolve it. A minor thing, nothing significant, just the application of some well-timed social awareness, and she had looked at him afterward with a kind of speculative curiosity. "You noticed more than you needed to," she said. "I usually do," he answered. She had smiled at that, and moved on, and was gone by midnight. In loop 79, he had watched her tournament run from the gallery. She fought with a controlled economy that he recognized as the product of real discipline. She lost in the quarterfinals to a candidate from the Tsang family, one of the corrupt placements, engineered by Elder Tsang Su's criteria shifts. Wei Liang knew exactly how to prevent it. He had prevented it, in other loops, by timing a specific disruption to Tsang Su's attention at the precise moment the criterion announcement would occur. He had not done that in loop 79. He had let it happen, and let her lose, and watched her face as she descended from the arena floor. She was not shattered by the loss. She was angry, precisely and quietly, in the way of someone who knows they were cheated and cannot prove it. She walked with her head level and her jaw set, and Wei Liang thought, she already suspects. She has suspected for years. She just has no evidence and no mechanism for addressing what she suspects. In loop 80, he did what he had been preparing for. He found her before the tournament, in the pre-dawn period when disciples moved freely through the common areas, and said something careful and specific. I've watched your countercurrent technique for 3 years. I want to tell you that what happened to you in the quarterfinals last year, and the year before, was not a reflection of your ability. She went very still. That's a specific thing to say to someone, she said. Yes. A long pause. How specific? I mean that Elder Tsang Su modifies the judging criteria for specific matchups. I mean that your matchups have been modified. I mean that if you watch the criteria announcement in your quarterfinal match today and compare it to the criteria announced in other quarterfinal matches, you will notice an inconsistency. Her expression did something complex. You're saying someone is rigging the results. Yes. And you're telling me this because? He had thought carefully about this moment. He had not decided to tell her the full truth. The full truth was not something he could give her within the frame of a single day. But this partial truth, this specific piece, it was something she could use. It was something that might matter to her, even within the frame of a single tournament day. Because you deserve to know, he said, which was the truest thing he had said to anyone in 80 loops. She looked at him for a long moment. Not suspiciously. She was not, by nature, a suspicious person, though she had the cultivation development to be a careful one. She was assessing. He was a fellow outer sect disciple she had spoken to briefly on a few prior occasions, in other loops, though she had no memory of those conversations. He was presenting her with a claim that was either a careful, specific lie aimed at destabilizing her before the tournament or an accurate observation that would require her to completely restructure her understanding of what had happened to her across her entire competitive career. If you're wrong, she said, this is a strange thing to fabricate. If I'm wrong, you can verify it yourself during your quarterfinal match. Watch the criteria announcement timing relative to other matches. If there's no inconsistency, I'm wrong and there's no harm done. If there is an inconsistency, you'll know. She thought about this. And if I find the inconsistency, what then? Fight through it. Adjust your technique to satisfy whatever criteria are announced, regardless of what was announced in the other matches. I can tell you specifically what adjustment you'll need. I've seen this match run before. You've seen this match run before, she repeated. The flatness of it was not skepticism. It was the sound of someone storing an anomalous observation for later analysis. Yes, Wei Liang said. The conversation that followed was careful and provisional. She didn't simply believe him, which he respected. She asked precise questions. She demanded specifics. When the tournament began, she watched with different eyes, and in her quarterfinal match, she recognized the criteria inconsistency the moment it occurred and fought through it with a technique adjustment that turned Elder Tsang Su's thumb on the scale into a negligible factor. She won her quarterfinal match. She advanced. She would not remember any of this tomorrow. Wei Liang stood in the gallery and watched her win and felt the grief that did not reset. Not for her, but for himself. For every version of himself that had built something in a loop that mattered and then watched it dissolve at midnight. The connection was real while it existed. The loss was real when it ended. The loop reset did not erase either fact from his permanent memory. He stood there for a long time, watching the ceremony wind down, watching Shinrui accept her finalist's placement acknowledgement with the composed expression of someone who had just done something she thought she couldn't do. She was not triumphant. She was thoughtful, turned inward, the expression of someone recalibrating her understanding of a situation she had misread for years. Wei Liang recognized that expression very well. He thought about what it would mean for her, in the versions of this day where she eventually won legitimately and the tournament's rigging was exposed. She had the capacity for it. She had the evidence now. She had seen the criteria inconsistency herself, in her own match, in a way that was not deniable. If this day ever ran forward instead of resetting, she would be someone who did something with that evidence. She had that quality about her, the quality of someone who acted on what they knew. The thought of this day running forward, with consequences that propagated instead of vanishing, was the closest thing to hope Wei Liang allowed himself to feel. He held it carefully, like something fragile, and set it aside again. He went to bed early, and the day reset, and he woke again in the pre-dawn dark of Loop 81. Chapter 29. Loop 90. The research loops began in earnest at Loop 81. 9 loops, 81 through 89, had been invested entirely in a single question. What was the mechanism of the thing buried under the arena floor, and how did it work? Wei Liang had known the pulse source existed since Loop 60, when soul formation sensitivity first allowed him to perceive it. He had spent subsequent loops confirming its location, mapping its resonance pattern, trying to understand what kind of artifact it was and what it was doing. But artifacts were not his area of knowledge. Cultivation theory was. He had spent years in the sect library as a younger disciple, partly because the library was warm in winter and partly because he genuinely liked knowing things, but artifact theory required a specialist. And there was exactly one specialist on these tournament grounds whom Wei Liang had identified as capable of helping him understand what he was dealing with. Yun Shai, the healer, had arrived as a guest disciple in the last several loops, part of a traveling group from the Clearwater Healing Sect, attending the tournament as observers. Wei Liang had first noticed Yun Shai in Loop 41, when the healer had produced a diagnostic technique during a treatment session that used a resonance sensing approach Wei Liang had never encountered. The technique extended spiritual awareness outward in a specific pattern optimized for detecting structural irregularities in formations and arrays. It was the diagnostic approach of a healer, but the sensitivity it produced was exactly what Wei Liang needed to confirm what he was sensing beneath the arena floor. Approaching Yun Shai required care. Guest disciples from the Clearwater Healing Sect were present at many sect events, but held a social position that was technically honored and practically peripheral, welcomed, thanked, and largely ignored except when someone needed healing. They moved through the tournament day on the edges of things. Wei Liang had spent 6 of the 9 research loops simply learning Yun Shai's routine, the timing of the healer's movements, which social context made an approach feel natural rather than suspicious. In Loop 89, he had attempted the first conversation, using a minor injury from a sparring session as the pretext. The conversation had gone well. Yun Shai was observant, curious, and entirely uninterested in the social politics of the tournament, which made the healer unexpectedly easy to talk to. Wei Liang had not yet mentioned the artifact. He had been laying groundwork, establishing himself as someone with technical interests and genuine curiosity rather than someone who wanted something specific. In Loop 90, he used the established groundwork. The prior loop's conversation had established that Yun Shai approached unusual observations with methodical interest rather than dismissal. Wei Liang had tested this carefully. In Loop 89, while Yun Shai was treating the minor sparring injury, he had introduced 3 technically anomalous observations about formation resonance, observations that were accurate but that most practitioners would have dismissed as background noise. Yun Shai had noted all 3, asked precise follow-up questions about each, and demonstrated exactly the kind of attentive pattern recognition he needed. The healer was, in the cultivator's understanding of the term, a true diagnostician, someone whose fundamental practice was listening to systems and identifying what they told you. He found Yun Shai in the small healing tent set up near the preparation alcoves, between the morning and afternoon brackets, during the quiet period when the healer had no patience and was sitting with a cup of tea and a scroll about formation theory. Wei Liang sat across from the healer without asking permission. He had learned that Yun Shai found formal requests for permission faintly ridiculous, and said, "I want to ask you about something I've been perceiving beneath the arena floor." Yun Shai put down the scroll. Beneath the floor, there's a resonance source. It's not barrier maintenance array output. The frequency is wrong and the pattern is too regular. It pulses in synchrony with the tournament schedule, which means it's responding to accumulated spiritual energy from the matches. It beats faster when the arena is active, slower during preparation periods. Yun Shai's expression was attentive. You can perceive this with unaided soul formation sensitivity? With some concentration. I suspect your diagnostic technique would resolve it more clearly. A pause. You've been watching my technique. I find it interesting. I think the resonance pattern I'm perceiving is structured in a way that your diagnostic approach would recognize. Yun Shai was quiet for a moment, looking at him with an expression Wei Liang had learned to identify as the healer's version of careful assessment. Then Yun Shai stood, finished the tea, and said, "Show me where." They walked to the arena together, and Yun Shai used the diagnostic technique while standing on the arena floor between matches. Wei Liang watched the process with the practiced attention of someone who had been observing this technique for 49 loops, noting the specific way Yun Shai's awareness extended downward, not as a direct probe but as a distributed field, like held breath spreading through still water, sensitive to anything that disturbed its pattern. He watched the healer's expression shift through several stages: initial contact, calibration, resolution of competing signals, and then something different. The expression that moved across Yunshai's face when the technique resolved the resonance below was not one Wei Liang had anticipated. It was recognition. "I've seen something like this before," Yunshai said quietly. "In an old case history from the Clearwater archives. A record from about 3 centuries ago. An artifact described as a temporal anchoring mechanism. Something that fixed a specific point in time as a recurring origin, feeding on accumulated event energy to sustain the anchor." Wei Liang kept his face very still. "The record described it as deeply unstable over long periods," Yunshai continued. "The anchoring effect creates a closed loop. Whatever the anchor is fixed to keeps repeating, generating the event energy that sustains the anchor, which sustains the loop, which generates more event energy. Self-reinforcing. The only way to break it, according to the case history, was to use a specific dissolution technique against the artifact itself. The technique was called the unraveling." Wei Liang sat with this information for a long moment. "The unraveling," he said. "Do you know what cultivation level it requires?" Yunshai looked at him carefully. The case history described it as a void refinement technique. He was at early soul formation. The gap felt immense. "Thank you," he said. He said it more quietly than he had intended. Yunshai looked at him with that unreadable expression and then, without comment, turned to look at the arena above them. The bleachers, the flags, the late afternoon light coming through the high ventilation windows, and was quiet for a long moment before saying, "The case history I mentioned. It described the people who were trapped in the loop as showing a specific degradation pattern over time, increasing dissociation, loss of investment in their immediate surroundings." Wei Liang said nothing. "You don't show that pattern," Yunshai said. "I try not to." "The trying is significant," Yunshai said, and picked up the T-scroll again, which was apparently the healer's way of ending a conversation that had gone somewhere it was polite not to continue. Wei Liang sat with the observation, "The trying is significant," and found that it settled something in him, very quietly, that had been unsettled for a long time. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark with the knowledge of what was beneath the arena, the name of the technique that could end it, and the understanding that he was still multiple major cultivation breakthroughs away from being able to use it. But he had a direction now. He had a clear problem with a clear solution and a clear path between them. The loops would continue until he could walk that path. He had also, in the walk back from the arena, continued the conversation past the point where the useful information had been exchanged. He and Yunshai had walked through the tournament grounds in the early evening light, talking about the artifact theory in the Clearwater case histories, and Wei Liang had found himself asking questions not because he needed the answers, but because the conversation was good. It was the kind of conversation that felt like thinking, where the other person's responses genuinely changed what you thought, rather than simply confirming or denying things you already knew. He had also, somewhere in the conversation, begun to feel differently about Yunshai. Not the careful managed warmth he offered to most people in this tournament, a warmth calculated to produce the cooperation he needed, but something less calculated. The healer was genuinely interesting, not just useful. Interesting in the way that people who solved hard problems well were interesting, in the way that made you want to keep talking to them, not because the conversation was advancing a goal, but because the conversation itself was worth having. He lay in the dormitory dark and noted this. He filed it under things to remember, not to act on. He had learned, across 90 loops, which feelings were safe to cultivate inside this frozen day, and which ones simply added to the accumulation of loss at each midnight. He was not always successful at that distinction, but he kept trying. Chapter 30, Loop 100. The 100th loop was significant only because it was round, which Wei Liang acknowledged briefly before moving past it. Round numbers meant nothing to the bead. The bead did not count. But in Loop 100, something happened that was objectively significant regardless of the number. He intercepted the unraveling technique diagram. He had known for 10 loops that the diagram existed somewhere in the sect's documentation archives. Yunshai's case history reference had implied a record, and case histories implied source material. The Clearwater Healing Sect's archives contained a reference, which meant the technique had been recorded and shared at some point. The question was whether a copy existed anywhere on these tournament grounds, accessible to him within a single day. The answer, as it turned out, was yes, but only because of a specific chain of contingencies that he had never managed to align before. A courier arrived at the sect's outer administrative offices each tournament day, carrying routine inter-sect correspondence. Wei Liang had tracked this courier for 7 loops, initially as part of his investigation into Rin Jihai's communication network. and had determined that the courier's packet included sealed documents from the Historical Techniques Exchange Bureau, an inter-sect organization that maintained records of rare techniques, available to member sects on request. In Loop 96, he had noticed that the courier was running behind schedule. The delay was minor, 3 minutes, but it meant the courier arrived at the administrative office during the window when the senior archivist was on lunch break, and the junior archivist who received the packet was not cleared for all correspondence categories. The senior archivist's initials on the sealed Historical Techniques Exchange packet indicated a direct request from the sect's head librarian. For loops of tracking, the head librarian's movements had revealed the pattern. Every tournament day, in the mid-afternoon, the head librarian passed through the eastern wing of the outer administrative building and spent approximately 20 minutes reviewing newly arrived correspondence. In Loop 100, Wei Liang positioned himself near the eastern wing's corridor during that 20-minute window with a legitimate excuse. He was retrieving tournament records for a post-match technique review, which outer sect disciples were allowed to request. He timed his retrieval request to coincide exactly with the librarian's arrival at the correspondence room. The librarian opened the Historical Techniques Exchange packet in his presence. Among the documents was a diagram, dense notation, archaic brushwork, a name at the top that Wei Liang recognized from Yunshai's description, unraveling. The librarian set it aside for cataloging, moved on to the next document, and Wei Liang spent 12 seconds memorizing every element of the diagram with the focused attention that several hundred subjective hours of loop compression had refined into something approaching eidetic precision. He carried the memorized diagram out of the eastern wing and spent the remainder of the day transcribing it from memory, checking his transcription against his memory of the original until he was confident it was accurate. He committed the complete diagram to deep memory, layering it over the other permanently retained knowledge that accumulating loops had given him. The unraveling technique required void refinement stage cultivation. It required the practitioner to extend their spiritual awareness into the bead's internal structure and then dissolve the bead's anchoring formation from inside out, following the specific sequence the diagram detailed. It was not a combat technique. It was a precision instrument, the spiritual equivalent of surgical disassembly. The diagram's notation was archaic but technically precise. Wei Liang had spent 6 loops after the initial memorization working through the conceptual mechanics of each step, testing his understanding against what he knew about formation theory, identifying places where the notation required specialized interpretation versus places where it was straightforwardly literal. He had found 3 passages that required careful attention, steps 7, 11, and the final sequence, where the notation's surface meaning and its technical meaning diverged. He had resolved all 3 through cross-reference with formation theory principles he had memorized from other texts. He was confident the diagram was correctly understood. The execution was another matter. Understanding a technique at the conceptual level and executing it at void refinement were separated by the cultivation gap he was still crossing. He didn't expect to be able to execute the unraveling from memory the first time he tried it. Techniques that complex required practice. The problem was that practice, in this case, was impossible. You could not practice on the actual bead without triggering the dissolution attempt, and triggering a failed dissolution attempt would alert Master Xiao and eliminate the element of surprise. The only practice available was the dry conceptual rehearsal he was already doing. He had been thinking about this constraint for 10 loops and had not yet resolved it. He had concluded, provisionally, that the solution was to reach void refinement well above the minimum threshold, to advance far enough into the stage that the technique execution itself was within comfortable range, rather than attempting the unraveling at the earliest possible moment. It was a conservative approach. It was also, he judged, the correct one. It required the practitioner to be physically adjacent to the bead during the dissolution, within arm's reach, in the bedrock beneath the arena floor. He sat with this practical problem for the remainder of the day, turning it over. He needed void refinement. He needed access to the arena's subfloor. He needed approximately 10 to 15 minutes of uninterrupted concentration adjacent to the bead, which meant he needed either the tournament's conclusion, when the arena was empty and the formation arrays would be running at minimal maintenance, or a very good distraction. He also needed a way to get beneath the floor. He sat with this last requirement and turned it over with the same methodical attention he had given to every other element of the problem. The arena was not impenetrable. It was a working facility, with maintenance requirements and emergency access provisions built into its construction. He had walked the lower maintenance corridors in loops 63 and 67 during the post-tournament cleanup windows. He had noted the emergency access shaft that connected the maintenance level to the subfloor drainage tunnel. He had not gone further than the drainage tunnel, partly because he hadn't yet known what he was looking for, and partly because the drainage tunnel's lower end was sealed with a formation lock that required specific clearance to open. What he needed was the clearance, or the lock's override sequence, or a way to bypass it entirely. That was a solvable problem. Everything was a solvable problem if you had enough loops. The unraveling diagram told him where he needed to go and what he needed to do when he got there. The path to that point was an engineering challenge, and he had accumulated enough knowledge of this facility's infrastructure to know that engineering challenges had solutions. He started listing the approaches he had not yet tried. The day reset, as it always did. 100 loops. The diagram memorized. The technique understood. The path ahead longer than he might have wished, but for the first time, genuinely clear. He spent several hours of the evening, before the curfew bell, working through the unraveling's opening sequence from memory. Not practicing the technique. He lacked the void refinement that would make the practice real, but rehearsing the conceptual architecture of it, the way a musician might rehearse a difficult passage by reading the notation rather than playing the instrument. He had the diagram. He had the structure. What he needed now was the cultivation level that would make the structure executable. There was also the matter of the unraveling's final requirement, which the diagram had not made explicit, but which he had inferred from the technique's fundamental logic. The dissolution required the practitioner to briefly release their own protective cultivation boundary at the moment of critical dissolution. To complete the dissolution, the practitioner had to make themselves momentarily vulnerable to the bead's collapsing energy field. It was a small thing. He had faced worse. He filed it as a known factor and went to sleep. Chapter 31. Loop 12041 loops. That was how many he had invested in Fong Bolin. It had begun not as an investment, but as a simple observation. Fong Bolin was capable. Genuinely, pointedly capable, in a way that the outer sect rankings didn't fully reflect because Fong Bolin's technique set had an unusual configuration that didn't score well on standard tournament metrics, but would be devastatingly effective in actual combat. A wind aspect cultivator, but with a secondary earth affinity that most cultivators and all instructors would categorize as a liability. Mixed affinities were considered inefficient, too diffuse for proper cultivation progress. What they had missed was that Fong Bolin had found a way to weaponize the interaction between his two affinities. Wei Liang had seen the interaction in Loop 22. A match quarterfinal, a moment of genuine desperation when Fong Bolin was losing and produced a technique he had clearly been holding in reserve, a wind-earth hybrid formation that generated localized pressure differentials so intense that they produced crystallized air pockets at the impact points. Not quite as hard as Rin Sujiang's diamond crystallizations, but directional and precise in ways that Rin Sujiang's technique was not. It had won the match, but had been noted in the judging panel's records as irregular application of aspect force, not recommended for formal technique development. The judging panel was wrong, and Fong Bolin knew they were wrong, and the lonely pride of a capable person who has been told their strength is a weakness was something Wei Liang recognized immediately. He had first spoken to Fong Bolin in Loop 46. By Loop 60, they were sparring partners, at least, from Fong Bolin's perspective. From Wei Liang's perspective, they had sparred across 15 loops, and Wei Liang had mapped Fong Bolin's technique set with the same thorough attention he gave to everything else. By Loop 80, he had identified 3 specific refinements to the wind-earth hybrid formation that would significantly increase its efficiency and precision. Getting those refinements to Fong Bolin within the frame of a single day was a delicate task. He couldn't simply walk up and hand over notes that implied months of close technical observation. That would require an explanation he wasn't ready to give. Instead, he had been feeding insights piecemeal, framed as observations from a single day's sparring, carefully calibrated to what Fong Bolin could plausibly accept as things Wei Liang had just noticed. In Loop 120, it clicked. He framed the conversation as a technical observation. He had noticed, he said, that Fong Bolin's left meridian channel was slightly overpressured at the wind aspect formation's outer edge, and that redirecting approximately 15% of that pressure through the Earth Channel secondary network would resolve the efficiency issue. He said it as if it was obvious, as if anyone paying attention would have seen it. Fong Bolin stared at him for a long moment. That's specific, Fong Bolin said. Try it in your next match. Fong Bolin tried it. The hybrid formation, refined by the 15% redirection, landed with almost 40% more precision than it had in any previous loop. Fong Bolin's expression afterward was complicated, surprised, and pleased, and unsettled by the surprise, because Fong Bolin was the kind of person who didn't like being surprised about his own technique. How did you know that? Fong Bolin asked after the match. I've been watching how you fight for a while, Wei Liang said. Which was true. The next 3 hours, before the day reset, were the best conversation Wei Liang had had in 20 loops. Fong Bolan's intelligence was applied and direct, the intelligence of someone who solved problems through systematic experimentation rather than theoretical frameworks. They talked about technique refinement in a way that was genuinely collaborative, and by the end of the conversation Fong Bolan had worked out 2 of the 3 remaining refinements on his own, with Wei Liang providing only the initial observation that triggered each chain of reasoning. The last refinement, the third one, which Fong Bolan had been trying to articulate for himself and couldn't quite reach, was about the timing of the formation's collapse sequence. The Wind-Earth hybrid formation's power came from the compression interaction between the 2 affinities, but the compression had to release at a specific moment to maximize impact rather than dissipating before contact. Fong Bolan's current timing was off by approximately 1/5 of a breath cycle, which was small enough that most opponents couldn't exploit it, but large enough that it significantly reduced the formation's effective force. Wei Liang had confirmed this across 15 loops of watching the technique execute. What he needed was to communicate it in a way that felt like an insight from this afternoon, rather than a calculation from months of observation. He framed it as a pattern he had noticed in the impact trace from Fong Bolan's third match, a specific quality of the aftermath that implied the timing gap. Fong Bolan listened, frowned, ran through the technique's internal mechanics in his mind, and said, Yes, that's exactly right. How did you? And then stopped himself, because there was no satisfying answer to how Wei Liang had deduced this from a single afternoon's observation. He had apparently deduced it anyway. There was a moment in the late afternoon, sitting in the shade of the outer gallery while the finals match noise rolled over them, when Fong Bolan looked at Wei Liang with a direct, slightly unsettled expression and said, I feel like I've known you longer than one day. Wei Liang met his eyes. You have, he said, and then immediately, in a manner of speaking, you're easy to read. I figured out your technique architecture quickly. Fong Bolan accepted this with a slight nod, but the unsettled quality didn't entirely leave his expression. Some part of him was picking up on a signal he couldn't quite name. Wei Liang had seen this before, the vestigial sense people sometimes showed of a relationship they couldn't consciously remember. At midnight, the day reset, and Fong Bolan forgot all of it. Wei Liang lay in the pre-dawn dark and thought about accumulation. He was accumulating, loop by loop, a picture of what this day could become, all its possibilities, all the people in it who could be more than they were, all the threads of connection that could be built if there were time to build them. Fong Bolan, in particular, occupied a specific place in his thinking. The man was not just useful for the eventual plan, though he was very useful for that, with a technique set uniquely suited to the kind of interference Wei Liang needed. Fong Bolan was someone Wei Liang had come to know across dozens of loops in the way that you only knew someone when you had watched them under pressure repeatedly, had studied their reasoning patterns, had observed the gap between their self-assessment and their actual capability. What he knew was that Fong Bolan was wasted in his current position. The outer sect rankings were not wrong about his mixed affinity being unconventional, but they were completely wrong about what that unconventionality meant. Fong Bolan had built something singular out of a configuration most people would have abandoned, and he had built it without guidance or validation, working entirely on his own assessment of what the configuration could do. When this day finally ran forward, Wei Liang intended to make certain that Fong Bolan's ability was on record with someone who could do something with that information. It was a minor thing, in the scope of everything. He planned for it anyway. He was also accumulating a clearer understanding of why the bead needed to be destroyed, not just for his own freedom. For all of this, for the day itself, which deserved to happen only once, properly, with consequences that accumulated forward rather than being erased at midnight. He fell asleep in the familiar dormitory dark, with the familiar sounds of his fellow disciples breathing around him, and the familiar knowledge that in a few hours this room and everything in it would reset to exactly this state. Fong Bolan would be there, on his side with his arm thrown over his face. The 2 junior disciples whose names Wei Liang had learned in Loop 3 would be there. The bell would ring, and the day would begin, and Wei Liang would be the only person in this building who remembered what had come before. He had found, across 120 loops, that this knowledge no longer produced despair the way it had in the first 20. What it produced instead was a kind of responsibility, the weight of being the only continuity in a world that otherwise had none. Every person in this dormitory was living their first version of today. He was living his 121st. That meant something about what he owed them, even if what he owed them was mostly invisible and unacknowledged. He intended to end the loop. When he did, they would get to live the rest of their lives without knowing what he had carried for them. Chapter 32, Loop 140. The man at the top of the conspiracy had a name, Master Xiao Dangfeng. Wei Liang had suspected a high-level actor since Loop 51, when he first identified the third entity above the family clans. He had confirmed Ren Jihai as the operational arm in Loop 72. But Ren Jihai was a mechanism, not a mind. He received instructions and executed them. Someone was giving those instructions. The identification came in Loop 137, not through direct observation, but through the accumulation of small correlations that finally resolved into a clear picture. The disciples being eliminated through the patrol assignment mechanism shared one characteristic he had overlooked in his earlier analysis. They were all, without exception, showing signs of awakening to a specific category of spiritual sensitivity. Not combat potential, not raw cultivation speed, but a lateral awareness. The ability to perceive irregularities in the ambient spiritual fabric, to notice when something was not as it appeared to be. The thing that Yunshai had called temporal sensitivity. The thing that, in Wei Liang's direct experience, had allowed him to perceive the bead's pulse. Someone was finding and eliminating everyone who might naturally notice the anomaly beneath the arena floor. That someone had to know the anomaly existed. That someone had to care that it remained undetected. That someone had to have the authority and the network to quietly eliminate outer sect disciples over a period of years without triggering an investigation. In the sect's organizational hierarchy, the intersection of those three requirements pointed to a small number of positions. Wei Liang had been working through the list systematically. In Loop 137, he had obtained access to a senior administrative records review by helping an overwhelmed archivist with a categorization backlog during the morning preparation period. In the records, he found the authorization chain for the Eastern Ridge Patrol assignments, going back 17 years. The senior authorizing signature was consistent across all 17 years. The same seal. The same hand. Master Xiao Dangfeng, inner sect elder, head of the Judgment Formation Hall. A man of considerable power and reputation, respected throughout the sect, known for his precise evaluations of disciple potential and his rigorous approach to sect governance. Who had been, for 17 years, using the tournament's organizational machinery to eliminate disciples who showed temporal sensitivity. In Loop 140, Wei Liang spent the day with this knowledge, moving carefully and observing Xiao Dangfeng directly for the first time with the specific intention of understanding what the man actually was. What he saw was patience. The elder watched the tournament from a second-tier gallery seat, with an expression of mild interest and the absolutely relaxed posture of someone who had no concerns about how this day would end. He smiled when appropriate, spoke with other elders during the intermissions, offered technical commentary on particularly interesting matches in a way that demonstrated genuine expertise. He was, by all external evidence, exactly who he appeared to be, a senior elder performing his tournament day obligations with professional competence. Only his eyes gave him away. They moved wrong, too systematic, too comprehensive, scanning the arena in a pattern Wei Liang recognized, because he had developed the same scan himself, the habit of monitoring too many things simultaneously, of watching for contingencies rather than simply watching. Master Xiao Dangfeng was also waiting for something, monitoring for something. And whatever it was, he had been monitoring for it for at least 17 years. He knows the bead is there, Wei Liang thought, and he wants to make sure no one else notices it. He spent the rest of the afternoon studying the elder's technique when Master Xiao chose to demonstrate it during a judging panel discussion. A brief application of formation reading void refinement sensitivity that resolved a disputed technique call. The display was controlled, minimal, done in a way that showed competence without revealing depth. Master Xiao was not showing off. He was giving exactly as much as the situation required, and not one fraction more. That kind of precision and power use was the mark of someone who had spent a great deal of time thinking about what they didn't want others to know. Wei Liang had a void refinement practitioner on one side, and a conspiracy aimed at maintaining an infinite time loop on the other. The mathematics of what he was attempting were not, objectively, in his favor. He had been aware of this for some time. It had not changed his plan. It had changed his preparation standards. He was going to need to be more ready, more thorough, more precisely calibrated than anything he had built so far. He could do that. He had as many loops as it took. The elder's name was known. The operational structure was mapped. The technique to end the loop was memorized. What remained was reaching the cultivation level to use it. Everything else was preparation for that moment. Every observation, every alliance, every loop spent understanding this day from a new angle. Wei Liang was not afraid of the preparation. He had learned, across 140 loops, to find something almost meditative in the endless work of building toward a single definitive act. He watched the elder for 2 more hours, through the awards ceremony, through the brief reception that followed in the outer hall, where senior disciples and elders mingled over tea. Master Shio moved through the reception with the ease of a man entirely secure in his position, greeting colleagues with genuine warmth, offering precise and occasionally witty observations about the afternoon's matches, demonstrating a memory for individuals that suggested he had spent years cultivating a network of social connections across every level of the sect. He was liked. He was trusted. He had built, over decades, exactly the kind of reputation that made accusations seem implausible. He was also, Wei Liang noted, systematically cataloging everyone who attended the reception. The survey was subtle, the kind of social attention that looked like simple friendliness and was actually careful inventory taking. He was checking who was present. He was checking for the kind of attentive observation that signaled unusual perception. He was, in his way, doing exactly what Wei Liang was doing, mapping the room for anyone who might be a threat. Their eyes met once, briefly, across the reception space. Master Shio's expression registered Wei Liang as an outer sect disciple, assessed the match result, registered no flag, and moved on. Wei Liang had been a variable in this man's calculations for 140 loops, and in all that time Master Shio had never registered him as a threat. That would change. The day reset. He woke with the knowledge of his enemy's name, and the understanding that defeating that enemy would require a plan far more sophisticated than anything he had assembled so far. Master Shio Dengfeng was not a corrupt referee or a network of venal families. He was an inner-sect elder of significant power who had been maintaining this arrangement for longer than most outer-sect disciples had been cultivating. He was also, Wei Liang understood now, someone who had been waiting. Not anxiously, not the waiting of someone who feared the thing they were monitoring. The waiting of someone who had weighed all the possibilities and determined that none of them could reach him. 17 years of systematic elimination of temporally sensitive disciples. 17 years of the loop running without interruption. He had reason for his confidence. What he did not have reason to anticipate was Wei Liang. Wei Liang began planning how to use what he knew. He was at peak soul formation and closing on void refinement. He had the unraveling diagram. He had Yun Shai's cooperation, or would have it, once he re-established it in the next loop. What he needed now was a complete operational plan, tested and contingency hardened, waiting for the moment when his cultivation reached the threshold that made execution possible. He had never, across 140 loops, felt more certain that the threshold was reachable. That certainty had a specific quality. It was not optimism. It was evidence-based projection. He had accumulated enough data about his own advancement trajectory to know that void refinement was a matter of loops, not an abstract impossibility. He was going to get there. And when he did, Master Shio Dengfeng would discover that patience was not the same as invulnerability. Chapter 33, Loop 155 Peak Soul Formation. The boundary arrived in Loop 152, recognized and metabolized across 3 loops before Wei Liang trusted the assessment. The progression had been grinding and irregular across the 100-odd loops since the initial threshold. Soul formation advancement required not just accumulated spiritual energy, but the gradual deepening of the nascent soul's connection to the broader spiritual fabric, which meant it responded to the quality and depth of experience rather than just to the volume of cultivation hours. He had, across 152 loops, accumulated approximately the subjective equivalent of 3 to 4 years of continuous life experience compressed into single days. Not cultivation hours in the orthodox sense. He was not sitting in meditation for 16 hours per loop, but continuous, dense, highly engaged living that accumulated the kind of experiential depth that soul formation cultivation technically required. The loops had given him something most cultivators never obtained: genuine density of experience, layer upon layer of the same world observed from different angles, a richness of understanding that orthodox solitary cultivation could not replicate. Peak soul formation meant the void refinement threshold was his next frontier. The gap between soul formation and void refinement was not, by conventional estimation, significantly larger than any other major advancement gap. In practice, it tended to be one of the most technically demanding transitions because it required not just power, but a fundamental restructuring of how the cultivator related to the spiritual fabric, the shift from resonance to integration, from sensing the currents to becoming one with them. He had been told this, in various formulations, by 4 different texts he had memorized across his loops through the sect library. What the texts couldn't convey, what only the direct approach of many loops of gradual advancement could reveal, was that the transition was not a single gate, but a continuous gradient. Every loop since reaching peak soul formation had been a movement along that gradient, each day's experience adding a fractional increment to the integration he needed. The text said the transition happened when you released the boundary between internal and external spiritual fabric. What this actually felt like, from the inside, was less like a conscious decision and more like the gradual fatigue of a tension you had been maintaining for so long that you had forgotten it was tension. At some point, the holding became too costly to sustain, and the release happened not as a choice, but as the natural consequence of having held on for long enough that the holding no longer made sense. He thought he was close to that point. He had been close for 20 loops. But close was not there, and there was the only place that mattered. In loop 155, while standing in the gallery above the arena during the afternoon semifinals, he felt something he had been waiting for, the void refinement threshold beginning to form at the edge of his perception. Not yet crossable, still a distance away, but present, an awareness of what the next boundary felt like, the way you could sometimes see the far shore of a river before you could cross it. It was the most promising sign he had received in 50 loops of cultivation effort. He was close. He was so focused on this internal development that he almost missed the moment when Gu Shunfei descended from the upper gallery to the main bleachers. The void refinement threshold, as it presented itself to him in this moment, was not a gate waiting to be forced. It was more like a door he could finally see, the outline of it emerging from a wall he had spent 50 loops pressing against without finding a surface. He could see it because peak soul formation had given him the spatial awareness to perceive the threshold's shape, and the threshold's shape was not, as he had expected, a barrier to be overcome through accumulated force. It was a letting go, a willingness to dissolve the careful boundary between his refined internal cultivation and the external spiritual fabric it had been resonating with. The last step to void refinement was less like breaking through a wall and more like opening a door that had been unlocked for some time, waiting for him to stop pressing and simply turn the handle. He filed this understanding. He would return to it in cultivation sessions. He was close. He would not have noticed her at all in previous loops, because the upper gallery was for inner sect disciples and senior guests, and Wei Liang had had no reason to watch it closely. But his expanded soul formation awareness had developed a secondary habit over the last 60 loops. He swept the arena's ambient spiritual environment periodically throughout the day, checking for anything anomalous. The habit had started as a way to monitor the bead's pulse. It had expanded into a general sensitivity to spiritual incongruities. Gu Shunfei's movement pattern was a spiritual incongruity. She walked through the bleachers like someone who had been here many times. Not in the way of a regular tournament attendee, in the way of someone who had memorized the space. Her path from the upper gallery access stairs to a specific bleacher section in the lower tier was absolutely direct, without any of the normal micro-hesitations that navigating a crowd produced in people unfamiliar with the exact spatial layout. She sat. She looked at the arena below with a systematic scan that Wei Liang recognized because it was his own scan. He had been watching people navigate this arena for 155 loops. He knew how familiar versus unfamiliar navigation looked. He knew the difference between someone who had been here 3 times and someone who had been here 300 times. Gu Shunfei moved like the second category. She was wearing inner sect disciple robes, which meant she had the rank and clearance to be in the upper gallery without explanation. She was perhaps 25 by appearance, which at her cultivation level meant she could be considerably older. Her bearing was self-contained in a way that Wei Liang associated with people who had been through things they could not discuss. He did not approach her. He made no signal. He simply noted her position and her movement pattern and the way her gaze tracked across the arena below with the same systematic scan he used himself. She was monitoring multiple things simultaneously. She was watching for contingencies rather than simply watching. He carried this observation through the rest of the day with a carefully neutral expression and a mind running at full speed. He was methodical about what he allowed himself to conclude. She moved like someone who had been here many times. Yes. She monitored the arena with a pattern similar to his own. Yes. She was aware of the bead, almost certainly. She was looping, probable but not confirmed. Concluding she was looping based on navigation familiarity and a similar scanning pattern was a logical step, but not a definitive one. There were other explanations, most of them less significant. But the scan pattern. He kept returning to the scan pattern. It was not just systematic. It was loop systematic, which was a different thing. It had the quality of someone who had seen this exact room from this exact position so many times that the scan had become reflexive rather than deliberate. He had that quality himself. He recognized it because he had observed his own reflection in enough polished surfaces to know what he looked like doing it. By the time the day reset, he had not concluded anything definitive. He had only concluded that Gu Shunfei was someone worth investigating very carefully. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 156 with a new thread in his hands, and for the first time in many loops, The thread felt like it might lead somewhere he hadn't already mapped. He had spent 155 loops learning this day. Its corners, its textures, the precise timing of every event he had ever chosen to observe. He had thought, by loop 100, that he understood it completely, that the only variables remaining were the ones he was actively working to change. The possibility that there was another looper somewhere in this tournament, someone with 500 loops of their own compressed into this same frozen day, was a gap in his model that he had not thought to look for. What else was he not seeing? What other threads were embedded in this day that he had walked past 155 times without noticing? He resolved to look more carefully. The next several loops would be methodical sweeps of everything he had previously dismissed as background. Chapter 34, Loop 160. He spent 4 loops watching Guam Xinfei before he approached her. Observation first. Always observation first. He had learned this in the first 20 loops, when impatience had led him to approach people before he understood them well enough to have the right conversation, and the wrong conversation had closed doors that took 20 more loops to reopen. In loop 156, he tracked her movements through the tournament day without attempting contact. She was observant and alert, with a peripheral awareness that was significantly better than most of the disciples around her. She would have noticed direct surveillance. He watched her from positions that were natural to be in, kept his attention diffuse, let the soul formation sensitivity do the work rather than his eyes. What he observed, she spent 20 minutes of the morning near the arena floor entrance, not inside, but in the corridor approach, in a position where the bead's pulse was strongest through the stone. She used a perception technique during that time. Her expression when she finished had a specific quality he recognized, the expression of someone confirming what they already knew. She knew about the bead. In loop 157, he watched her watch Elder Tsang-Su with an attention that was unmistakably analytical, tracking the elder's movements, noting his positioning relative to specific matches, registering the timing of his criteria interventions. In loop 158, he observed her spend the afternoon semifinals in a position that gave clear sightlines to both Master Xiao Dangfeng in the second-tier gallery and the 3 disciples who, in the unmanipulated tournament, would end up in positions 4, 7, and 9. She was tracking the corruption mechanism. She had been through enough loops to map it. In loop 160, he walked to where she was sitting in the bleachers during the midday break, sat down nearby without asking permission, and said, "How many loops?" She was still for exactly 1 heartbeat. Then she turned and looked at him. Her eyes were the most exhausted eyes Wei Liang had ever seen on a face that otherwise appeared young. They carried the specific exhaustion of deep time, not the tiredness of a difficult day, but the settled heaviness of someone who had been carrying the same weight for longer than most lives lasted. "Who are you?" she said. "Wei Liang. Outer sect. Mid-soul formation, recently crossed to peak." He paused. Approximately 160 loops. Something moved in her expression. 160. Her voice was neutral, but he thought he heard something in the flatness of it, something complicated that she was keeping carefully controlled. "You've been through more," he said. It was not a question. "Yes." "How many more?" A long silence. Around them, disciples moved through the bleachers, discussing matches, arguing about technique scores. An ordinary tournament day in every way except this conversation. "Over 500, she said finally. Wei Liang sat with that number. He had known, intellectually, that someone else could have been looping longer than him. He had not prepared for the weight of hearing the specific number. Over 500 loops. Over 500 repetitions of this day. He had found loop 65 approximately unbearable. He could not imagine 500. "Tell me," he said, because there was nothing else to say. What followed was the most significant conversation Wei Liang had in any loop up to that point. 3 hours, speaking quietly in the bleachers as the tournament proceeded around them. Gu Xinfei's voice steady, and her account exhaustive in the way of someone who had been waiting for a long time to tell someone the whole truth. Her family name was Gu. She was Master Xiao Dongfeng's granddaughter. She had been trapped in the loop for over 500 cycles. She had spent the first 200 loops trying to understand the mechanism, the next 200 trying to find a way to break it through direct action, and the last 100 trying to find someone else who might understand what she understood and help her with what she could not do alone. What she could not do alone, the unraveling technique, she had discovered independently, required 2 practitioners working in concert, one to dissolve the inner formation structure, one to hold the outer containment boundary while the dissolution propagated. The case history she had found, which was more complete than Yunshai's reference, was explicit on this point. A single practitioner could initiate the unraveling, but the bead's self-defensive response would overwhelm solo control before the dissolution was complete. She needed a partner. She had reached void refinement in her 300th loop, she told him. She had spent the next 150 loops attempting solo dissolution, each attempt failing at a different point in the sequence, some failing quickly, some lasting almost 8 minutes before the bead's containment response broke her hold. She had refined her approach across all those attempts until she understood, with absolute certainty, that solo dissolution was impossible. Not difficult, not nearly achievable. Impossible. The math of containment response versus dissolution pressure at void refinement simply didn't work without a second practitioner holding the boundary while the dissolution propagated inward. She had spent the last 50-odd loops looking for someone at void refinement who was looping and who she could trust with everything she knew. "And you're still not at void refinement," she said, which was not an accusation. "No, but I will be." "I know," she said. "I can see where you are. You're close enough that I stopped looking for someone else." But there was an additional complication. Her grandfather, Master Xiao Dengfeng, had placed the bead under the arena himself, for reasons she had only recently understood. He had been trying to trap time at a specific configuration. A configuration in which the sect was arranged exactly as it currently was, in which his position and influence were exactly as they currently were, in which certain things that would otherwise change did not change. He was the one maintaining the loop condition. He would resist any attempt to end the loop with everything he had. "He will know if we attempt the unraveling," Gu Shenfei said. "He has the arena monitored. He will feel the dissolution attempt through his own connection to the bead. He placed it. He has a tether to it. If we try and fail, the loop resets and he will be prepared for us in the next loop." Wei Liang looked at her. "Then we only get one attempt that matters." "Yes." He thought about what he needed: void refinement cultivation, access beneath the arena floor, uninterrupted time adjacent to the bead, a plan for dealing with Master Xiao Dengfeng's response, a partner who could hold the outer containment boundary. He had the partner. Now, he had the diagram. He needed the rest. "I'm not at void refinement yet," he said. "I'm close." "Then we have time," she said. There was something in the flatness of that, a practiced patience, the patience of someone who had said some version of this to themselves across 500 loops and had learned to mean it without irony. The weight of 500 loops was not something he could fully absorb in a 3-hour conversation. He could hear it in her voice. He could see it in the way she carried herself. Not broken, not consumed by it, but fundamentally changed in the way that only very long time produced. She was older than she looked by a measure that had nothing to do with appearance and everything to do with the kind of understanding you only developed by watching the same things happen over and over until you stopped being surprised by any of it. He wanted to say, "I understand." But he didn't, not fully. 160 loops was not 500. He had not earned the right to claim equivalence. What he could honestly say was, "I am beginning to understand what you are carrying, and I intend to help you put it down." He didn't say that either. He looked at her for a moment, then nodded. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 161 with Gu Shenfei's 500 loops sitting in his thoughts like a stone in still water, and a plan beginning to take shape. Chapter 35, Loop 165. The meeting of 3 loopers was, Wei Liang suspected, not something the cultivation manuals had anticipated as a scenario worth documenting. He had brought Yun Shai into the picture carefully. Across loops 161 through 164, re-establishing the research collaboration with the healer while simultaneously exploring how much Yun Shai could perceive of the bead structure. What he had found was that Yun Shai's diagnostic sensitivity, applied to the bead's resonance pattern through the arena floor, could resolve the outer boundary's formation structure in a way that neither Wei Liang nor Gu Shenfei could match. Yun Shai couldn't see the internal structure that required void refinement, but the outer boundary was clear, rendered in sharp relief by the healer's precisely calibrated technique. This mattered practically. The unraveling required the person holding the outer containment boundary to maintain continuous contact with that boundary during the dissolution. To maintain contact effectively, you needed to be able to see the boundary clearly. Yun Shai could see it. Neither Wei Liang nor Gu Shenfei, with their current sensitivities, could see it as precisely. It also meant that a third person at the bead during the unraveling attempt would be more useful than a second. Not 2 practitioners working in concert, but 3. Wei Liang applying the dissolution from within, Gu Shenfei holding the inner middle layer of the containment response, Yun Shai maintaining the outer boundary against the bead's self-defensive response. The architecture was elegant in the way that well-designed systems were elegant, each element handling the part of the problem it was best suited for, with no overlap and no gap. Wei Liang had the unraveling diagram and was advancing toward void refinement. Gu Shenfei had 500 loops of direct experience with the bead's containment response patterns and knew exactly where the inner boundary pressure would be greatest. Yun Shai had the diagnostic sensitivity to hold the outer boundary in continuous contact, the sustained attention discipline of a clinical healer. And this was not nothing, an outsider's perspective that was not compromised by being trapped in the loop. Yun Shai could approach the bead's outer boundary without the accumulated anxiety of hundreds of failed attempts that both Wei Liang and Gu Shenfei would need to manage in themselves. He had not been certain about Yun Shai's commitment to this project. The healer's involvement was technically voluntary. Yun Shai was a guest disciple, not looping, not trapped, not personally invested in the loop's continuation or dissolution. What Wei Liang was asking, when he asked it, was for someone to take a significant risk based on a complicated story about temporal mechanics that they could not personally verify. In Loop 165, he arranged for Gu Shenfei and Yun Shai to meet. He did it in the healing tent during the midday break, framing it as a discussion of an unusual formation problem he had encountered. He let Gu Shenfei do the primary explanation, partly because her 500 loops gave her an authority that his 165 could not match, and partly because Yun Shai responded better to directness than to careful framing, and Gu Shenfei was spectacularly direct. The tournament is trapped in a time loop, Gu Shenfei said, before Wei Liang had finished his framing. I have been in this loop for over 500 repetitions. Wei Liang has been in it for 165. You are not looping. You experience each day once, and then it continues forward for you. The artifact causing the loop is buried 40 feet below the arena floor. We need to destroy it, and we need your diagnostic sensitivity to do it properly. Yun Shai looked at her for a long moment, then at Wei Liang, then back at Gu Shenfei. What does the resonance pattern look like? Yun Shai said, that question, not, are you serious, or that's impossible, or any of the other responses Wei Liang had prepared for, told him something important about Yun Shai. The healer's first instinct when confronted with an extraordinary claim was to ask what the evidence looked like. That was the instinct of someone who had encountered extraordinary things before and had learned that dismissal was a poor first response. The pulse pattern is approximately 60-year period reinforced temporal resonance with a self-feedback amplification structure, Gu Shenfei said. When I show you the outer boundary formation, you'll recognize the structure. It's similar to the containment formations used in deep memory preservation artifacts, but inverted to prevent change rather than preserve it. Yun Shai was quiet for a moment. The case history from my sect's archives. The unraveling technique. Yes, Wei Liang said. You both know about the unraveling. Wei Liang has the diagram memorized. I know the general principle. We need 3 practitioners for the final execution, the dissolution, the inner containment boundary, and the outer boundary. Your diagnostic sensitivity makes you the best candidate for the outer boundary role. Another silence. Yun Shai's expression during silences was unreadable, which Wei Liang had learned not to try to interpret. Then, what are the risks? Master Xiao Dangfeng will respond the moment he detects the dissolution attempt. He has a connection to the bead. He placed it. He will come in force. There will be conflict before the dissolution completes. How long does the dissolution take? Approximately 12 to 15 minutes for the full sequence, once begun. And if it's interrupted? The loop resets. We try again in the next loop, but he will be prepared. Yun Shai looked at the midday light coming through the healing tent's entrance. In the next loop, I don't remember any of this. No, Wei Liang said. You don't. So if we fail, you have to start over with me. Yes. The healer was quiet for a long time. Outside, the tournament continued its midday rhythm. The sound of an announcing voice, the distant percussion of a technique impact, the crowd's collective response. When Yun Shai finally spoke, the voice was very level. Tell me what I need to practice, and how long we have to prepare. Wei Liang felt something settle in his chest. Not relief exactly. Relief was too simple. Something more like the specific satisfaction of a difficult system resolving into a workable configuration. The outer boundary technique requires you to maintain continuous diagnostic contact with the bead's outer formation layer for 12 to 15 minutes, he said. Continuous, not periodic checks, but a sustained hold. It's demanding on the diagnostic sensitivity, more demanding than any clinical application you've likely encountered. We have as many loops as I need to advance to void refinement. We use those loops to practice the sustained hold. Yun Shai nodded once, with the decisive quality of someone who has made a decision and moved past the decision into implementation. When do we start? There was a brief silence, the kind that occurred when everyone in a conversation simultaneously recognized that the conversation had just committed to something real. What they were planning was not hypothetical. It was not a thought experiment. It was a specific action with specific risks, and the 3 of them had just agreed to take it. Wei Liang watched Gu Shenfei's face during that silence. She was looking at Yun Shai with an expression he had not seen on her before, something that was not quite hope, because hope implied uncertainty about the outcome, and Gu Xinfei had long since moved past the point of simple hope. It was more like the expression of someone who had been carrying something alone for a very long time, and was setting it down on a table in front of others who could now help carry it. Not relief, not surrender, just the specific quality of, I am no longer the only one who knows this is real. He had, across 165 loops, occasionally tried to imagine what it must be like to be Gu Xinfei, to have looped 500 times, to have spent 200 of those loops searching for a solution that he had found in 40, to have spent another 200 failing at execution that required a partner she didn't have. He couldn't fully imagine it. But looking at her face in that moment, he thought he could see the shape of what it had cost her. He intended for this to be one of the last times she carried it alone. Wei Liang looked at Gu Xinfei, who had been quiet through the last exchange, watching Yun Shai with the careful attention of someone assessing an unknown. The healer had passed whatever internal evaluation Gu Xinfei was running. We start today, Wei Liang said. I'll take you to the arena floor after the afternoon bracket. The bead's pulse is strongest then. It's the best time to practice contact with the outer boundary. Outside the healing tent, the tournament continued. Somewhere above them, a match was ending in a burst of concentrated spiritual force that Wei Liang could feel like a small shockwave through the stone beneath his feet. And beneath the shockwave, beneath all of it, the bead's pulse continued its steady, unhurried rhythm, patient as something that had been waiting for a very long time and had no reason to believe the wait would end soon. Wei Liang was going to end it. Chapter 36. Loop 170. The plan existed, finally, in its complete form. Wei Liang had spent loops 166 through 169 testing individual elements, running partial scenarios, confirming contingencies. He had asked Fong Bolan's help with an aspect of the plan that required someone to create a significant distraction at a specific moment, not explaining the full situation, just framing it as a favor, a specific technical task that Fong Bolan's Wind-Earth hybrid formation was uniquely suited to execute. In each of those 4 loops, Fong Bolan had agreed, as Fong Bolan always agreed when asked something specific and concrete with a clear technical component. The reliability was something Wei Liang had come to depend on. In loop 170, he sat with Gu Xinfei and Yun Shai in the healing tent during the midday break and laid out the complete architecture. The tournament finals end at the 5th hour of the afternoon watch, he began. That gives us approximately 40 minutes before the award ceremony begins and the arena empties completely. During those 40 minutes, Elder Tsang Su and the judging panel occupy the arena floor for results verification. The bleachers clear. The preparation alcoves close. But the lower-tier maintenance corridors remain accessible for approximately 12 minutes during the handover between the judging panel's departure and the ceremony setup crew's arrival. He had measured that 12-minute window across 40 separate loops, varying his timing slightly each time to account for natural variance in how long the panel took to complete their verification. The minimum window was 9 minutes. The maximum was 17. The median was 12. We need 12 minutes minimum. We enter the maintenance corridor during the handover window, use the emergency access shaft that connects the corridor to the subfloor drainage tunnel, and reach the bead's location from below. I go first with the unraveling sequence ready. Gu Xinfei follows and takes position at the inner containment boundary. Yun Shai takes position at the outer boundary. Gu Xinfei spoke from across the table, her voice carrying the precise cadence of someone who had worked through this same problem from a different direction for hundreds of loops. Master Xiao will feel the dissolution attempt within 30 to 60 seconds of initiation. His response time, based on my observation across previous loops, is approximately 4 to 5 minutes from detection to physical arrival at the arena. That gives us 4 minutes before he reaches us. We need 12 to 15 minutes for the complete dissolution sequence, Wei Liang said. We cannot complete the sequence before he arrives, which means we need someone to slow him down. Fong Bolan, Yun Shai said. Yes. His Wind-Earth hybrid formation, applied to the outer corridor approach to the arena's sublevel access points, will create a barrier that is difficult to circumvent quickly without destroying the entire corridor infrastructure. It will not stop Master Xiao indefinitely, but it will cost him 5 to 8 minutes of additional response time, and every minute matters. And his other operatives? Gu Xinfei said. Ren Jihai. The men Ren Jihai commands. Ren Jihai's operatives are outside the sect grounds on tournament day. Their assignments take them to the eastern ridge for the patrol placement mechanism. If we prevent the mechanism from triggering, by ensuring none of the 3 targeted disciples end up in positions 4, 7, and 9, then Ren Jihai's operatives remain on standby at the eastern ridge and don't converge on the arena. I've confirmed this in 4 loops with different approaches. And Elder Song Su? Song Su will be occupied with the results verification. He has no independent motivation to defend the bead. He doesn't know it exists. He poses no direct threat to the operation. Gu Xinfei looked at the plan from various angles, as she had developed the habit of doing across hundreds of loops of encountering failure modes that she hadn't anticipated. The dissolution sequence. You're confident in the diagram. I have memorized it across 70 loops. I've worked through every step technically with both of you. The sequence is clear, and Yunshai's outer boundary practice has been consistent. The void refinement threshold, she said carefully, returning to the single point the plan still hinged on. You are close. I will reach it. When he looked at her steadily, he had his own estimate, based on the rate of advancement he had measured across the last 30 loops, but estimates of cultivation advancement were inherently imprecise. What he could say with confidence was, before we make the final attempt, I will not attempt the dissolution without void refinement. Attempting it below that threshold would not just fail, it would alert Master Xiao to our precise knowledge and eliminate the element of surprise permanently. Yun Shai spoke with characteristic directness. So we're not doing this today. Today we're confirming the plan architecture, testing that all 4 of us can reach our positions in the time window, running the sequence dry without initiating the actual dissolution. A pause. And when you reach void refinement? That loop is the attempt, Wei Liang said. He looked at Gu Xinfei across the table. Her 500-plus loops of exhaustion were in her eyes, steady and deep as bedrock. She had been waiting for this plan for longer than he had been trapped in the loop. She had been the one alone with the problem, with the knowledge of the bead, with the weight of Master Xiao's betrayal, with the impossible arithmetic of needing a void refinement partner when the loop reset every night, for hundreds of loops before he arrived. She understood better than anyone what it meant to finally have the pieces assembled. We run the dry rehearsal today, she said. Confirm positions, timing, contingencies. And then we wait. The 4 of them, Wei Liang, Gu Xinfei, Yun Shai, and a Fong Bolin who had agreed to help with the distraction he didn't fully understand, moved through the afternoon of loop 170 with the careful precision of people rehearsing for something that could only happen once. The positions were confirmed. The timing window was consistent. Every contingency they had anticipated had a prepared response. The dry run was as close to clean as a dry run could be. There was one moment, near the end of the rehearsal, when all 4 of them were in position simultaneously. Wei Liang at the point above the bead's location, Gu Xinfei at the inner containment boundary, Yun Shai at the outer boundary, Fong Bolin at the corridor approach with his hybrid formation ready, and they held the configuration for a count of 30 seconds, not executing anything, just confirming that the positions worked spatially and temporally. Wei Liang stood at the center of it and felt, for the first time in 170 loops, that the problem had become a plan. It was a narrow feeling. Plans failed. Plans had failed on him before, in earlier loops, with costly consequences. He had no guarantee this one would hold. He had no guarantee that void refinement would come when he needed it, or that Master Xiao's response would fall within the parameters they had modeled, or that any of the dozen contingencies they had prepared would map cleanly onto actual events. He had a plan, not a certainty, but he had built it from 170 loops of evidence, with the most thorough knowledge of this day's terrain that any person had ever possessed. If any plan was going to work, it was this one. The day reset at midnight. Wei Liang woke in the pre-dawn dark with the plan fully assembled, all pieces confirmed, all allies in their positions. He needed one more thing. He needed to cross the void refinement threshold. Every loop now was preparation. Every day he lived inside this frozen moment was another layer of the deep, dense, irreplaceable experience that would carry him to that threshold. He was close. He could feel the far shore of the threshold the way you could feel a weather change before it arrived. Not the change itself, but the pressure differential that preceded it, the quiet warning that something was about to shift. He lay in the dormitory dark and ran through the plan one more time. Not because he needed to review it, but because the review was itself a preparation, a way of keeping all the elements present and active in his understanding rather than letting them settle into background knowledge that might be slower to access when he needed it quickly. The maintenance corridor entry timing, the emergency access shaft, the drainage tunnel approach to the bead's position, the dissolution sequence, Gu Xinfei at the inner boundary, Yun Shai at the outer, Fong Bolin at the corridor approach above, the 12 to 15-minute window, Master Xiao Dengfeng's 4 to 5-minute response time, the 5 to 8-minute delay Fong Bolin's formation would provide. It was a narrow window. He had built narrower plans from worse foundations and made them work. This one would work too, when the time came. He had the allies, the knowledge, the diagram, and a path to the cultivation level he needed. He had everything except the threshold itself. And he could feel it, closer each loop, each day of dense accumulated experience adding another increment to what he was becoming. Void refinement was not an abstract destination anymore. It was the next step on a known path. The loops would continue until he reached it. Chapter 37. Loop 201. The 200th loop had come and gone without ceremony, and Wei Liang had not marked it. He had learned, by now, not to assign significance to numbers. Numbers were how the mind imposed narrative on what was simply duration, the raw accumulation of iterations, each one adding its fraction to a total that had stopped matching except as a rough index of where he was in the process. What mattered was the process itself, the cultivation trajectory, the plan's readiness, the gradual approach of void refinement like a distant peak that revealed more of its true shape the closer you came. Loop 201 began, as they all did, with the pre-dawn dark and the familiar disorientation of return. He lay still for a moment and ran the internal check. Soul formation, peak, confirmed. The threshold sensation was there, the awareness of the void refinement boundary as something just out of reach, present and specific in a way it had not been 60 loops ago. He was close. He had been close for many loops. But in loop 189, the sensation had shifted from close to imminent. And in loop 196, from imminent to something he could only describe as standing at the edge of something, looking at the step required. He had not taken the step yet. Not from fear. Not from hesitation. From the understanding that the transition to void refinement was irreversible and would permanently change the quality of his cultivation presence in this space. The loops between 171 and 201 had been productive in ways that didn't announce themselves dramatically. Each one had added something. Another element of the plan confirmed, another piece of the arena infrastructure mapped, another conversation with Gu Xinfei or Yun Shai that refined their understanding of the operation's requirements. He had spent 12 loops in focused artifact theory study, using the Sect library's open tournament day access to push his technical understanding of the unraveling mechanism into territory that the diagram alone couldn't reach. He had spent 8 loops in careful close observation of Master Xiao Dangfeng, building a more detailed picture of the Elder's reaction patterns, his monitoring sensitivity thresholds, the specific moments in the tournament day when his attention was most distributed versus most concentrated. In loops 190 through 200, he had run a series of controlled observations aimed at a question that had been nagging at him since loop 160. Were there other people in this tournament who might have information he was missing? He had developed, by this point, a methodology for identifying loop-aware behavior, the navigation patterns, the monitoring scans, the specific quality of attention that distinguished someone processing their second or 100th iteration of a day from someone experiencing it for the first time. He had used this methodology to sweep the full tournament attendance systematically. He had found Bao Jingtao's patterns in loop 197 before Gu Xinfei had mentioned him. He had chosen not to act on it immediately, filing the observation for later investigation. He had also found, in loop 199, a quality of behavior in one of the outer sect instructors that he initially flagged as loop awareness and subsequently determined was simply extraordinary attentiveness combined with a nervous habit that mimicked the scan pattern. He was learning to be careful about false positives. 201 loops. The threshold imminent. The plan fully assembled. All that remained was the decision to act. Before the transition, he was a strong soul formation practitioner. Unusual for outer sect, notable but explicable. After void refinement, he would be an anomaly. Void refinement cultivators did not appear in outer sect tournament lineups. If Master Xiao Dongfeng's monitoring was as thorough as Gu Xinfei believed, and Wei Liang had confirmed, across 30 loops of careful observation, that it was, then the moment he crossed the void refinement threshold, he became visible to the monitoring in a new way. He had been planning the sequence carefully. The transition and the attempt had to be close together. Not simultaneous. He needed some minimal period of consolidation after the transition, time to confirm that the new cultivation level was stable and that the unraveling's execution requirements were within his reach, but close enough that the window between transition and attempt was short enough to limit Master Xiao's ability to prepare a specific response. He estimated he needed 1 loop after the transition for internal calibration, then the attempt on the following loop. The question was whether he was ready to take the step. He rose from his bed and moved through the familiar dark, past familiar sleeping shapes, to the familiar copper wash basin, and in the reflection of water and pre-dawn gray, he looked at his own face and asked the question honestly, "Am I ready?" The answer was yes. It had been yes for 7 loops. He was stalling, and he knew he was stalling, and he had identified the reason. The plan he had built across 200 loops of preparation was very good, and the attempt was going to happen once. And if it failed, the cost was not just a reset, but the loss of the surprise element that made the plan viable. Once Master Shio knew what they were attempting, the specific plan they had built was compromised. They would need to build a new approach, differently angled, from whatever information the failed attempt provided. He was afraid of wasting the plan, which was different from being afraid of the attempt. He had made that distinction clearly to himself. The fear of wasting something you had invested 200 loops in was a real thing and not a shameful thing. But it was also, if he allowed it to become a reason for indefinite delay, a form of paralysis. He had, across the previous 40 loops, compiled a mental inventory of everything he had built, not as a celebration or an indulgence, as an honest accounting. 170 loops of cultivation work, arriving at peak soul formation and now approaching void refinement. 30 loops of collaboration with Gu Xinfei, building not just operational coordination, but a genuine working understanding of each other's capabilities and limitations. 20 loops with Yun Shai, refining the outer boundary technique to a consistent high level of execution. 41 loops with Feng Bolin, developing his formation to the degree that it could serve the specific purpose the plan required. 10 loops with Bao Jingtao, integrating 200 loops of his independent expertise into a coordinated operational role. And the plan itself, every timing window confirmed, every contingency mapped, every access route tested, the unraveling diagram memorized and cross-referenced, and conceptually rehearsed 10,000 times. He had done the work. He trusted the work. What remained was to act on it. He dried his face. He made the decision. In this loop, loop 201, he would spend the day in careful final preparation. He would run through every element of the plan one more time. He would confirm the access shaft route, the timing window, each ally's position and readiness. He would spend the pre-tournament hours in cultivation, pushing against the threshold until he could feel its exact shape. And in loop 202, he would cross it. The dormitory bell rang. Disciples stirred. Around him, the familiar dormitory woke. Feng Bolin rolled to his other side before coming fully alert, with the specific sleep pattern Wei Liang had observed across over 200 loops. The two junior disciples near the window went through their pre-morning sequence. One checked the door first. One checked the cultivation environment first. Both had been doing this in this exact order for as long as Wei Liang had been observing them. Small, precise, individual. The accumulation of observed habits across 200 loops had given Wei Liang a portrait of these people that was so detailed it sometimes felt wrong, a level of knowledge about people who had no equivalent knowledge of him. When this loop ended, he would be a stranger to all of them again, but they would be real to him in a way that they had never been before he started looping, and the specificity of that reality was something he intended to carry forward regardless of what either of them remembered about this day. Wei Liang smoothed his robes and walked out into the pre-dawn cold, with 201 loops of memory and a decision finally made. Chapter 38, Loop 210. The void refinement transition happened in Loop 202, as planned, and it happened not during the tournament, not in any moment of high significance, but in the empty cultivation courtyard behind the outer sect dormitory block in the pre-dawn period before anyone else was awake. He had chosen the timing deliberately. Maximum privacy, minimum witness, a moment when the ambient spiritual environment was as quiet as this tournament day ever became, before the crowds arrived, before the arena began accumulating the day's competitive energy, before Master Shio Dengfeng took his gallery seat and began his monitoring sweep. The transition itself lasted approximately 3 minutes of external time, though his internal experience of it was not well described by duration. It was less like crossing a threshold and more like understanding, suddenly, that the threshold had been crossed, that the thing he had been pressing against was no longer there, and what was present instead was the absence of separation. The careful boundary between his refined cultivation and the broader spiritual fabric did not break. It dissolved, gently and completely, like mist burning off at dawn. He sat in the cultivation courtyard for a long time after, simply being present in the new quality of his own awareness. The morning light was coming up, thin and pale, and the cultivation courtyard stones held the cold of the night. A bird was calling somewhere beyond the dormitory block wall. He noticed these things with the specific heightened clarity of someone who had just had their relationship to the world fundamentally restructured, and who was cataloging the new perceptual texture of an environment they had experienced over 200 times, but not like this. The bead's pulse was different from above, now. Before, it had been something he could hear if he listened carefully, a rhythm below the threshold of ambient awareness, requiring attention to detect. Now, with void refinement permeability, It was simply present, a constant background note in his awareness of the tournament ground's spiritual fabric. He could hear it the way you could hear your own heartbeat once you became aware of it. He understood, for the first time, how Master Xiao had been monitoring for temporal sensitivity in the sect's disciples for 17 years. A void refinement cultivator who knew what to look for would feel the bead's pulse as a clear signal, and anyone whose own cultivation resonated with that signal would be visible. He had been generating that resonance since Loop 60. He had simply not been at void refinement, which meant Master Xiao's monitoring had not yet flagged him as significant. That was about to change. Void refinement was not a louder version of soul formation. It was not more power in the same relationship to the world. It was a different relationship entirely, one in which the distinction between his own spiritual force and the ambient spiritual environment became permeable, navigable, something he could move through in both directions rather than standing behind. He understood, immediately, why the unraveling required this level. The dissolution technique worked not by projecting force into the bead, but by moving through the bead's internal structure using the permeability of void refinement awareness, then unraveling the anchoring formation from within like removing a knot from the inside. He sat with this understanding for 8 loops, 202 through 209, consolidating the new cultivation level, testing the unraveling's execution requirements against his new capabilities, confirming that what the diagram described was now technically achievable. Those 8 loops of consolidation had also given him the opportunity to work through something he had been setting aside during the concentrated cultivation advancement period, the conversation he needed to have with each team member about the updated plan. Yun Shai needed to know that the outer boundary technique requirements had changed with void refinement directly perceiving the bead structure. The interaction would be more intense, the sustained hold more demanding. He spent loops 204 and 205 working through the updated requirements with the healer, confirming that Yun Shai's sustained hold technique was robust enough to handle the amplified interaction. Gu Shenfei he briefed on the cultivation level confirmation. Her response had been a single, long exhalation that communicated more than several minutes of speech would have. She had been waiting for this specific piece of news for approximately 350 loops, in various forms and at various distances of hope. He watched her receive it and understood that what she needed in that moment was not words, but simply for the news to be real for a few seconds before they moved on to logistics. Fong Bolan, confirmed, approach corridor formation ready. The rehearsals had made the task second nature to him, even if he still didn't know the full context. Bao Jingtao, confirmed, timing management position prepared. He had also, in loop 207, quietly told Wei Liang something that Wei Liang had already inferred. I understand what I'm really doing here. If you succeed, I'll never know it happened. But I know now. That's enough. In loop 210, he was ready. And in loop 210, he encountered a problem he had not anticipated. He found Gu Shenfei before the tournament, as planned, to tell her the transition had been made and the attempt could proceed. He walked to the inner gallery access stairs at the time she always arrived, took a position near the bottom of the stairs where an approach would look natural, and waited. She came down the stairs at the expected time. But her face, when she turned and saw him, had an expression he hadn't seen in 40 loops of working with her, alarm. Not today, she said, before he could speak. I've crossed void refinement. The attempt, not today. Her voice was flat and careful. Loop 207. Did you notice anything different about Master Xiao's monitoring sweep? He had. He had registered it as a minor variation. The sweep had extended lower than usual, touching the outer gallery level where guest disciples were seated. He had attributed it to routine expansion of the monitoring range. He's noticed a change in the spiritual environment, Gu Shenfei said. Not you specifically, he doesn't know it's you. But the void refinement cultivation presence in the tournament grounds has shifted, and his monitoring flagged it. He's been more alert since loop 207. Wei Liang processed this. He doesn't know who it is. No, but he's searching. He extended his sweep to the outer sect galleries in loop 208. In loop 209, he dispatched Ren Jihai to conduct a supplementary scan of the outer sect registration area. Wei Liang had missed this. He had been focused on internal calibration across those loops and had not watched Ren Jihai's movements. He filed the miss as a lesson about the risks of narrowed focus during a critical period. If we attempt the unraveling today, Gu Shenfei said, he will have an elevated alert state. His response time will be faster than the 4 to 5 minutes we planned around. The timing margin in our plan is already narrow. With an alert Master Xiao, it may not be sufficient. Wei Liang stood with this for a moment. The decision he had made in loop 201, to stop stalling, pressed against the tactical reality she was presenting. He had been ready for 8 loops. He had made the decision. What do you recommend? He said. She looked at him steadily. Let the alert state decay. 3 to 4 loops without any unusual cultivation presence registered in his monitoring. He'll return to baseline. Then we move. He calculated. 3 to 4 loops, plus the one he was currently in, plus the one for final confirmation. 5 loops minimum. Loop 215 at the earliest. Yes. He absorbed the delay with more equanimity than he expected. He had been delaying for 7 loops out of his own caution. 4 more loops, this time out of tactical necessity, was not a different kind of thing. It was preparation. 215, he said. Unless you see something that requires adjustment. Yes, she said. Unless I see something. There was a pause in the conversation, the natural pause of 2 people who had just identified a complication and were processing its implications. Wei Liang looked at the empty afternoon space around them. The tournament grounds between sessions, disciples moving in small groups, the ambient noise of a day that had no awareness of the specific tension he was carrying. I want to tell you something, Gu Shenfei said, breaking the pause. He waited. When I first noticed you, loop 155, the scan pattern, I spent 4 loops deciding whether to approach you. She paused. I had approached people before. Earlier in my loops, when I thought I was close to finding someone who could help. Every approach had cost something, either because the person was wrong, or because the loop reset before anything useful developed, and I had to start again. By loop 155, I had become careful. I had been careful for a long time. But you approached. I approached because you were close enough to void refinement that I could see it. And because your scan pattern was very specific, it was the scan of someone who had been watching for a specific thing for a long time and had stopped expecting to find it. I recognized that quality. She looked at the arena below. It looked like what I imagined I looked like. Wei Liang absorbed this. The 4-loop observation period he had spent watching her before approaching. The same calculation she had been running, from the other direction, across those same 4 loops. I'm glad you approached, he said. So am I. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 211 and noted, with the clinical attention that 200 loops of observation had refined, that Master Xiao Dongfeng's monitoring sweep still had that elevated alertness in its pattern. He waited. He maintained baseline cultivation behavior. Nothing that would register as unusual, nothing that would extend the alert state. 3 loops. The alert state decayed. Chapter 39. Loop 220. The delay had extended past 215. In loop 214, the alert state had almost completed its decay when something he hadn't anticipated introduced a new complication. Shenrui. Not through any action of hers. She was entirely unaware of any of the above, but through Wei Liang's own response to her. He had been maintaining careful distance from her since loop 180, consciously managing the accumulation of grief that building connections in this loop inevitably produced. He had told himself, across many loops, that the management was working. In loop 214, she had been in the preparation alcoves at the same time he was, going through her pre-tournament cultivation work, and she had looked across the space and caught his eye and said, with the specific directness she used, "You're always watching things. What are you watching for?" He had stopped. He had stood in the preparation alcove and looked at this woman who had no idea she had asked him this question dozens of times in various forms, who had no memory of every conversation they had ever had, who was seeing him for what was technically their first time today. And he had thought, clearly, and with some pain, I am watching for the end of this loop, so that you can exist in a continuous future rather than this frozen day, and it is taking longer than I hoped. He had not said this. He had said, I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know if I find it. She had nodded and returned to her cultivation work, and the exchange had lasted 12 seconds, and it had cost him an afternoon's emotional equilibrium that he had spent loop 215 recovering. In loop 213, during the routine cultivation behavior baseline he was maintaining, Wei Liang had noticed something new. Gu Shenfei's approach to the arena during the pre-tournament period had changed. Where she had previously spent her observation time focused on Master Xiao's gallery and the tournament floor, she was now splitting her attention between those and a section of the outer bleachers he hadn't previously flagged as significant. He had watched her watching that section for 3 loops before he identified what she was tracking, a disciple he had catalogued in loop 40 as outer sect, fire aspect, unremarkable, and subsequently ignored. The disciple's name, he checked his memory, was Bao Jingtao. Quiet, middle placement in previous tournaments, no particular distinguishing features. In loop 216, he had positioned himself to observe Bao Jingtao directly through the morning bracket, and he had seen it. The same navigation familiarity he had identified in Gu Shenfei 65 loops ago. The same skin pattern. The careful monitoring of multiple targets simultaneously, disguised under the surface behavior of a nervous tournament competitor. A third looper. He had brought this observation to Gu Xinfei in loop 217 with careful framing, and what she said had changed the calculation significantly. I know about Bao Jingtao, she said. I've known for approximately 40 loops. And Bao Jingtao is a problem. The explanation that followed, delivered across the better part of an afternoon in their usual healing tent meeting location, was the most consequential thing Gu Xinfei had told him since the initial disclosure of her history. Wei Liang had been sitting with the observation of Bao Jingtao's behavior for 3 loops before he raised it with her, which was his standard practice for significant new information. 3 loops of independent observation to build his own picture, then comparison with what Gu Xinfei knew. In loop 215, he had observed Bao Jingtao attempt a direct confrontation with Elder Song Su, walking up to the elder between matches and presenting what appeared to be a formal grievance about match criteria inconsistencies. Song Su had dismissed him politely and professionally. Bao Jingtao had withdrawn without incident. The interaction had lasted 4 minutes and had produced no visible result. But the attempt itself had told Wei Liang something. Bao Jingtao was still actively working his original theory, still trying to expose the corruption as a mechanism for ending the loop, which meant that 200 loops of failure had not yet convinced him that the theory was wrong. That was either extraordinary persistence or a very well-confirmed wrong belief. Wei Liang had seen both in this tournament. The diagnosis mattered for how you approach the conversation. In loop 216, he had asked Gu Xinfei, "How long have you been watching Bao Jingtao?" She had looked at him steadily. 40 loops, approximately. And you didn't mention this. I wasn't certain what he knew. I didn't want to introduce a variable before I understood it. And now I've watched him for 40 loops and I understand what he knows and what he doesn't. He doesn't know about the bead. Then we should tell him. The silence that followed that statement was the silence of Gu Xinfei working through her own version of the same calculation Wei Liang had run immediately. The potential benefits of adding a capable ally with 200 loops of independent operational knowledge versus the potential costs of telling someone who had a deeply invested wrong theory that the theory was wrong. Bao Jingtao had been looping for approximately 200 loops. He had, unlike Wei Liang or Gu Xinfei, reached a different conclusion about the loop's cause and solution. He did not know about the bead. He did not know about Master Xiu Dongfeng's involvement. What he had concluded, through his own independent analysis, was that the loop was a natural temporal phenomenon, a spontaneous anchoring event with no artificial cause, and that the way to end it was to achieve a specific outcome in the tournament itself. He had decided, apparently, that the loop would end when the correct, natural order of the tournament was restored, when the corruption was eliminated, when the tournament ran on its actual merits, when the results reflected pure ability rather than family influence. He had spent 200 loops trying to achieve this. He had not succeeded, because eliminating the corruption required eliminating Elder Song Su and the family network, and achieving a corruption-free result in a single day while keeping his own cover intact was effectively impossible. Each loop, Song Su's mechanisms proved too deeply embedded to dismantle entirely in the available time. He doesn't know the real mechanism, Wei Liang said. No, and he can't know. He doesn't have soul formation sensitivity sufficient to perceive the bead. His interpretation of the loop is entirely based on pattern analysis without the key piece of evidence. Then we tell him. Gu Xinfei was quiet. He's been looping for 200 cycles, Wei Liang said. He deserves to know what's actually happening. Yes, she said. He does. But telling him changes the calculation. He has his own plan, his own theory of the situation. He has been acting on that theory for 200 loops. When we tell him the theory is wrong, we're not just giving him new information, we're dismantling 200 loops of investment. She stopped. That's a thing I understand, Wei Liang said. Yes. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who understood something similar about each other. In loop 218, Wei Liang had approached Bao Jingtao directly. The conversation was one of the most delicate he had navigated in 218 loops. Bao Jingtao's initial response to how many loops had been a careful, professional denial. The response of someone who had learned to treat any unexpected familiarity with the loop as a potential attempt by someone in the day to exploit their knowledge. He had developed, apparently, a justified paranoia about revealing his condition to people who might use the information against him. Wei Liang had spent 3 hours dismantling that paranoia through specific demonstrations, naming events that hadn't happened yet, predicting technique sequences before they occurred, providing information that was only accessible through loop memory. By the time the day reset, Bao Jingtao was listening. It had taken until loop 220 to bring him fully into the picture, and even now, sitting with Gu Xinfei and Yun Shai in the healing tent, while Bao Jingtao processed what he had just been told about the bead and Master Xiao, Wei Liang could see the specific quality of someone absorbing the fact that 200 loops of their own effort had been premised on a fundamental misunderstanding. The corruption was never the cause, Bao Jingtao said. Not a question, a confirmation. No, Wei Liang said. The corruption is real and worth addressing, but it's incidental to the loop mechanism. The loop exists because someone wants it to. Bao Jingtao was quiet for a long time. Show me the bead's resonance. They took him to the arena floor during the midday interval, and Yun Shai applied the diagnostic technique while Bao Jingtao watched. And he felt the pulse come through the stone with the wide-open awareness of someone who had just been told to look for something specific in a place he'd walked past 200 times. His expression when he confirmed it was the expression Wei Liang had been watching for, not shock, but recalibration. The rearrangement of 200 loops of evidence into a new framework that explained everything in a way the old framework never had. What do you need from me? Bao Jingtao said. It was, Wei Liang thought, the most useful question anyone had ever asked him in this tournament. Chapter 40. Loop 230. They spent 10 loops integrating Bao Jingtao into the plan. It was not a simple process. Someone who had spent 200 loops developing their own operational approach did not simply adopt a new one in a conversation. Bao Jingtao had his own understanding of Elder Tsang-Su's mechanism, his own mapped routes through the tournament grounds, his own network of carefully placed observations across the day's timeline. Much of this was compatible with the existing plan. Some of it was better than what they had, Bao Jingtao had achieved, through 200 loops of focused attention, a map of the outer sect movement patterns on tournament day that was more detailed than anything Wei Liang had built. He had been optimizing for crowd management and visibility suppression rather than for the specific subfloor access task that the plan required. But the underlying map was useful in ways that improved the timing calculations. He also had to confront, across those 10 loops, the specific emotional weight of working with Bao Jingtao. Not a difficult relationship. Bao Jingtao was straightforward and capable and genuinely committed once he understood what they were doing. The difficulty was the awareness of what Bao Jingtao represented. A second person who had spent 200 loops trapped in the same day, operating on a theory that was wrong, not because he was foolish, but because he had the wrong starting information. Wei Liang had been fortunate. He had reached soul formation sensitivity in loop 60, which gave him access to the bead's pulse. He had met Yun Shai in loop 41 and recognized the diagnostic sensitivity's relevance. He had met Gu Xinfei in loop 155 and received, from her, the full picture that had taken her 200 loops to assemble. The specific sequence of observations and encounters that had led him to the correct understanding of the loop mechanism had contained a degree of luck, even if luck had been augmented by the careful, methodical attention he brought to every loop. Bao Jingtao had none of that luck. He had been working harder than Wei Liang, in many respects, spending more loops on direct action, more loops attempting to address the tournament's corruption through accumulated operational knowledge. He had been solving the wrong problem with excellent technique, and he had done so for 200 loops without the benefit of another looper to talk to. Wei Liang thought about that across several loops of the integration work and did not arrive at any response that felt sufficient. He could only proceed with the actual work. The integration process was not a single long conversation. It was a series of shorter conversations across 10 loops, each one adding a piece. The bead structure, Master Xiao's role, the unraveling technique requirements, the team composition, the access route, the timing windows, the contingencies. Wei Liang had become efficient at these integration briefings through practice. He knew which pieces needed to be presented first to create a stable conceptual framework for the ones that followed, and he had learned to read the specific kind of silence that indicated genuine processing rather than surface acceptance. Bao Jingtao was a good processor. He asked precise questions, not the questions of someone trying to find the argument's weak points, but the questions of someone building an accurate internal model of a complex system. His background in operational planning showed in how he thought about problems, in terms of dependencies, contingencies, and decision points rather than in terms of principles or ideals. He was, Wei Liang recognized, the most purely tactical thinker in the group, which complemented the more strategic orientations of everyone else. By loop 228, Bao Jingtao's questions had shifted from, how does this work, to what do we do if X fails? That was the transition point from conceptual acceptance to operational ownership. Wei Liang noted it with quiet satisfaction. The 10-loop integration also gave Wei Liang time to understand what Bao Jingtao could do that none of the existing team members could. He could deal with Elder Tsang-Su. Not physically. The plan did not require physical intervention with Song Su, whose tournament activities were irrelevant to the subfloor operation. What it required was ensuring that Song Su's results verification, in the post-finals period, ran according to schedule and was not accelerated or delayed in ways that would compress or expand the maintenance corridor handover window. If Song Su lingered, if he ran extended verification for any of the matches he had engineered toward specific outcomes, the handover window could shrink. Bao Jingtao, with his thorough map of the day's outer sect movement patterns and his 200 loops of Song Su observation, could position himself to manage that timing without appearing to manage it. You understand that this changes your role in the plan significantly, Wei Liang said, in loop 223, when this element was first articulated. I understand, Bao Jingtao said. He had a quality Wei Liang had come to respect across 10 loops of working with him. The quality of someone who had been wrong about something important and had updated their beliefs without making the wrongness an obstacle. He was not nursing injured pride. He was simply redirecting 200 loops of operational capacity toward a new goal. You also understand, Wei Liang continued, that after the attempt, you won't remember any of this. If the attempt succeeds and the loop ends, you'll remember whatever your memory is of the day the loop began. Not the 5 loops of working with us. Not the conversation where you learned about the bead. A pause. You'll remember, Bao Jingtao said. Yes. Then it's enough that you remember. Wei Liang absorbed this. It was a form of trust that he found, unexpectedly, difficult to receive. The specific trust of someone who was willing to participate in something consequential with the complete knowledge that they would have no memory of having participated. Bao Jingtao was agreeing to be, from his own future perspective, an unknowing instrument of an outcome he had no access to. The loop ending would be something that simply happened to him, from the outside, without context or explanation. Those 3 contingency improvements were not small. They addressed edge cases Wei Liang had identified but not fully resolved. What to do if Song Su's verification ran significantly over schedule? What to do if the northern maintenance access was temporarily occupied by legitimate maintenance work? And what to do if Master Shou dispatched Ren Jihai to sweep the sublevel before the attempt began? For each edge case, Bao Jingtao had a response developed from his 200 loops of operational knowledge of the tournament grounds. Responses that were specific, practical, and grounded in a detailed map of the day's human traffic patterns that Wei Liang's own maps didn't fully match. The third contingency, in particular, was one Wei Liang was glad to have. If Ren Jihai conducted a sub-level sweep before the attempt, the plan's entire timing was compromised, and they needed to abort without alerting Ren Jihai to what they had been about to do. Bao Jingtao had a specific, tested sequence for creating a plausible misdirection that would redirect Ren Jihai's attention to the tournament's outer grounds without appearing to be deliberate misdirection. He had used a version of it before, for entirely different reasons. It worked. In loop 228, the integration was complete. Bao Jingtao knew every element of the plan, had confirmed his role in the timing management, and had added 3 contingency improvements that strengthened the window calculations. He was the 4th human piece of the operation, alongside Fong Bolin, who still didn't know the full picture, and Gu Xinfei and Yun Shai, who did. In loop 230, Wei Liang ran a full confirmation pass with all 4 active participants. He found the plan sound. He found the team solid. He found himself, for the first time in 230 loops, looking at the attempt not as a future event to be prepared for, but as a present event waiting only for the right timing. The question now was not whether the plan was ready. The question was when. Master Shou's monitoring had returned to baseline in loop 217. 8 loops had passed without incident. Wei Liang's void refinement cultivation had consolidated fully across the intervening period. He had spent each pre-tournament morning in careful internal work, confirming that the new cultivation level was stable, testing the unraveling's opening sequence against his own capabilities. He was not just at void refinement. He was 6 weeks of subjective cultivation experience into void refinement, with the distinction between newly crossed and settled in that made the difference in execution reliability. He was ready. The team was ready. The plan was ready. In loop 230, he looked at Gu Xinfei across the healing tent table and said, "Next loop." She looked back at him with 500+ loops in her eyes and said, "Next loop." Chapter 41, Loop 231. The attempt began and ended in the same reset. He did not blame anyone. The failure was his own. A technical miscalculation in the timing of the maintenance corridor handover window, compounded by a variance in Elder Song Su's results verification pace that pushed the window to its minimum. They had made the entry. They had descended the access shaft. They had reached the drainage tunnel's lower junction, and Wei Liang had been within 10 feet of the bead's location when the ceremony setup crew arrived 3 minutes ahead of schedule. Not the maintenance crew. The ceremony setup crew, a specific group he had mapped across 40 loops and confirmed as reliably late by a margin that had never, in any observed loop, dropped below 6 minutes after the handover. Except today. Today they were 3 minutes early. The variance was caused, he determined in loop 233, by a single personnel change. One of the regular setup crew members had been replaced by a substitute who moved at a different pace and who had taken a different route through the outer administration corridor, arriving at the maintenance level junction 3 minutes earlier than the regular crew member's pace would have produced. Personnel variance. The kind of thing that was possible in any given loop, but extremely rare. He had seen the crew's composition stay consistent across 40 observations. The substitute had simply appeared in loop 231, for reasons he couldn't determine without more investigation than the task warranted. They had retreated. The day reset before the attempt had meaningfully begun. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 232 with the failed attempt sitting in his memory like a bruise. He lay still for a moment and inventoried the experience. They had reached the drainage tunnel. He had felt the bead's pulse at direct contact range for the first time, present and specific, the temporal anchor's resonance at arm's length rather than mediated through 40 feet of bedrock. The bead's structure under void refinement awareness was exactly what the diagram described. A spherical anchoring formation of crystalline complexity, its interior a mapped constellation of structural nodes connected by resonance threads, all of it pulsing with the accumulated energy of 231 tournament days. The dissolution sequence would work. He had confirmed this in the 6 seconds between his first contact and the decision to withdraw. He did not allow himself to catastrophize. He did not allow himself to treat this as evidence that the plan was fundamentally flawed. One failed execution proved nothing about the plan's validity. It proved only that the specific execution parameters of loop 231 had not been met. The ceremony setup crew's variance was a new data point, not a disqualifying one. He had now confirmed that the crew's arrival could be as early as 3 minutes ahead of the window's end. He would factor that into the next attempt. In loop 232, he found Gu Xinfei and told her what had happened. She listened without expression. Then, the ceremony crew. I've seen that variance before, in loop 312, approximately. I didn't flag it because it was so far out of the normal range that I dismissed it as a one-off. It's not a one-off. Evidently not. We need a longer window, or a different entry point. They spent loop 232 mapping alternative approaches. There were two. The northern maintenance access, which approached the subfloor from a different angle and had a different handover timing independent of the ceremony crew's schedule, and the eastern drainage junction, which was closer to the bead's position but required bypassing a secondary formation lock that Wei Liang hadn't yet cracked. In loop 233, he spent the day on the secondary formation lock. In loop 234, he confirmed the lock override sequence. It required a specific combination of cultivation pressure and timing that he'd identified through 40 minutes of careful probing, a sequence that would not look different from standard formation maintenance work to any observer. In loop 235, he ran the northern maintenance access route for the first time, timing every step, confirming that the handover window via this route gave them 16 minutes minimum rather than 12. 16 minutes. The dissolution required 12 to 15. A 4-minute minimum margin rather than 1. That was workable. In loop 236, he brought this to Gu Xinfei. She reviewed the route, checked his timing calculations against her own knowledge of the maintenance infrastructure, and confirmed, this works. He had failed once. He had learned from the failure. He had corrected the flaw. This was how problems were solved when you had infinite time and finite tolerance for repeating the same mistake. He had been in this specific process many times across 237 loops. The process of a failed approach, a clear failure analysis, a correction, a reattempt. The loop had given him more practice at this cycle than most practitioners experienced in a lifetime. He was good at it now. Good in a way that had cost something, but was genuinely his. He lay in the pre-dawn dark of loop 241 with the previous day's experience layered over this morning's blank slate. And for a while he simply let the two states coexist, the reset world on one side, and the vivid memory of the drainage tunnel on the other. The stone wall's specific texture. The sound of ceremony preparation from 2 levels above. Gu Xinfei's presence 3 steps behind him and the quality of that presence. 500 loops of patience and determination and something that had been grief for a long time and was now becoming something he didn't have a precise word for. He had contacted the bead. He had initiated the dissolution. He had confirmed, at the moment of first contact, that the technique was executable at his current cultivation level, not just theoretically but experientially, with his void refinement awareness actually moving through the bead's internal formation structure, actually engaging with the first structural node, actually feeling the anchoring mechanism's resistance through the practitioner's interface rather than through conceptual description. The gap between knowing what something would feel like and feeling it was significant. He had crossed that gap. Even though the attempt had failed, the crossing mattered. He was not approaching the bead for the first time anymore. He knew it now. He also knew something about what Gu Xinfei had been carrying. Across her 500 attempts, many of them solo, she had been inside that structure repeatedly. She had felt the bead's specific resistance, its specific defensive patterns, its specific degradation quality, all of that accumulated into the deep experiential knowledge she had been drawing on to guide the plan. The 6 seconds of Wei Liang's first contact had given him a sliver of that understanding. She had 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes, and hundreds of failed attempts that had never even reached the dissolution sequence's beginning. He thought about that as he lay in the pre-dawn dark, and the thought was not abstract. It was specific. She had done that. She had kept doing it. She was going to be free. The failure had also taught him something specific about the bead itself. During the 6 minutes he had been in contact with it, he had felt the anchoring mechanism's internal pressure in a way that no prior observation had conveyed. The bead was not simply sustaining the loop. It was under strain, the kind of strain that built up in a self-sustaining system that had been running far longer than its intended duration. The temporal anchoring mechanism had been designed, according to the unraveling diagram's preamble notation, for a maximum operational duration of approximately 50 years. It had been running for longer than that. Wei Liang could feel the structural stress of it in the way the internal formation responded to his dissolution attempt, not with the crisp, designed resistance of a properly functioning defensive mechanism, but with the slightly erratic, over-reinforcing response of something that had been compensating for accumulated degradation for a long time. This was not good news for the bead's stability, but it was good news for the dissolution. A system under strain was more susceptible to precise structural intervention than a system in optimal condition. The bead would fail at lower dissolution force requirements than a fresh anchored version would have. The corrected plan's timing margins were wider than Wei Liang had calculated with the assumption of a fully functional bead. He filed this as a positive adjustment and moved forward. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 237, with the corrected plan running clean in his mind, and waited for the conditions to align. Chapter 42, Loop 240. The conditions aligned on Loop 240. He had spent loops 237 through 239 in careful baseline maintenance. Nothing that would register as unusual to Master Xiu's monitoring. No cultivation activity that would suggest preparation for anything significant. He had been a normal tournament participant, entering his matches, competing at the level expected of someone at his registered cultivation rank. He still presented as soul formation in public-facing contexts, concealing the void refinement advancement behind a deliberate display adjustment he had developed across loops 203 through 210, and finishing the day without incident. In each of those 3 loops, he had also run the full plan coordination with each team member. Gu Xinfei, confirmed, ready. Yun Shai, confirmed, ready. Fang Bolan, confirmed, task brief to his usual level of specific and incomplete information. Bao Jingtao, confirmed, timing management position prepared. In loop 240, the morning of the attempt, Wei Liang woke with a clarity he associated with states of peak preparation. Not excitement. Excitement was too loud, too likely to introduce the kind of tension that degraded execution. What he felt was the specific quality of stillness that came when you had prepared for something so thoroughly that the preparation had become background rather than foreground, and what was left was simply the task itself. He also woke with the awareness that this was the first attempt, and first attempts provided information that preparation alone could not. If the attempt succeeded, it succeeded. If it failed, he would learn something about the failure that would make the next attempt better. He had been through enough loops to understand that the first attempt of anything was rarely clean, that the gap between preparation and execution always contained surprises, and that the appropriate response to surprises was adaptation rather than dismay. This framing was not resignation. It was the efficient prepositioning of his response capacity so that it was available where it was needed rather than tied up in anticipatory anxiety. He ate breakfast. He registered for the tournament at the usual time. He ran his morning matches with the efficiency of 240 iterations of practice. He was not thinking about the plan during any of this. The plan was prepared. Thinking about it was not preparation. It was anxiety wearing preparation's clothes. He had learned this across 240 loops. The mental rehearsal that felt productive was mostly not. The plan existed in his mind with the solidity of something that had been built and checked and rebuilt and checked again, and that solidity was not improved by more checking. What he needed to bring to the execution was present moment attention, not additional review. He had determined, to be physically comfortable. A practitioner who was stiff from tension or cold was a practitioner whose cultivation response time was marginally slower. He ate a full meal, performed the cultivation courtyard warm-up sequence he had developed specifically for high-demand execution days, and registered for the tournament feeling as physically prepared as his current cultivation level made possible. The work was done when the preparation was complete. The only remaining task was to be present and responsive rather than to replay the plan until he made himself nervous about edge cases that were already accounted for. He watched his morning matches with the specific kind of attention he had developed from managing the long preparation period. The attention of someone who was giving their full engagement to what was directly in front of them, not as discipline, but because full engagement with the present was the most efficient use of the available hours. His opponents were people who were experiencing today for the first time. They deserved his full attention, even if he was going to defeat them. He thought, instead, about ordinary things, the specific quality of the morning light, the way the outer sect common areas smelled of cold stone and cooking smoke at this hour, the way formidable, passing him near the registration tables, had offered the brief nod of someone who felt, on some level below articulation, that this particular morning was significant. Formidable didn't know why. Wei Liang did. He returned the nod. At the midday break, he found the team at their positions. Yin Shai was in the healing tent, running through the outer boundary contact technique for the last time. The healer looked up when Wei Liang appeared in the tent entrance, and the expression that passed between them required no words. Ready. Wei Liang gave a single nod and moved on. Gu Shenfei was in the outer gallery, watching the afternoon semi-final brackets with the specific quality of attention that was not watching the matches, but watching everything around the matches. She turned when he approached and looked at him with 500 loops behind her eyes. Today, she said. Today. She breathed in slowly. Then let's not waste the day. They had, over the last 40 loops of collaboration, developed a working relationship that had none of the careful managed distance Wei Liang kept with most of his relationships in this repeating day. She knew him better than anyone except possibly himself. She had watched him operate across dozens of loops, had seen him fail and recover and fail differently and recover differently, had accumulated her own picture of who he was under the conditions this day produced. And he knew her with the same density, the specificity of someone who had heard the same person's full history multiple times and learned something new each time. He did not know what the day after the loop ended would feel like, whether the 500-loop version of Gu Shenfei would persist, or whether the day running forward would reset her to the person she had been before all of this. The cultivation texts were not clear on what happened to loop participants when a temporal anchoring mechanism was dissolved. He did not know what she would remember. He intended for her to be free regardless of what she remembered. Let's not waste the day, he said. The afternoon bracket continued around them. Formidable placed well in his quarterfinal match, using the refined hybrid formation with the timing adjustment Wei Liang had given him in this loop's morning sparring session. Bao Jingtao positioned himself near Elder Tsang Su's verification table at the start of the finals period. Yun Shai moved from the healing tent toward the arena's lower level with the relaxed purposefulness of a guest observer going to watch the final match from a floor-level position. Everything was in place. Wei Liang descended the northern maintenance access stairway at the precise moment the maintenance crew completed their handover. The stairway was empty. The corridor below was empty. The secondary formation lock on the eastern drainage junction opened cleanly under his void refinement cultivation pressure. No resistance. The sequence holding exactly as he had confirmed in loop 234. He moved through the drainage tunnel toward the beads location with Gu Shenfei 3 steps behind him and felt the pulse strengthen with each step, steadier, more present, more real than it had ever been in all the loops he had sensed it from above. The drainage tunnel smelled of mineral water and old stone, the specific smell of something built long ago and maintained by people who had stopped thinking of it as remarkable. 240 loops of knowing this tunnel existed, and this was the first time he had been inside it. The specificity of it, the actual texture of the stone walls, the way the pulse resonated differently from inside the tunnel than from above, the faint distant sound of ceremony preparation from 2 levels up, was suddenly present and vivid in a way that preparation had never been. He had spent 240 loops building to this moment. He was in it now. He was close. He had been close for 200 loops. For the first time, close meant something different. Chapter 43, Loop 241. The attempt failed. He had reached the bead. He had confirmed its structure with void refinement awareness, a crystalline formation approximately the size of a clenched fist, buried in a hollow of bedrock that showed tool marks too precise for natural formation. It had the exact resonance pattern he had been tracking since Loop 60, amplified now by direct proximity to something beyond any chart of scale. He had placed his hand on the rock face adjacent to the bead's location and felt the temporal anchoring mechanism pulsing against his palm like something alive. He had initiated the unraveling sequence. The opening steps had gone cleanly, the void refinement awareness extending into the bead's structure, finding the anchoring formation's internal architecture, beginning the dissolution sequence at the first structural node. Master Shio had arrived at the 6-minute mark, not at the 4 to 5 minute estimate, not at the delayed timeline their formidable countermeasure was supposed to produce. 6 minutes after Wei Liang initiated the sequence, Master Shio was at the arena's sublevel access point, and his cultivation presence was not the carefully modulated mid-level display Wei Liang had observed in galleries and ceremonies. It was full void refinement, possibly beyond. A cultivation pressure that came through the stone like a change in atmospheric density, unmistakable and overwhelming. Fong Bolan's formation had slowed him for 2 minutes. Not 5 to 8. 2. The dissolution sequence was at its 6th of 15 steps. We can't complete it, Gu Shenfei said, her voice exactly level. I know. We need to go. He withdrew from the sequence cleanly, not breaking contact abruptly, which would have produced a bead response that Master Shio might have detected even from his approach distance, but executing the withdrawal in the way the diagram specified for an interrupted sequence, a controlled rollback through the steps already completed, restoring each structural node to its undissolved state before moving to the previous one. The rollback took 45 seconds. It was the longest 45 seconds he had experienced in 240 loops. They went. Master Shio breached the sublevel access in the time it took them to clear the drainage tunnel. They did not encounter him directly. He came through a different access point than they exited through, which was the only piece of luck that loop produced. They were back in the main tournament grounds within 4 minutes of their exit, mixing into the post-finals crowd with the practiced ease of 2 people who had spent hundreds of loops managing their visibility in this space. Gu Shenfei found a quiet corner of the outer gallery and stood very still for approximately 30 seconds. Wei Liang stood beside her and did not say anything. She had spent hundreds of loops building toward this attempt. She had watched it fall short at step 6, at the 40th percentile of the dissolution sequence's completion. When she turned to him, her expression was controlled. The controlled withdrawal was the right call, she said. Yes. He doesn't know exactly what we attempted. The bead's internal state is effectively unchanged. The rollback restored the structure. From his monitoring perspective, there was an attempted penetration that was abandoned and recovered. He'll increase his alertness. Yes. We'll need to let the alert state decay again before the next attempt. Wei Liang absorbed this with the same equanimity he had developed across 241 loops of this day. The attempt had failed. The failure was informative. The next attempt would benefit from what the failure had taught. This was the process. He had been inside the process for a long time. How many loops to alert state decay? He asked. Approximately 4 to 5. Then we plan the next attempt for loop 246, with a 2-loop buffer. Loop 247, she said. 3-loop buffer. 247, he agreed. The day reset. Wei Liang woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 242 with several important new data points and the specific, controlled quality of not allowing himself to feel the weight of how close they had been. The sequence had reached step 6. 6 of 15. He had been 40% of the way through the dissolution. He knew what the technique felt like, now, from the inside, not just conceptually but experientially. He knew the way the bead's internal structure responded to the dissolution, the specific texture of the anchoring formation's resistance, the points where the sequence required the most precision. He had learned things during those 6 minutes that no amount of memorization could have given him. He had failed. He had also gathered irreplaceable information from the failure. The information had cost something. They had attempted the operation for the first time, had used the element of surprise in the version of it where Fong Bolan's formation was only 2 minutes strong, and now Master Shio knew a penetration had been attempted. The element of surprise would be different for the next attempt, not absent, because Master Shio didn't know who had attempted it or how they had entered, but modified, because he would be monitoring more carefully and responding faster. They had spent 1 attempt. They had learned what they needed to fix. The trade was acceptable. The more urgent data point. Fong Bolan's formation had held for 2 minutes, not 5 to 8. This was not Fong Bolan's fault. It was a capabilities miscalculation, They had estimated his formations holding power against the resistance of a standard void refinement practitioner. Master Xiao was not a standard void refinement practitioner. Wei Liang ran the revised estimate. Fong Bolan's formation was approaching maximum development. He had refined it as far as the current configuration allowed. Adding cultivation force wouldn't close the gap meaningfully. Master Xiao's technique efficiency was too high. What was needed was not more of the same formation, but a structurally different approach that didn't interact with Master Xiao's counter technique in the same way. He had, in loop 241, approximately 4 hours between the failed attempt's aftermath and the day's reset. He spent them doing something that would have seemed indulgent in earlier loops. He sat in the outer cultivation courtyard alone and allowed himself to feel, without managing it, the accumulated weight of 241 loops. Not grief, exactly. Not frustration. Something more fundamental. The fatigue of someone who had been carrying the same weight for a very long time and whose muscles had adapted to the weight without becoming immune to its presence. He was tired in a way that sleep did not address, because sleep reset with the loop and the tiredness did not. It persisted in the soul in the same way grief persisted, below the reset boundary, in the part of him that continued regardless of what the day erased. He let himself feel it for 4 hours. Then he stood up, noted that he felt marginally better for having acknowledged it, and began thinking about structural approaches to containment formation theory. The courtyard was quiet in the late afternoon. The tournament had concluded above him. The awards ceremony had run, and the sect grounds were settling into the particular post-tournament stillness of an institution that had been holding its breath for a day and was now releasing it. Disciples would be returning to dormitories, comparing results, processing wins and losses. In another 12 hours this day would reset, and all of those comparisons would be erased. He had spent 241 loops inside this particular kind of impermanence. He had learned, somewhere in the middle loops, that the impermanence of others' experiences was not the same as the meaninglessness of those experiences. The losses would be forgotten, but the cultivators who had lost had genuinely fought, and genuinely felt the outcome, and genuinely existed in the moment of their effort. The reset didn't erase the realness of those moments. It only erased their forward consequences. He intended to restore those consequences. He rose from his seat and went to work. They needed a better countermeasure. Something that could hold Master Xiao for 9 to 10 minutes rather than 2. Chapter 44, Loop 250. They spent 9 loops on the countermeasure problem. Wei Liang had never considered himself a formation specialist. His strengths were analytical, observation, pattern recognition, the application of accumulated knowledge to novel problems. Formation construction required a different kind of intelligence, more spatial and more intuitive, less about patterns and more about the direct manipulation of spiritual geometry. He was capable, but not exceptional. In Loop 243, he spent the full day in the sect library, using tournament days' open access hours to review every available text on void refinement containment formations. What he found was that the standard approaches, layered barrier formations, pressure redirection arrays, were insufficient against a practitioner who had either the cultivation depth or the technique precision to identify and exploit their structural weaknesses. Master Xiao, as a void refinement practitioner with decades of formation practice, would do exactly that. What could hold him was not a stronger version of the same approach. What could hold him was a formation he had never encountered before, something that used a structural principle his existing technique repertoire wasn't optimized to counter. Bao Jingtao, when presented with this problem in Loop 244, said, "I know someone who might help with that." The someone turned out to be the one person in this tournament whom Wei Liang had, across 244 loops, consistently placed in the peripheral background category and never seriously engaged, a third-tier outer sect disciple named Huang Summing, who had placed unremarkably in every tournament, and who Bao Jingtao had spent 40 loops observing because of a specific loop cycle behavior that had initially seemed like a tick. Huang Summing spent 15 minutes of every tournament day, alone in an outer corridor near the preparation alcoves, running a formation construction exercise that Bao Jingtao had identified as technically anomalous. The exercise built and then deliberately collapsed a small spatial formation, cycling through build and collapse, maybe 20 times in the 15-minute window. It looked like nervous habit. It was, on closer examination, a precision drilling exercise for a spatial formation principle that Wei Liang had never seen applied at the outer sect level. She's self-trained, Bao Jingtao said. No formal formation instruction. Whatever she knows, she figured out on her own. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. A self-trained outer sect disciple who had independently derived an anomalous spatial formation principle. He had been walking past her for 244 loops. The cultivation world was full of people like this, he had come to understand. People whose actual capability was significantly in excess of what the formal assessment structures recognized, not because those structures were arbitrary, but because they measured specific things and missed others. Huang Summing's spatial inversion work was invisible to the tournament judging criteria because it didn't present as a combat technique. Fong Bolin's hybrid formation had been dismissed as an affinity liability because the evaluators were looking at its components rather than its interaction. Even Yun Shai's diagnostic sensitivity, the most technically rigorous of the hidden abilities he had encountered in this day, was categorized as healer's auxiliary skill rather than as the profound formation perception technique it actually was. 244 loops of observing this tournament had given him a thorough picture of an institution that was competent at evaluating what it was designed to evaluate and blind to nearly everything else. The corruption was almost incidental to this larger blindness. Song Su's thumb on the scale was visible and specific. The broader institutional filtering of genuine ability was invisible and pervasive. If the day ever ran forward, he intended to say something about this. In what forum, and to whom was a question for a future that currently didn't exist. But the intention was clear. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. A self-trained outer sect disciple who had independently derived an anomalous spatial formation principle. He had been walking past her for 244 loops. In loop 245, he observed her formation exercise directly, with void refinement awareness. He had positioned himself in the outer corridor where she conducted the exercise, using a legitimate reason to be there, retrieving sparring records from the corridor's document alcove, and extending his void refinement awareness downward into the ambient spiritual environment rather than making any perceptible external gesture. The exercise lasted 15 minutes. He watched all of it, tracking the formation's build and collapse cycles with the full perceptive capacity that soul formation had given him and void refinement had amplified. What she was building was a spatial inversion lattice, a formation that worked not by creating a barrier, but by inverting the spatial orientation of the cultivator who attempted to pass through it, creating a disorientation effect that was not resistible by cultivation strength because it operated on spatial cognition rather than cultivation pressure. You could not overpower it. You could only navigate it, and navigating it required understanding its specific structural logic. It was, Wei Liang realized, exactly what they needed. Not because Master Xiao couldn't eventually navigate it. He could, but because navigating it required time and specific attention that would slow even a highly capable practitioner. Applied in the approach corridor at the correct moment, it would not stop Master Xiao. It would slow him by 8 to 12 minutes while he worked out the inversion logic. In loop 246, he approached Huang Summing. She was startled to be asked about her formation exercise. She had not expected anyone to have noticed it, let alone recognized what it was. Wei Liang explained that he was working on a specific formation problem and had observed her technique with interest. He did not explain the full context. He asked if she would be willing to walk him through the spatial inversion principle. She was willing. More than willing. She had been working on this technique for 4 years without anyone to discuss it with. And the opportunity to explain it to someone who clearly had the technical background to follow was apparently something she had wanted for a long time. The conversation lasted 2 hours, and was one of the most technically dense Wei Liang had ever had in this tournament. Huang Summing was not just a repository of an interesting technique. She was a genuine thinker about formation structure, someone who had developed her understanding through years of independent experimentation with no external validation. The conversation had the quality of two people comparing notes from different starting points and discovering that their maps of the same territory were largely consistent but emphasized different features. He had been careful about how he framed his interest. "I'm working on a specific formation problem," he had said, which was true. A corridor containment issue that requires spatial disruption rather than direct force. He had not said who the corridor contained or what the containment was for. She had answered his questions about the spatial inversion principle without needing to know the application. She was, apparently, interested in the technique for its own sake regardless of what someone might do with it. He had felt, during their 2 hours, the specific quality of time well spent. Not every useful loop was strategic. Some were simply good. By the end of it, he had the structural principle clearly understood. He could not build the formation himself. Not yet. Not in one day. But he could see exactly how it would need to be applied in the corridor approach, and he could describe the application requirement to Fong Bolin with enough specificity for Fong Bolin to execute it using his Wind-Earth hybrid formation as the structural basis. In loop 250, he confirmed the approach with Fong Bolin. The hybrid formation, modified to incorporate the spatial inversion principle Huang Summing had unknowingly provided. would hold Master Xiao for an estimated 9 to 11 minutes. 9 to 11 minutes. The dissolution required 12 to 15. They still had a gap. He sat with this gap at the end of loop 250 and allowed himself a few minutes of genuine frustration before moving past it. He had spent 9 loops building the modified formation. He had identified a novel technique from an overlooked source. He had integrated it carefully. The result was a significant improvement, from 2 minutes to 9 to 11, and it was still not enough. The gap was not the result of bad planning. It was the result of Master Xiao being significantly more capable than the plan's initial assumptions had accounted for. The initial estimate of a standard void refinement practitioner had been reasonable given what he knew at the time. The real Master Xiao was not standard. He had 2 options: find something that gave him more time, or find something that required less time. He had already pushed the delay as far as the modified formation could push it. The time reduction path, reducing dissolution time through Gu Xinfei's deep knowledge, was currently showing some promise. He would pursue it. Chapter 45, Loop 255. The gap closed in Loop 251. It had taken Wei Liang until that loop to recognize what he had missed across 65 loops of working with Gu Xinfei. She had learned things during her 500 attempts and failures that she had not fully disclosed, not from deception, but from the specific cognitive pattern of someone who had processed experience so deeply over such a long period that some of what they knew had become below articulation. The knowledge was there, but it was no longer in the part of the mind that produced explicit descriptions. He had prompted it by asking her a specific technical question about the bead's containment response at the 8th dissolution step, the step where his 6-minute attempt in loop 240 had stalled, where the resistance had been highest. What she said in response to his specific question went well beyond what he had expected. She described the containment response at step 8 in detail that was only possible if you had observed it many times. And in her description, she named a structural redundancy in the bead's defense mechanism at that step that could be exploited to reduce the resistance. "You know about the step 8 redundancy," he said. A pause. "Yes, I do know that. I don't think I had consciously articulated it until you asked. How many loops did it take you to discover it?" She thought. "Approximately 200. It was the last thing I learned before I understood that solo execution was impossible. The structural redundancy at step 8, properly exploited, reduced the dissolution sequence's total execution time by an estimated 2 to 3 minutes. Not 15 minutes, as a best-case sequence would require, but 12 to 13. A minimum of 12. Against a maximum holding time of 11 minutes from the modified formidable formation. Still a 1-minute gap. 1 minute where they would be working against an arrived and fully alert Master Xiao rather than against his delay. He had been running the exact same calculation for 3 loops when Gu Xinfei, in loop 251, said something that shifted the frame. "Stop trying to close the gap mathematically. The gap isn't closable on the current terms. The question is what changes the terms." He looked at her. "What changes the terms? You need 12 to 15 minutes of dissolution time. You have 11 minutes of delay from Fongbolin's modified formation. The question is not how to extend the delay. The delay is at its maximum. The question is how to reduce the dissolution time below 11 minutes. The step 8 redundancy you identified brings it to 12 to 13. Yes, but I've been holding that information for 200 loops without fully articulating it." She paused. "I wonder if there's more I know that isn't yet in the plan." They spent 2 loops in something that was more archaeological than strategic. Wei Liang asking Gu Xinfei specific technical questions about the bead's behavior during her failed attempts. She answering, and both of them sorting the answers into categories of already known versus newly articulated. The step 8 redundancy was not the only structural factor she had internalized without surfacing. There were 3 other observations, minor compared to the redundancy, but cumulatively reducing the expected dissolution time by another 40 to 60 seconds. Combined, an expected dissolution time of 11 to 12 minutes, against a maximum delay of 11 minutes. In loop 252, he and Gu Xinfei had discussed this gap with genuine candor, not trying to minimize it or work around it, but acknowledging it as a real constraint that required a real answer. 1 minute of exposure to Master Xiao at full cultivation. Fongbolin would have expended his formation by then. Bao Jingtao could not intervene against a void refinement practitioner. Yunshai would be occupied with the outer boundary hold. 1 minute. Wei Liang, alone, would need to maintain the dissolution sequence while Master Xiao applied his full cultivation force to stopping it. The question was whether void refinement versus void refinement, at close range, with Wei Liang occupied in a precision technique sequence that required his attention, was survivable for 1 minute. He had run the calculation. He had been honest with himself about the result. Survivable, probably. At significant cost, certainly. Whether the cost would be catastrophic depended on variables he could not fully predict. Master Shio's specific technique choices, the bead's own behavior during the final steps of dissolution, whether Gu Shenfei could provide any defensive support while also holding the inner containment boundary. I can hold both for approximately 30 seconds, Gu Shenfei said. In loop 253. The inner boundary and a partial defensive screen. Not full defense, not enough to stop a dedicated attack, but enough to complicate his targeting. 30 seconds of partial defense plus 30 seconds of straight exposure to Master Shio's full pressure. The question was whether Wei Liang could complete steps 13, 14, and 15 in 30 seconds of direct attack. How fast can you run the final 3 steps? Gu Shenfei asked. I don't know, he said. I've never gotten there. What's the theoretical minimum? He ran the sequence mentally, at the maximum execution pace he could apply without losing precision. 25 seconds, he said. Approximately. That's 5 seconds of margin. That's not much margin. No, she said. It isn't. The 30-second calculation was the hardest part of loop 254. 25 seconds of maximum pace dissolution for the final 3 steps. Against an elder who had demonstrated, in loop 258's second attempt, that his response to active dissolution was precise and targeted rather than simply overwhelming, which meant that Gu Shenfei's partial screen would need to address specific strike vectors rather than general pressure, which was harder but also more efficient if her reading of the incoming technique was accurate. She was very good at reading incoming techniques. 500 loops of observation had made her one of the most technically perceptive practitioners Wei Liang had ever encountered. He also spent time in loop 253 working through what 5 seconds of margin actually meant in practical terms. 5 seconds sounded like almost no margin at all, but 5 seconds at the conclusion of a 15-step void refinement dissolution sequence, with the practitioner's awareness fully committed to the technique's execution and the bead's structural resistance diminishing with each completed step, was a different kind of 5 seconds than 5 seconds in open cultivation combat. The dissolution's final steps were the fastest in the sequence. The bead structure, partially dissolved, offered less resistance at each node, and the remaining nodes were geometrically simpler than the early ones. His 25-second estimate was deliberately conservative. The actual execution might run 20 or 22 seconds if the conditions were favorable. He was building his confidence on evidence, not optimism. He was allowed to be confident on evidence. In loop 255, with the modified plan fully articulated and the team rebriefed on the updated parameters, Wei Liang sat with the honest assessment of what they were attempting, an operation with a 5-second margin against an error, against a void refinement elder who knew what they were doing and why. With a team of 5 people of whom only 2 were fully briefed, and one of those 2 had been looping for 500 cycles and was operating on the edge of her own endurance. It was not comfortable. Comfortable was not available. But it was possible. He had calculated that it was possible, and his calculations had been reliable across 255 loops of testing against reality. What he had, across all that testing, was a track record. The plan had gotten closer with each attempt. The failure modes had been specific and correctable. Every correction had produced the expected improvement. The plan was not a hope. It was an engineering problem that was being solved through iterations, and the iterations had been converging. He thought about Gu Shenfei's 500 loops. He thought about what it meant to have been this close for this long, and to keep going anyway. He had been asking himself, across the last 20 loops, where the limit was, how many attempts, how many loops, how many years of subjective time before the grinding iteration stopped being sustainable. He had not found the limit yet. He suspected the limit was somewhere beyond where he currently was, and that the location of the limit was something that changed each time you approached it without reaching it. He had 2 loops to spend confirming the team's readiness one final time. Then the attempt. Chapter 46, Loop 258. They ran 2 final dry passes, loops 256 and 257, and both confirmed the plan was executing cleanly. The timing windows were consistent. The team coordination was as tight as 200 loops of independent preparation and 30 loops of active collaboration could make it. The modified Fong Bolin formation, incorporating Huang Summing's spatial inversion principle, held in simulated stress tests for an average of 9.5 minutes with high consistency. In loop 258, on the morning of the second attempt, Wei Liang woke with a different quality of pre-dawn clarity than he had carried into loop 240. The gap between the first attempt and the second had been 17 loops, longer than he had hoped, because the alert state decay and the northern access route confirmation and the modification of Fong-Bolen's formation had all required the time they required. 17 loops of waiting when he had already been waiting for 240. He had managed the waiting with the practices he had developed, staying engaged with the day, investing in the day's people with the full quality of attention he could give, refusing to treat these loops as mere waiting time. They were still days. Real days. Days worth living. Shinrui had placed second in loop 252. He had, in that loop, not interfered at all with any of the tournament's corruption mechanisms, had simply competed in his own matches and let everything else run according to its natural state. She had been extraordinary. Her water aspect countercurrent technique, applied with the refined timing she had developed entirely through her own cultivation work, had defeated 2 family candidate placements without any assistance from him and had only fallen short in the finals against an opponent who was simply better that day. She had descended from the arena floor with her jaw set and her head level, and Wei Liang had watched her from the gallery and thought, when this day runs forward, she is going to be exceptional. The difference was experience, not operational experience. He had plenty of that. The experience of having been inside the bead's dissolution sequence for 6 minutes in loop 240 and 9 minutes in loop 258. The experience of having stood with his void refinement awareness fully extended into the temporal anchoring mechanism, feeling its structure from the inside, understanding not just conceptually but sensorially what the dissolution required. He was a better practitioner of this specific technique on this morning than he had been on any previous morning. The unraveling was not a technique he had practiced in the usual sense. The stakes of practice were too high. But he had executed the first 8 steps twice now, and the quality of his understanding of those steps was different from what the diagram alone had given him. The remaining 7 steps he knew only conceptually. But the conceptual knowledge was built on a foundation of direct experiential knowledge that made it feel less abstract. He rose, performed the pre-tournament sequence, registered, competed in his morning matches. The modified Fong-Bolen formation, incorporating the spatial inversion principle, was demonstrated in Fong-Bolen's quarterfinal match and performed cleanly. Wei Liang watched from the gallery and noted the performance with quiet satisfaction. The formation had evolved significantly from the raw wind-earth hybrid he had first observed in loop 22. 41 loops of iteration had produced something that would, on its own merits independent of any plan, be worth the investment. After the quarterfinal, Fong-Bolen had looked up at the gallery where Wei Liang was sitting. Their eyes had not met. The gallery was too high and too crowded for that. But the quality of attention in Fong-Bolen's upward glance had a specific character that Wei Liang had learned to recognize across loops of working with him. Gratitude, and the particular unsettled quality of not knowing who the gratitude was directed toward or why the formation felt like something he'd built with help he couldn't remember receiving. The vestigial sense again. The echo of 41 loops of collaboration that his conscious memory couldn't hold. When the loop ended and the day ran forward, that sense would resolve into actual memory. They would have had one afternoon together, which would not contain enough to explain the feeling. It would simply be a persistent quality that Fong-Bolen carried. The sense that the modified formation had come into being with unexpected ease, as if guided by a hand that had been preparing the guidance for a very long time. He did the same things. Ate breakfast. Registered. Ran morning matches, did not allow himself to think about the plan during these activities, because thinking about the plan was not preparation and was not helpful. The plan was ready. His role was to be present, not to review. At the midday break, he found Gu Shenfei. She was standing at the outer gallery railing, looking down at the tournament floor with an expression he had not seen on her before. Not the exhaustion-patience combination he had come to associate with her default state. Something else. Something that was quieter and harder to read. "What is it?" he said. She didn't answer immediately. Her gaze stayed on the arena floor below, the sweep of bleachers, the formal arrangement of the judging platform, the arena floor's stone worn smooth by years of cultivation force. Then, I was thinking about what I was doing on the day this loop began. Before loop 1. The thing I was doing at the exact moment the beads anchoring activated. He waited. I was leaving, she said. I had decided to leave the sect. My grandfather had just told me something that I couldn't accept. Not about the bead, not about the loop. Something else. Something that made me understand that staying meant becoming something I didn't want to become. I was at the gate. I was going to walk out. A silence. And then it was the beginning of the day again, she said. And I was here. And the gate was ahead of me, and I couldn't reach it because the day kept ending before I got there. Wei Liang looked at her profile against the light from the arena below. When this ends, he said carefully, you'll be at the gate again. Yes. And you'll be able to walk through it. She turned and looked at him. Her eyes were the same eyes they always were, Deep time exhausted, 500 loops settled, but something in them was different today. Something that was opening, carefully, like a door that had been closed a very long time. Yes, she said. I think I will. He absorbed this. He thought about the specific version of the day she had been living before the loop began, standing at a sect gate, having made a decision that was simultaneously an ending and a beginning. He thought about how the loop had frozen her at that threshold for 500-plus repetitions, unable to move past it, unable to discover what came next. When the loop ended, she would discover what came next. She had been waiting to find out for a very long time. Whatever happens on the other side of the gate, Wei Liang said, and then stopped because the sentence didn't have an adequate continuation. He was 258 loops old in this day, and she was 500 plus, and neither of them had words equal to the specific weight of approaching the end of a very long wait. Yes, she said, as if he had completed the sentence. Whatever happens. He held the moment for a second and then said, practically, we should confirm positions. Yes, she said. We should. The afternoon bracket continued. Fong Bolan, Bao Jingtao, Yun Shai, each confirmed at their positions by the unspoken communication of people who had rehearsed this enough that rehearsal had become second nature. The finals match ran cleanly. The judging panel moved to their verification positions. Elder Tsang Su's verification ran at exactly the expected pace. Bao Jingtao was in his management position, and the timing held. Wei Liang descended the northern maintenance access stairway at the correct moment. The stairway was empty. The corridor was empty. The secondary formation lock opened cleanly. He moved through the drainage tunnel with Gu Xinfei 3 steps behind him. The bead's pulse came through the stone, and he felt it with void refinement clarity. Every pattern, every structure, the full internal architecture of the temporal anchoring mechanism that had been running this loop for as long as it had been running, feeding on the tournament's accumulated spiritual energy, sustaining the anchor, sustaining the loop. He placed his hand on the rock face. He opened the unraveling sequence. The dissolution began. Chapter 47. Loop 259. The second attempt failed. But it failed at step 9. 3 steps further than loop 240. They were getting closer. He had been inside the dissolution sequence for 9 minutes. He had executed 8 steps cleanly and had been committed to step 9 when the combination of the outer formation lock yielding and Master Shio's direct strike had terminated the attempt. 9 minutes of void refinement dissolution, executed with precision and maintained against escalating interference, was not a small thing. It was, in fact, approximately 6 minutes more than his first loop attempt had managed. The improvement was real and it was measured, and it was specifically the result of the plan's modified formation delay working as designed. The Step 9 commitment requirement was the remaining problem. He had identified it. He had a solution. The third attempt would not fail at Step 9. The moment of the Step 9 failure had lasted approximately 2 seconds from the initiation of the commitment to the moment the outer formation lock buckled. He had felt it. The specific snap of Yunshai's outer boundary contact breaking, the amplification of the bead's containment response as the outer layer was no longer held, Gu Xinfei's immediate shift to dual management. He had committed to Step 9 and felt the window narrowing in real time, the cultivation damage from Master Shio's first direct strike landing before he finished the commitment. He had finished the commitment anyway. Step 9 was complete when he broke the dissolution. That was new. He lay in the pre-dawn dark of loop 259 and processed this with deliberate precision. 6 steps in loop 240. 9 steps in loop 258. 15 steps total. The pattern was clear and it was encouraging. Each attempt was reaching further into the dissolution sequence, and the limiting factor was shifting from infrastructure timing, loop 231, to formation holding time, loop 240, to step-specific technical requirements, loop 258. This was progress. Specific, measurable, directional progress. The plan was working, not in the sense that the attempts were succeeding, but in the sense that the failure modes were moving in the right direction. Each failure was closer to success than the previous failure. This was what correct problem-solving looked like from the outside, when the problem was genuinely difficult. He had reached Step 9 before the outer formation lock buckled under Master Shio's arrival pressure, and Yunshai was forced to withdraw from the outer boundary to avoid the backlash. Without the outer boundary held, the bead's containment response amplified, and Gu Xinfei was managing both the inner boundary and the beginning of the direct attack pressure alone. She had held it. She had held both, for 43 seconds, by Wei Liang's count. But the dissolution sequence at Step 9 required a precision moment where the entire practitioner's void refinement awareness had to commit simultaneously to a very specific structural target. And the moment he committed to that target, He had nothing left to apply to deflecting Master Xiao's direct cultivation strike. The strike had hit him. He had not died. The combination of Gu Xinfei's partial screen and his own defensive instinct had kept it from being lethal, but the cultivation damage had been sufficient to collapse the dissolution sequence. In the moments between the collapse and the reset, he had two clear observations. The first, Step 9 was complete. He had finished it despite the strike. The dissolution had proceeded through Step 9 and had been at the beginning of Step 10 when he broke it. The second, Master Xiao, standing in the drainage tunnel 12 feet away, had looked at him with an expression that was not anger. It was something more complex, recognition, possibly, and underneath the recognition, something that Wei Liang, in 2 seconds of direct eye contact before the reset, could only read as pain. Master Xiao was not simply maintaining this loop out of self-interest. There was something else here. Something older than strategy. The day reset. He woke in the pre-dawn dark of loop 259 with a new problem. The Step 9 commitment requirement. He had not fully appreciated, from the diagram, how complete that commitment needed to be. The notation had described it as full attention convergence, which he had interpreted as strong, focused effort. What it actually required was the temporary suspension of all defensive cultivation awareness. Not just directing his attention away from defense, but actually dropping the defensive field entirely for the 2 to 3 seconds of the commitment. During those 2 to 3 seconds, he was completely open. He could not maintain defensive capability and execute Step 9 simultaneously. That was the technical reality. The question was how to survive those 2 to 3 seconds against an opponent at full void refinement. He spent loop 259 in what was, across all his loops, the most focused single-day thinking session he had ever conducted. He was not running the full plan, not coordinating the team, not doing anything except sitting in the sect library for the morning hours and the outer cultivation yard for the afternoon hours, working through the problem from every angle he could construct. The answer, when it arrived, was not elegant, but it was correct. He did not need to survive those 2 to 3 seconds. He needed someone else to create a window that lasted 2 to 3 seconds. Not a defensive window, not protecting him from Master Xiao's attack, but an offensive disruption that forced Master Xiao to spend 2 to 3 seconds doing something other than attacking. Bao Jingtao, positioned for timing management on the tournament grounds above, could descend to the sub-level in the final minutes of the operation and deliver a single directed cultivation strike against Master Xiao from behind. At the moment Wei Liang began Step 9. Not a decisive blow, Bao Jingtao was not at void refinement, but a significant enough disruption to force Master Xiao to respond, to turn, to divide his attention for 2 to 3 seconds. It required Bao Jingtao to abandon his timing management position and descend into a direct confrontation with a void refinement elder who had demonstrated both the capability and the willingness to kill. It put Bao Jingtao in genuine danger. He would ask. He would explain the exact risk. He would not minimize it. In loop 260, when he asked, Bao Jingtao said, "You need 2 to 3 seconds. Yes. And you think I can give you that? I think you can force him to respond to you for that long. Whether he injures you in the response depends on variables I can't predict." Bao Jingtao was quiet for a long moment. He was looking at the tournament floor below them, where a semifinals match was producing the usual patterns of spiritual force exchange and crowd response. He was a cultivator who had spent 200 loops working on this day's problems, who had built real operational capacity, who had reached some approximation of early void refinement through exactly the same mechanism Wei Liang had, accumulated dense experience in a single repeating context. He was capable. He knew his own capabilities accurately. He was making a real assessment of a real risk. The spatial inversion formation will delay him for 9 to 11 minutes, Bao Jingtao said. You're saying the dissolution takes 11 to 12 minutes. You're saying the Step 9 commitment leaves you open for 2 to 3 seconds, and that's where the gap is. Yes. And you're asking me to fill the gap by attacking him from behind, which will force him to respond to me for 2 to 3 seconds, during which you complete the commitment. He paused. And after that, he'll have about 30 seconds before the dissolution completes. Approximately. And in those 30 seconds, he'll be at full attention and I'll have already expended my strike. Wei Liang said nothing. These were the facts. You and Gu Xinfei will be there, Bao Jingtao said. Yes. She'll provide a partial screen. It won't be sufficient. Another long pause. Then, 2 to 3 seconds. I can do that. Wei Liang absorbed this. He had no adequate response to it. He said, "Thank you." In the loop, Bao Jingtao said, "That's all the thanks I need." Chapter 48, Loop 265. 5 loops of refined preparation, and then the third attempt. Before the preparation loops, He spent the remainder of loop 259 in conversation with Bao Jingtao. The Step 9 problem had been identified. The solution, Bao Jingtao's attack at the commitment moment, had been proposed. But he had not yet had the conversation with Bao Jingtao that the solution required, and he intended to have it before the next attempt rather than on the day of the attempt. He found Bao Jingtao in the outer gallery during the post-finals reception period, when the tournament was winding down toward its awards ceremony. Bao Jingtao was in his timing management position by habit, watching Elder Tsang Su's verification process run with the attentive monitoring of someone who had practiced this task for 30 loops. The second attempt reached Step 9, Wei Liang said, sitting beside him. Bao Jingtao absorbed this, which means the holding formation is sufficient, but the Step 9 commitment is the current failure point. Yes, and the solution you've identified requires a disruption at the Step 9 moment that forces Master Xiao to respond to something other than me for 2 to 3 seconds. He looked at Bao Jingtao directly. Requires you to attack him from behind at that moment. The conversation that followed was the one he had been running in his head for several loops. Clear, specific, covering the exact risks and the exact reasons why Bao Jingtao was the best person to provide the disruption. He did not minimize the risk. He did not inflate the necessity. He presented the facts accurately and let Bao Jingtao make the decision with full information. Loops 260 through 264 had been spent on integration and confirmation, rebuilding the team's coordination around the modified plan that now included Bao Jingtao's descent at the Step 9 moment, reconfirming all timing parameters with the updated variables, running one final dry pass in loop 263 that came as close to the real execution as a dry run could. In loop 265, on the day of the third attempt, Wei Liang woke with something that was not quite calm and not quite resolved, but occupied the territory between them. The specific state of someone who has accepted the full weight of what they are about to do and is no longer spending any energy on anticipatory anxiety because all the available energy is needed for execution. The morning passed. He registered. He competed. He moved through the familiar bracket with the efficiency of something approaching 265 iterations of this specific sequence, and the familiar efficiency had a different texture today, not the grinding monotony of infinite repetition, but the precision of something finally being deployed for its actual purpose rather than its practice purpose. He found his team at positions during the midday break. Gu Xinfei, steady, contained, carrying 500 loops, and this day's awareness simultaneously, looking at him with eyes that said everything that needed to be said about readiness. Yun Shai, professionally calm, the healer's equanimity that had always made working with Yun Shai feel like an anchor. Fong Bolan, fully briefed on the spatial inversion addition to his formation, confident in the execution in the specific way of someone who had been asked to do something technically demanding and has correctly assessed that it is within their capability. Bao Jingtao, quiet, at his timing management position, carrying the knowledge of the additional role he would play in the operation's final minutes with a quality that was neither bravado nor fear, but simply commitment. The afternoon bracket completed. The finals match ended. The judging panel moved to verification positions. Wei Liang watched Bao Jingtao guide the verification pace with the invisible, frictionless management of someone who had spent 30 loops preparing this exact task, and the verification ran exactly as planned. The timing window was 16 minutes. The setup crew's arrival variance was accounted for. He descended the northern maintenance access stairway. The corridor was clear. The lock opened. He moved through the drainage tunnel. The bead's pulse was there, more familiar than anything else in this tournament, more present in his memory than any person or event, the single constant across 265 loops of repeating days. He placed his hand on the rock face and felt it against his palm, steady as always, patient as always, running and running and running through a loop that it had sustained for longer than anyone below it had been alive. Ready, he said. Ready, Gu Xinfei said, at his left. Ready, Yin Shai said at his right. He opened the unraveling sequence. Steps 1 through 8 were as clean as they had been in loop 258, the execution carrying the confidence of someone who had done the first 8 steps before and knew exactly what they felt like. The bead's internal structure was familiar to him now, not just from the diagram, but from direct experience, from the failed attempt in loop 240, from the closer failure in loop 258. At step 9, he felt the commitment requirement coming. He had trained for this moment across 40 loops of conceptual rehearsal. He had mapped it from inside the attempt twice. He knew the specific texture of it, the way the void refinement awareness had to fully converge, dropping all defensive function, narrowing entirely onto the single structural node that step 9 required. He sent the signal to Bao Jingtao through the faint connection they had established, a thin thread of cultivation awareness, enough to transmit a simple ready indicator. He felt Bao Jingtao's acknowledgement in return. He took the breath that preceded the commitment. And then he heard Master Xiu's cultivation presence enter the drainage tunnel above them. 8 minutes into the attempt, Fong Bolan's formation had held for 8 minutes before yielding, and knew that the final calculation was about to happen in real time, not on paper. He committed to step 9. For 2 to 3 seconds, he was completely open. He heard the strike, felt it approaching, and then felt it redirect as Bao Jingtao's cultivation force hit Master Xiu from behind. A full-force cultivation strike from an early void refinement cultivator against a mid-to-late void refinement elder, not lethal and not sufficient to stop him, but requiring, as Wei Liang had calculated, approximately 2 seconds of Master Xiu's response. Step 9 completed. He was at step 10. Inner boundary holding, Gu Shenfei said. Her voice had strain in it that hadn't been there in loop 258. She was managing more than she had been before, the bead's containment response intensifying as the dissolution progressed toward its later steps. 10, 11, go. Steps 10 and 11 were shorter than 9, more like pivots in the sequence than structural attacks, reorientation moments that connected 9 to the final triad of 12, 13, 14, 15. He moved through them with the speed of someone who had memorized this sequence for 70 loops and reviewed it 10,000 times. Master Xiu struck again. This time it hit. Partial impact, deflected but not avoided. A blow to his left cultivation channel that sent a spike of pain through his extended void refinement awareness and disrupted his hold on the dissolution thread for a fraction of a second. He recovered. The thread held. Gu Shenfei's voice. Step 12. Take it. He took step 12. The anchoring formation's primary structural node dissolved under the technique's force, and he felt it happen. The specific sensation of something that had been fixed for an unknown duration releasing its hold, the internal structure of the bead beginning to come apart in the precise sequence the diagram specified. Not collapsing, unraveling, as the name said, thread by thread, node by node, in the order that prevented the self-reinforcing containment response from stabilizing the structure again after each dissolution. Step 13. 14. Another strike from Master Xiu, and this one cost more, enough to rock his balance, to force a half-second pause that felt like a year in the compressed time of step-by-step dissolution. Gu Shenfei's partial screen took most of it. He heard her controlled exhale and knew it had cost her. 1 step remaining. He had 500 and some odd loops of preparation behind him, and 1 step remaining, and Master Xiu was 12 feet away, and the bead's anchoring formation was 90% dissolved, and the void refinement awareness that was completing the dissolution was down to its last committed thread. He took step 15. The Tao anchor bead dissolved. The anchoring formation completed its unraveling. Not explosively, not dramatically, but with the quiet finality of a knot coming entirely undone, the temporal anchor releasing its hold on this specific day, the self-reinforcing loop energy that had sustained 265 of Wei Liang's repetitions, and 500 and some of Gu Shenfei's simply ceasing. For a moment, he stood in the drainage tunnel with his hand still against the rock face where the bead had been, and the absence of the pulse was the loudest thing he had ever heard in this tournament. The steady rhythm he had felt beneath this arena since loop 60, the heartbeat of the mechanism that had trapped them all, gone. The space in the bedrock where it had been was just rock now, ordinary rock, holding no resonance and no intention and no claim on the continuity of any particular moment. The day would not reset tonight. He was aware of Master Xiu behind him, the elder's cultivation pressure still present and now unanchored from the loop's protective context, which meant that what happened next would have consequences, real consequences, permanent consequences that could not be reversed by midnight. He turned around. Master Xiu Dengfeng stood in the drainage tunnel with the expression of someone watching the last support of something they had built over decades come out from under it. His face was composed, the composure of deep practice, of a man who had survived many things, but his eyes were the eyes of someone who had just lost something irreplaceable. It's done, Wei Liang said. Master Xiu looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, at Gu Shenfei beside him, at the empty bedrock where the bead had been. Yes, the elder said, very quietly. I suppose it is. The silence that followed was the silence of a world beginning to move forward again, after a very long time standing still. Chapter 49, Loop 266. The silence that followed the dissolution of the Tao anchor bead lasted approximately 12 seconds. Wei Liang counted them. He was not trying to count them. It was the reflex of 265 loops of precise timing. the deep habit of someone who had learned to measure everything in seconds, because seconds were what the loop's windows had always been measured in. He counted 12 seconds of silence before Master Xiao drew a breath, and the world registered that it was continuing. Wei Liang stood with his hand still resting against the bedrock where the bead had been, where it was no longer, and let the absence register fully. The pulse was gone. The rhythm that had been woven into his awareness since Loop 60, the steady second heartbeat of this tournament's frozen moment, had simply ceased. The space it had occupied in the spiritual fabric was not a wound or a scar. It was just silence. The ordinary silence of bedrock that held nothing and owed nothing to anyone. Master Xiao Dengfeng stood in the drainage tunnel 12 feet behind him. Wei Liang turned slowly, with the full awareness that the world was now running forward and the consequences of this moment would propagate, that he could not reset from this, that if Master Xiao chose to end his life in the next 30 seconds, that ending would be permanent. He turned anyway. He had spent 265 loops building to this moment. He was not going to face its consequences with his back turned. His cultivation was at peak void refinement. Master Xiao's was the same level, possibly a shade higher. The elder had been in this stage for many years longer. In a direct confrontation, Wei Liang held approximately even odds, given his accumulated tactical knowledge of the day's spatial layout and his specific mastery of the unraveling sequence that the elder himself had designed. But he was not looking for a confrontation. He was looking for the quality of a man who had just watched the work of 63 years dissolve in seconds. What he found was not what he had expected to find. He had spent most of 265 loops thinking of Master Xiao as an obstacle, an adversary, a threat to manage, a void refinement elder whose monitoring had to be circumvented and whose reactions had to be anticipated. Turning to face him now, in the drainage tunnel, after the dissolution, he found something different, a man who looked genuinely tired. Not the strategic stillness of an adversary assessing a situation. The simple tiredness of someone who had been carrying something for a very long time and had, in the last 12 seconds, set it down. The difference was significant. The elder looked older than he had appeared in any of the gallery seats and ceremony positions where Wei Liang had observed him across hundreds of loops. Not physically. His face was the same composed, capable face that had maintained its authority for 17 years of running this conspiracy. What was different was the quality of his stillness. He had always been still, but it had been the stillness of someone in control. What Wei Liang saw now was a different kind of stillness, the stillness of someone who had let something go. Gu Shenfei stepped forward from Wei Liang's side. She moved with the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for this moment across 500 cycles, and the quality of her movement was neither anger nor triumph. It was the movement of someone completing something they had started a very long time ago. Wei Liang held his position 2 steps behind and to her left. The position he had held during the dissolution itself, where he could observe the full space and respond to anything unexpected, and where he was close enough to act, but not so close as to intrude on what was about to happen between these two people. He had run operational calculations about Master Xiao's threat level dozens of times across dozens of loops. The calculation was still running. Old habits did not stop because their context had changed, but the elder's bearing was not threatening. It was the bearing of someone who had been carrying a very large thing for a very long time and had, in the last 12 seconds, set it down. "Grandfather," she said. Master Xiao looked at her. The composed expression fractured, not dramatically, not with visible emotion, but in the precise way that things fractured when the force that had been holding them together was removed. He looked at his granddaughter with the eyes of a man who had made a very long series of choices that had led him, finally, here. "Shenfei," he said. His voice was quiet. "How long?" she asked. And the question carried the weight of 500 loops, the weight of every time she had stood at a gate that would not open, every time she had woken in the pre-dawn dark of a day she had already lived, every iteration of this specific impasse. A long silence. "The bead has been running for 63 years, he said. Wei Liang absorbed the number. 63 years. He had been looping for 265 days of subjective time. Gu Shenfei had been looping for approximately 500. But the bead had been sustaining this anchor for 63 years before either of them entered the loop, which meant that whatever had been running in this tournament day before Gu Shenfei noticed, before Wei Liang arrived, had been running since long before both of them were born. What was it protecting? Gu Shenfei asked. Still quiet. Still controlled. Master Xiao looked at the empty bedrock for a long time before he answered. "You," he said. Among other things. The answer required Wei Liang to revise his entire picture of the man's motivation. He looked at Master Xiao again, the composed elder who had for 265 loops been the architect of everything Wei Liang had been working against, and saw, for the first time, A man who had been doing something that had made sense to him once, that had continued for so long under its own inertia that the original sense had become irrelevant, and who had not found a way to stop it. That was a more complicated picture than the one Wei Liang had built. The complicated picture did not change the accounting of what the loop had done to Gu Xinfei, what it had done to the disciples on the Eastern Ridge, what it had done to 63 years of tournament history. But it changed his understanding of the person responsible for that accounting. You said among other things, Wei Liang said, carefully. What else? Master Xiao met his eyes. The divination projected 12 direct heirs affected by the catastrophic conflict. Xinfei was the most directly at risk, because the chain of political consequences began with her specific lineage. But the 11 others were also in my responsibility. Some of them are now senior elders. Some are outer sect instructors. They have lived their full lives without knowing that the lives they have lived were made possible by something they never consented to and would not have, if asked. He paused. That is a weight I have carried alone. Did you ever consider asking for consent? Gu Xinfei asked. Her voice was very quiet. When the bead was placed, you were 8 years old. Later, when I was old enough, when the window was still open, when there was still a reason to maintain it. She looked at him. At some point you could have come to me and said, there was a prophecy, and this is what was done about it. And now that you are old enough, I am asking whether you want to continue. You could have given me the choice. Master Xiao was quiet for a very long time. Yes, he said finally. I could have. The admission sat in the air of the small courtyard like a stone placed in still water. Wei Liang watched the ripples move outward and did not say anything, because there was nothing useful he could add to what had just passed between a granddaughter and her grandfather across the specific, impossible distance of 63 years. The answer required Wei Liang to revise his entire picture of the man's motivation. Chapter 50, Loop 266, continued. You need to explain that, Gu Xinfei said. They were no longer in the drainage tunnel. Master Xiao, after a long still moment, had said, we should not have this conversation here. And they had not. They had moved, through the maintenance level, up the northern access stair, out into the post-tournament outer grounds where the sect was settling into its early evening rhythms. They were sitting in a small courtyard adjacent to the formation hall, the three of them, in the orange-gray light of a day that was for the first time in 63 years going to continue past midnight. Wei Liang observed Master Xiao carefully across the low courtyard table. He had spent 265 loops cataloging this man from a distance, his monitoring patterns, his authorizing signatures, his gallery posture, the precise quality of his systematic gaze. He had never sat across from him. The distance had always been necessary. It was not necessary anymore. The bead was placed 63 years ago, Master Xiao said, in response to a prophecy. Gu Xinfei said nothing. Wei Liang said nothing. They waited. The sect's divination hall had been running a long-range analysis for 3 years at that point. The analysis was looking forward 50 years, standard horizon for large-scale resource allocation planning. What it found, at the 47-year mark, was a specific confluence. He paused. The analysis indicated that in 47 years, the conditions would align for a catastrophic internal conflict within the sect. The trigger was the Grand Tournament. A specific outcome, a specific combination of results, would produce a chain of political consequences that would ultimately destroy the sect from within. You don't anchor 60 years of tournament days to prevent a political conflict, Wei Liang said carefully. No, the conflict was not the end point. The divination analysis projected forward from the conflict's aftermath and identified a secondary consequence, the death of the sect's heir bloodlines. All of them, over the following decade. The conflict would leave specific power vacuums that specific external actors had been waiting to exploit, and the exploitation would be systematic. He was very still. Xinfei would have been among those killed. She was 8 years old when the bead was placed. Gu Xinfei was quiet for a moment. You preserved the tournament day to prevent my death. Among others, 12 direct heirs, 37 collateral bloodlines, and the sect itself. He looked at her steadily. The anchor was designed to hold until the prophecy's window closed. 47 years at the time of placement, growing shorter with each passing year. I calculated that approximately 50 years of tournament day anchoring would bring us past the conflict window entirely. The specific political conditions that made the catastrophic chain possible would have changed past the point of return. And now we're at 63 years, Wei Liang said. Past the window. Yes. A pause. Past it by some years, in fact. The window closed approximately 8 years ago. I should have dissolved the anchor then. I did not. The silence that followed contained everything that the admission meant. He had maintained the loop for 8 years past the necessity that had justified it. He had been unable to let it go. You could have dissolved it yourself. Wei Liang said, quietly, from his position behind Gu Shenfei. When the window closed, 8 years ago, you had the void refinement cultivation to execute the technique. You understood the mechanism better than anyone. Master Xiao looked at him with the careful attention of someone who had not expected this specific question from this specific person. Yes, he said. Why didn't you? A long pause. Because to dissolve it myself, I would have needed to admit, to myself, that what I had done had been wrong in ways that could not be corrected by the original justification. He was very still. I had told myself, for 63 years, that the anchor was protection. Necessary protection. Justified by the prophecy. To dissolve it would have required confronting all the ways in which it had ceased to be any of those things, if it had ever fully been them. Wei Liang said nothing. Gu Shenfei said nothing. The answer sat in the drainage tunnel's silence. I am confronting them now, Master Xiao said. I should have confronted them sooner. The disciples on the eastern ridge, Wei Liang said. Master Xiao closed his eyes briefly. The disciples who showed temporal sensitivity posed a real risk. Not to me, to the anchor. If someone with sufficient sensitivity and knowledge had discovered the bead and attempted dissolution during the window period, the sect would not have been protected. The patrol assignments were. He stopped. There is no version of that choice that I can defend. I know this. Gu Shenfei was looking at him with an expression Wei Liang had never seen on her face in any loop. Not anger. She had moved past anger somewhere in her 500 iterations of this day. Not forgiveness. Too soon, too incomplete. Something that was not any of these things but occupied the space between them. The particular quality of someone who had lived inside a consequence for a very long time and was now finally seeing its cause clearly enough to begin understanding it. The gate, she said. On the day the bead anchored. I was leaving. You had heard something about the disciples on the eastern ridge. You had put the pieces together, or close enough. He looked at the table. You were going to expose me. Yes. I couldn't allow it. Not then. The window hadn't closed. She was quiet for a long time. And now the window is closed. The bead is dissolved. The sect is no longer anchored. Whatever happens from this point forward is the consequence of today's events. Real consequences, permanent ones. He looked at both of them. I will make a full accounting to the sect authority. I will not attempt to limit the consequences of that accounting. Wei Liang sat with the information as it settled. The shape of the conspiracy, which he had understood for a long time as motivated purely by power and self-preservation, was different from what he had built it to be. Not entirely different. The deaths on the eastern ridge were real regardless of the motivation that produced them. The 17 years of systematic elimination were real. The 500 cycles of Gu Shenfei's imprisonment were real, however they had begun. The intention that had started the loop did not absolve any of the damage the loop had done. But the intention mattered, not to the accounting. He was a practitioner of too many loops to be sentimental about accounting. It mattered to understanding what had actually happened. He looked at Gu Shenfei. She was still looking at her grandfather with that careful, complex expression. What happens now? Wei Liang asked. Master Xiao looked at both of them with the careful attention of someone taking a final measure. That depends on what you want to happen, he said. I have made my decision. I will account for everything. The method, the duration, the eliminations, the specific names. I will not protect myself through omission or selective disclosure. The sect authority will have what it needs to reach whatever determination it reaches. He paused. What I cannot determine is what you two want for yourselves. What comes next for either of you is your own question to answer. Wei Liang thought about this. What he wanted for himself, after 265 loops, was something he was only beginning to articulate. Not a particular outcome or position. Not a specific achievement. Something more basic. The right to wake up tomorrow without knowing what the day would hold. The right to fail at something and have it matter. The right to grow in a direction that he had not pre-planned across hundreds of iterations of a frozen moment. He wanted, more than anything, the specific luxury of the unknown. The investigation should move quickly, he said. The Eastern Ridge assignments need to be part of it. All 17 years of them. Yes, Master Xiao said. It was both agreement and acknowledgement. And the tournament corruption. The criteria rigging. Sang Su's arrangement with the families. He paused. That's separate from your temporal mechanism. But the investigation will find it regardless. It's better if you provide the connection rather than having the investigators discover it independently. Master Xiao looked at him with something that might have been respect. You've been observing the corruption structure. For 265 loops, Wei Liang said. I know where every thread leads. Gu Shenfei's hand came to rest briefly on his forearm, a touch that lasted less than a second but conveyed, with the precision of someone who had known him across 500 and some loops worth of collaborative effort, that she understood what he was offering, that it was generous, that it was correct. We'll begin tonight, she said. What happens now? Wei Liang asked. Chapter 51, Loop 266, Evening. What happened next was the evening of the first day that had ever continued past the tournament. Wei Liang sat in the outer cultivation courtyard in the fading light and experienced something he had not expected to experience. The specific texture of time moving forward. Not time looping back. Not time ending at midnight. Time continuing. The evening darkening toward night. The stars beginning to appear above the formation hall's roofline. The sounds of the sect settling into its nighttime rhythms without any of it pausing, reversing, or resetting. He had been waiting for this for 265 loops. Now that it was here, he found that he had very little to do with it except be present in it. The evening was cooler than most loop's evenings. In the loop, he had never experienced this evening. The loop had always reset before evening could become night. Before night could become the specific kind of night that followed a day of consequence. He sat and let the cooling air register as its own information, not as a timing cue or a tactical variable. The temperature dropped. The light changed. These were simply things that happened in an evening, and this evening was real, and he was in it. His cultivation base had settled into a different quality since the dissolution. During the loop, his void refinement cultivation had always existed in a context of ongoing pressure. The loop's running state, the bead's background resonance, the awareness that every cultivation advance he made was happening inside a temporal structure that constrained everything. Now that structure was gone. His cultivation still existed. The loop's dissolution had not rolled it back, but it existed differently, the way a building exists differently after the scaffolding that surrounded it during construction is removed. The same structure, differently supported. More genuinely its own. He spent a few minutes attending to the cultivation base's new quality, testing its boundaries, observing how it responded to the absence of the loop's ambient resonance. It was stable. It was clean. Whatever the loop had done to his spiritual foundation in 265 iterations, the foundation was sound. Gu Shenfei had gone with Master Xiao to the formation hall, where the senior administration kept evening office hours for urgent matters. The accounting was beginning. Wei Liang had not been present for that beginning. It was not his accounting to present, and Gu Shenfei had looked at him before she left with an expression that contained, among other things, a quiet acknowledgement that she needed to do this part herself. He had nodded. He had understood. He thought about everything he had carried for 265 loops and tried to understand what it would mean to set it down. The tournament was over. Not reset, actually over. The judging panel's results would stand. The placements would propagate into actual career consequences for the disciples who had competed. The 3 disciples who, in the unaltered day's patrol assignment mechanism, had been fated for the Eastern Ridge, they were alive, and their aliveness was now permanent, not contingent on Wei Liang successfully intercepting a courier in a specific 30-second window every day for the rest of time. Elder Tsang Su's tournament manipulation had been the day's standard result. The corrupt family's candidates had placed well by the tournament's official record. This would not stand, Wei Liang suspected, for long. Master Xiao's accounting was going to pull on a great many threads, and the corruption structure was one of the threads that would unravel. But that process would take time, and it would happen through the sect's actual investigative mechanisms rather than through a single person's loop-by-loop interventions. Shenrui had placed third. She had fought well, better than the official placement reflected, with the unfair criteria shifts still in operation. Her third place was not the result she deserved. It was also not the end of her story. He sat with this, with the knowledge that the injustice of this day's results was now real and permanent rather than one version of many possible outcomes, and that its permanence meant it would have to be addressed through real mechanisms rather than through his ability to set up different conditions in the next loop. The loop had given him the ability to control outcomes. The loop's end restored the world's ability to be complicated. He found, examining his own response to this restoration, that he was glad. Yun Shai appeared at the courtyard entrance sometime in the middle of the evening. The healer had been on the tournament grounds all day, as a guest observer, in the day's events, the dissolution below the arena, the brief confrontation, the conversation in the small courtyard, would not be something Yun Shai remembered fully after tonight. The loop's end meant that the memories formed after the bead's dissolution would persist, but the loop's many previous iterations would not. Yun Shai knew what had happened this afternoon because Yun Shai had been there and participated. But the 40-odd loops of preparation, the practice sessions, the conversations about the plan, those were gone from Yun Shai's memory. "Are you well?" Yun Shai asked, settling into the courtyard's second seat with the ease of someone who considered a question with genuine interest before asking it. "I think so," Wei Liang said. "I'm not entirely certain what well means in this specific context. You ended a 63-year time loop, and confronted the person responsible. A pause. You're probably tired. I've been tired for 265 loops. Yunshai looked at him. The healer's diagnostic attention was gentler than its clinical application, not assessing injury, but taking the measure of a person. You remember all of them, Yunshai said. Yes. That's a significant weight. Wei Liang sat with this statement and found it accurate. The weight was real. He had been carrying it so long that he had stopped registering it as weight and had started registering it as his normal state. Setting it down, or beginning to set it down, was going to be a slower process than dissolving the bead had been. I'll be fine, he said. It was less a claim than a declaration of intention. I believe you, Yunshai said. The stars continued appearing above the formation hall's roofline, one by one, in a sky that had not been reset. They sat in a comfortable silence for a while. Wei Liang and Yunshai, in a courtyard they had shared for one afternoon's shared operation and now for this quieter follow-on. Wei Liang found that the healer's company required very little from him. Yunshai did not demand explanation or fill silences with obligation. The quality of the healer's presence was simply present, uncomplicated, requiring nothing except the same quality in return. The disciples on the eastern ridge, Wei Liang said eventually. 3 of them were assigned there for this morning's patrol. In the loop, they didn't survive the assignment. It was how the elimination mechanism worked. In loop 265, I intercepted the courier in the appropriate window and the assignment was never sent. He paused. They're alive because of what happened today. That's permanent now. Yunshai considered this. Will you tell them? No. Why not? Because telling them would require explaining the loop in full. And explaining the loop in full to people whose only stake in the information is a past danger they can no longer access, a danger that the universe has already protected them from, would give them a burden without a corresponding use for it. He thought about it. They don't need to know they were going to die. They need to know that the patrol assignment system is being reviewed as part of the investigation. That's enough. You've thought about this carefully. I've had a long time to think about what information belongs to the people it concerns. He paused. Most information about the loop belongs to the people who were in it. Some information about the loop is operational and belongs to the investigation. A smaller category of information is the kind that doesn't help anyone and would only add weight. He paused again. I'm trying to be precise about which category each piece falls into. That sounds exhausting, Yunshai said, not unkindly. It is, Wei Liang said. But the alternative, telling everyone everything, or telling no one anything, is worse than the effort. Yunshai looked at him with that diagnostic attention that never fully converted into clinical assessment, staying instead in the zone of genuine interest. You're going to be all right, the healer said again. I said it on the first night, and I'll continue to hold the position. The stars continued appearing above the formation hall's roofline, one by one, in a sky that had not been reset. Chapter 52, Loop 266, Night. Gu Xinfei returned from the formation hall when the sect's night bell had already rung twice. She looked exactly like herself. The same composed bearing, the same self-contained quality, the same deep-time exhaustion in her eyes. But the quality of the exhaustion had changed. Before this day, before the dissolution, her exhaustion had the specific texture of ongoing effort, the tiredness of someone in the middle of something that hadn't ended yet. Now it was different. It was the tiredness of someone who had put something down. Wei Liang was still in the courtyard. He had not gone to the dormitory. He was not sure he was ready to walk into the familiar space of the outer sect dormitory block and find the familiar shapes of his fellow disciples asleep in the familiar dark without the knowledge that this was one version of a day he had lived hundreds of times. Tonight was the first night he had ever spent in this dormitory without that knowledge as context. He needed a little time with the difference before he walked through the door. How did it go, he asked. She sat down in Yunshai's vacated seat. The healer had left an hour earlier, with a goodbye that had included a kind of specific attention that suggested Yunshai understood more about what the day had cost him than anyone had directly articulated. She said, he told the truth. All of it. I watched him tell it. How did the senior administration respond? With a great deal of controlled shock, which will become something more complicated in the next few days when they have time to process the full scope. A pause. The Eastern Ridge assignments are going to be investigated. All 17 years of them. The families involved in Sangsu's arrangement are going to be investigated. It's going to be a very difficult period for the sect's administrative structure. But it will happen. Yes, it will happen. She looked at the night sky above the courtyard. It's strange. I've been thinking about this moment for 500 cycles. Standing in a world that was going to continue past midnight. Watching consequences accumulate rather than evaporate. I had an idea of what it would feel like. And it feels different from the idea. She was quiet for a moment. More ordinary than I expected. More solid. The light looks the same as it looked in any loop. The courtyard feels the same. And yet it's completely different, because it's not going to reset. She turned and looked at him. Do you feel it? He thought about this carefully. I feel the absence of the reset, he said finally. It's like you become aware of something by its absence. I've been so accustomed to knowing that midnight would come and the day would end, and I would wake again in the dormitory that the absence of that knowledge is itself a sensation. Not the sensation of freedom, exactly. More like the sensation of standing in a room and realizing that a sound you had stopped noticing was always there, and now it stopped. She nodded. It was a nod of recognition. That's exactly it. They sat for a while in the courtyard, with the night running forward above them, and neither of them said anything that required words. Wei Liang had spent 265 loops knowing Gu Xinfei better than most people knew anyone. The specific quality of her silences, the way she carried herself under pressure, the thing she had been before the loop, and the thing the loop had made her into, and the thing she was now. Beginning the slow process of becoming herself again in a world with consequences. He sat with all of that knowledge and held it quietly. The gate, he said, eventually. Are you still going to walk through it? A long pause. I don't know yet, she said. I think I need to find out what's on the other side of it before I decide. The thing I was leaving toward, I don't know if it still exists. 63 years is a long time for things to change. And if it doesn't exist anymore, then I find something else. She said it with a flatness that contained, underneath, something that was not resignation but adaptation. The fundamental quality of someone who had survived 500 iterations of a thing that should have broken them, and had done so not by being unbreakable, but by being endlessly flexible. I know how to continue, she said. I've had a great deal of practice. Wei Liang looked at her in the night light, and thought, yes, you have. There's something I want to ask you, he said. You don't need to answer it now, or ever. She turned toward him with the full quality of her attention, which after 500 loops still had the effect of making him aware of being seen completely. Ask. In loop 2, he said. When you found me the first time. When you told me what was happening and gave me the orientation. You took a risk doing that. Another looper was an unknown variable, and you had no reason to trust me. I had 3 reasons to trust you, she said. You hadn't tried to exploit the loop for personal advantage in your first iteration. You'd spent the day trying to understand what was wrong rather than trying to win the tournament. And you asked the right questions when I approached you. A pause. Those 3 things were sufficient. I didn't know any of that about myself at the time. That's what made them useful as indicators. She looked at the courtyard's far wall, where the night light caught the carved stone sect sigil in relief. I had spent hundreds of loops alone with the problem. I had developed theories that I couldn't test without another practitioner's cooperation. I needed someone I could work with. I watched how you spent your first loop, and I decided you were someone I could work with. A pause. I was right. Wei Liang sat with the implications of this. She had assessed him from the outside in a single loop, before he had any idea what was happening, and her assessment had been accurate. She had seen something in him that he hadn't yet found in himself. The particular shape of his capability, the specific quality of his intelligence when applied to an unknown situation. She had been right about him before he knew what being right about him looked like. I'm glad you found me, he said. She was quiet for a moment. So am I, she said. And the fullness of what she meant by it. 500 loops of solitude. The specific loneliness of being the only person in the world who knew the world was frozen. The way that loneliness had begun to ease from the moment she had decided to trust a first loop disciple she barely knew, was present in those 3 words in a way that did not require elaboration. The night ran forward above them. He stayed in the courtyard a while longer after that conversation had moved into a different kind of silence. Not the silence of words running out, but the silence of 2 people who had shared something that didn't require continued speech to remain shared. The cultivation courtyard was quiet except for the occasional night shift disciple crossing toward the dormitory blocks, unaware that the 2 people sitting in the stone courtyard had collectively experienced this small sect's most significant event in 63 years and were now sitting with the afterglow of its resolution. The night bell rang a 3rd time. It was well past midnight. Wei Liang registered this with a specific quality of attention. It was past midnight, and the world had not reset. He had known, intellectually, that it would not reset. He had planned for a world that did not reset, had spent dozens of loops preparing the morning after testimony and logistics precisely because he had known the reset would be gone. But knowing something and experiencing it were still different things. The bell rang past midnight in a world that continued, and he felt the absence of the reset the way you feel the absence of a weight you have been carrying so long you forgot you were carrying it. As a lightness that is itself strange, that takes adjustment, that is good but takes time to accept as permanent. Wei Liang looked at her in the nightlight and thought, yes, you have. Chapter 53. The next morning, he woke in the dormitory without knowing it was morning until the light told him. The dormitory was the same. Formidable was asleep in the same position he always occupied, one arm thrown over his face. The two junior disciples near the window were breathing in the same rhythm they always breathed. The morning bell hadn't rung yet. The space was the same space it had been in every loop's pre-dawn dark. And yet it was completely different, because Wei Liang's next thought was not the automatic inventory of what the day would require. The tournament registration, the match preparations, the coordination with team members, the timing windows and contingency responses he had maintained across 265 repetitions. His next thought was simply, what is today? Today was the day after the tournament. The tournament had happened yesterday. It was over. He lay still for a while and let the unusualness of this settle. 265 mornings of waking inside the same day had trained him to wake with the day's structure already present in his mind, already mapped, already prepared for. Waking into the day after that day, waking into an unmapped morning with no predetermined structure, was a different quality of consciousness entirely. It was the consciousness of someone who did not know what was going to happen. He was not sure he had experienced this in any functional sense since the very first loop. Loop 1. The tournament day before any of this had begun, when he had still been a mid-Golden Core outer sect disciple with no particular plan and no particular accumulation and a single day stretching ahead of him in the ordinary way of days. He could barely remember it. It had been overlaid by 265 versions of the same day until whatever version of himself had originally lived it was barely recoverable. He was going to have to relearn something basic, he understood. The basic experience of not knowing. The basic experience of a future that had not yet been mapped. He had been the most prepared person in the history of this tournament. Prepared beyond any ordinary meaning of the word. Prepared in the way that only infinite repetition and perfect memory could produce. Now he was simply a person. A well-educated, highly experienced, unusually observant person with an extremely large body of knowledge about events that had been real and were now frozen in the past. A person with no particular advantage over the unfolding of tomorrow. He found this prospect, examining it carefully, somewhere between intimidating and clarifying. There was also something else under the intimidation and clarification, something he hadn't fully expected, something that resembled gratitude. Not gratitude for the loop. He was not going to arrive at that. Not today, possibly not ever. The loop had cost too much for gratitude to be the appropriate response to its existence. But gratitude for its end. Gratitude for the specific reality of lying in a dormitory bed in a body that had slept through an uninterrupted night rather than resetting at midnight. Gratitude for the morning bell that meant morning, not the beginning of another iteration. He had spent 265 loops wanting the loop to end. He had done everything within his power to end it. It had ended. The ending had cost things and changed things, and left behind problems and responsibilities and a complicated new world that he would need to navigate. And yet, it had ended. He was here, in the morning, in a world that was moving forward. That was worth a moment's genuine acknowledgement before the day's practical demands reasserted themselves. He lay still for another 30 seconds and acknowledged it. The dormitory bell rang. Around him, disciples stirred. Formidable rolled to sitting with the specific grogginess of someone who did not wake easily, rubbing his face with both hands, the same gesture he had made in every loop. He was going to do this for the rest of his life, Wei Liang suspected. Some habits ran below the level of circumstance. Morning, Formidable said, to no one in particular. Morning, Wei Liang said. Formidable looked at him with that slight, persistent sense of unrequited familiarity, the vestigial echo of 41 loops of collaboration that his conscious memory couldn't access. You look different, Formidable said. The tournament ended well, Wei Liang said. Which was true. Did you place? Formidable asked, with the automatic interest of fellow competitors. Third, Wei Liang said. He had placed third in loop 265, running his usual efficient tournament without the specific interventions he could have made. Third was close to accurate. Not bad. Formidable stood, stretched, and moved toward the wash basins with the morning mobility of someone returning to his body after sleep. I placed fourth. Would have been second if the quarterfinal criteria hadn't shifted mid-match. Wei Liang looked at him. I noticed that, he said carefully. The criteria shift. It was inconsistent with the other quarterfinals. Formidable turned back. The expression on his face was the one Wei Liang had seen in loop 80 and in dozens of subsequent loops. The expression of someone who has suspected something for a long time and is hearing it confirmed for the first time. You saw that? Yes. You weren't the only one it affected. It's a pattern. He paused, because this was the morning after the dissolution and the senior administration was already processing Master Shio's accounting, which meant the sect's investigative mechanisms were beginning to move. You should document it. The criteria announcements are recorded. If you compare them across the day's brackets, the inconsistency is clear. Fong Bolan stared at him. You're saying someone rigged the results. I'm saying document the evidence and let the appropriate people review it. The sect administration is already looking at some things related to the tournament. Your documentation would be relevant. A long moment. Fong Bolan looked at him with the vestigial sense fully activated. The sense of someone he had known for a long time, giving him advice that made complete sense coming from that person and no sense coming from a near stranger. Why are you telling me this? He said. Wei Liang thought about the honest answer. The honest answer involved 265 loops of accumulated knowledge of Fong Bolan's capability and character, and the specific injustice of having that capability repeatedly dismissed by a rigged system. The honest answer was not something he could give in full. Because you deserve to know, he said. Which was the same thing he had told Shin Rui in Loop 80, when he had first decided to give someone in this tournament the specific truth they were owed. Fong Bolan nodded once, slowly. All right, he said. I'll document it. He went back to the wash basins. Wei Liang watched him go and thought, there it is. The beginning of consequences that accumulate forward. He dressed and gathered his things and walked out of the dormitory into a morning that smelled like the usual morning. The cultivation yard's incense, the breakfast hall's steam, the particular quality of air near the outer sects formation practice areas. The morning felt the same as every loop's morning. The difference was entirely in his knowledge of what the day after this morning would be. He had a meeting with the investigation office's initial intake coordinator at the first hour after breakfast. He had his testimony prepared, not rehearsed, not scripted, but organized in the way that 265 loops of mental practice produced, clear in sequence, precise in detail, complete without overclaiming. He would tell the investigators what he knew. He would answer their questions. He would give them the evidence they needed to understand what had happened below the arena on the day of the Grand Tournament. The world was moving forward. His part in moving it forward was far from over. He crossed the cultivation yard and turned toward the breakfast hall and let himself be, for one morning, simply a disciple walking to breakfast on the day after a tournament. Whatever the day required after that would present itself. Chapter 54. The accounting the sect's formal investigation took 3 days to begin and several months to complete. Wei Liang was not present for most of it. He was an outer sect disciple with no formal standing in the process, and the investigation was conducted by the Inner Administration's Oversight Council with Master Shio's cooperation and Gu Shunfei's testimony serving as the primary sources. What he knew, from Gu Shunfei's daily accounting of the process over the first 2 weeks, Master Shio had told everything. The beads placement, the temporal anchor mechanism, the 17 years of patrol assignment eliminations, the specific criteria for which disciples had been targeted and why. The divination analysis had been retrieved from the archive and confirmed the prophecy's original scope. The senior administration was in the process of understanding that for 63 years their sect's most important annual event had been running inside a temporal loop that had continued well past its original justification. What surprised him, in the investigation's first weeks, was how the sect processed the information. He had expected a greater degree of institutional resistance, the kind of reflexive denial that large organizations produced when confronted with evidence of systematic failure. He had seen it operate in smaller forms across many loops, had calibrated his expectations accordingly. What he saw instead was something more complicated. The senior administration, confronted with Master Shio's full accounting on the first night, had moved through denial in approximately 6 hours and had arrived at a working posture of controlled investigation by morning. The speed surprised him until Gu Shunfei explained. They've been seeing anomalies in the tournament records for years. Inconsistencies they couldn't explain. The accounting didn't create the uncertainty. It named something that was already there. The outer sect's response, when the information became generally known, was less shocked than Wei Liang had expected. The tournament corruption, Elder Song Su's systematic rigging, the family network's funding arrangements, was the element that produced the most immediate and visible reaction. Song Su was removed from his position within the week. The 6 family networks were subjected to formal investigation. The sect's tournament structure was suspended pending a complete review. The temporal loop itself, the 63 years of anchored days, was harder for most people to process. A day that had been repeating for 63 years produced no visible evidence in the external world, since from the external world's perspective each iteration of the day was simply that day, passing normally. People who had attended 63 grand tournaments, who thought they had lived 63 versions of Tournament Day in sequence, had in fact lived 63 versions of the same Tournament Day with no forward consequences from any of them except the most recent. All 63 years of tournament results had produced career trajectories, sect placements, family arrangements, and none of those consequences were real. The sect was, in effect, discovering that its last 63 years of tournament history was fictional. Wei Liang had anticipated that this revelation would produce significant institutional difficulty. It produced more than he had anticipated. The sect's governing mechanisms for this kind of disruption were poorly developed, for the understandable reason that it had never happened before. The most concrete difficulty was the tournament records. 63 years of official tournament outcomes, placements, assessments, career trajectories launched from those assessments, were now technically fictional. Disciples who had advanced to intersect status based on tournament performances in the previous decade had advanced based on the results of a day that was technically a version of a day that had already been run. Disciples who had been passed over, had been disadvantaged by Tsang Su's criteria rigging, had made subsequent life decisions based on those placements. They were owed something, and determining what that something was required the investigation to define the boundaries of the problem in ways that would take months to complete. Wei Liang did not envy the Oversight Council this work. He was glad it was not his work to do. He gave testimony 3 times during the investigation's first month. The testimony was strange, explaining the experience of 265 loops to people who had no frame of reference for it, providing specific information that had no documentary basis except his own memory, describing things that had happened in versions of the day that were technically real from his perspective and technically had never occurred from everyone else's. The investigating officials were patient and thorough and clearly doing their best with something that their procedures were not designed to accommodate. His own testimony was strange enough. Gu Shenfei's was harder. She had experienced more than 7 times as many loops as Wei Liang, with far less support, and the full scope of what she had carried was something that the investigation's formal process could document, but could not fully contain. Wei Liang had attended one of her sessions, at her request, not to testify himself, but to be present in the room while she described the 500 loops of solitary effort, the 100 loops before she found him during which she had been the only person in the world who knew the world was frozen. Having a witness who understood the weight of what was being described had mattered to her. He had sat at the side of the investigation room and listened without interrupting, and when she had finished and the investigating officials had thanked her for her testimony, he had looked at her across the room and nodded once, and she had looked back at him with an expression that contained, among other things, a specific quiet acknowledgement that the testimony had said what it needed to say. After the session, they had walked through the outer sect's afternoon paths in a silence that didn't require commentary. Some things were large enough that speaking about them immediately afterward reduced them. They had learned to recognize those things and to honor them with appropriate silence. On the 14th day of the investigation, Wei Liang encountered Elder Tsang Su in the outer sect common area, the former tournament referee now stripped of his position and pending formal charges. The elder looked smaller without his officiating status, a man in his late middle years who had made a series of choices and was now facing their accumulated weight. He did not appear to recognize Wei Liang, which made sense. From his perspective, they had interacted in the normal course of yesterday's tournament. Nothing unusual. Wei Liang did not stop. There was nothing useful he could say, and the formal process would address what needed to be addressed. He walked past and continued toward the investigation office where his 3rd testimony session was scheduled. It was strange, passing Tsang Su without acting, without the loop's accumulated knowledge of exactly how to neutralize the elder's influence, without the tools that 265 loops of strategic analysis had built for precisely this situation. In the loop, he had known how to handle Tsang Su, which loops to run the criteria rigging exposure, which officials to approach, which evidence to present in which order to produce the outcome that actually stuck rather than being buried by the elder's connections. All of that knowledge still existed in his memory. None of it was needed now. The investigation had it. He kept walking. The investigation had its own momentum now. It did not need him to manage it. In his 3rd testimony session, the investigating official had asked him directly, "You say you have memories of 265 iterations of the tournament day. Can you describe what it was like to exist within the loop, not the mechanical details, but the experiential quality?" He had thought about it carefully before answering. "The first loops were disorienting," he said. "By the 20th, you build a framework to understand what's happening. By the 50th, you start operating within the framework rather than being shocked by it. By the 100th, the loop feels more normal than the alternative. By the 265th, You've accumulated so much knowledge of the specific environment that you move through it the way a person moves through a room they've lived in for years, without needing to think about where the furniture is. And when the loop ended, the furniture was still there, he said. But the room was no longer the same size. The official had recorded this carefully. Wei Liang wasn't sure it would be useful to the investigation, but it was true, and the truth was what he had come to give. He walked past Song Su without stopping. The investigation had its own momentum now. It did not need him to manage it. Chapter 55, Fong Bolan's documentation. The documentation Fong Bolan submitted to the investigation was thorough in a way that Wei Liang had suspected it would be, based on 41 loops of knowing how Fong Bolan's intelligence worked when given a specific evidential task. He had pulled the official tournament records for all 37 matches in the day's bracket. He had documented the criteria announcements in each match, time-stamped against the official record. He had identified 11 instances where the announced criteria diverged from the standard judging framework in ways that correlatively disadvantaged specific competitors. He had then cross-referenced those competitors' family affiliations against the 6 families under investigation and found that 9 of the 11 criteria divergences had disadvantaged competitors from non-affiliated backgrounds while benefiting affiliated families' candidates. He had done this in 2 days. 2 days of access to the tournament's archived records and the kind of systematic intelligence that Wei Liang had spent 41 loops watching operate at its best. The investigation had noted, in its formal response to the documentation, that it was unusually complete for a submission prepared without institutional research support. They had asked Fong Bolan how he had assembled it so quickly. What Fong Bolan had said was that he had been paying attention for a long time. This was true. He had been watching the criteria patterns since his first junior year tournament, accumulating a private record of inconsistencies that he had no mechanism to act on. 2 days of formal research had converted private suspicion into documented evidence. The conversion had required exactly the kind of systematic intelligence Fong Bolan had been quietly building for years, applied to a situation where that intelligence could finally make a difference. Wei Liang had given him the permission to apply it, the specific permission of, I see what you can do, and the situation you're in is something you're qualified to address. The rest had been Fong Bolan's. The investigation officials had found this documentation remarkably thorough for a single-day retrospective analysis, as one of them had noted in a session Wei Liang attended. They had asked Fong Bolan how he had assembled it so quickly. I had help noticing the pattern, Fong Bolan had said. He had not identified Wei Liang by name. He had not been asked to. Wei Liang heard about this through Fong Bolan directly, in the outer sect common area, 2 weeks after the tournament. Fong Bolan had sought him out, not with any clear stated purpose, but with the persistent vestigial sense that there was something he wanted to understand about Wei Liang that he couldn't quite articulate. The documentation went well, Fong Bolan said, finding Wei Liang at the outdoor tea tables where outer sect disciples gathered between study sessions. I heard. Good work. You knew it would be, Fong Bolan said. It was not quite an accusation. It was something more careful, an observation that something was not adding up, that Wei Liang's confidence about Fong Bolan's capability went beyond what a single afternoon's conversation would reasonably produce. Wei Liang looked at him. He had been thinking about how much of the truth to tell people, since the dissolution, how much of the accumulated knowledge of 265 loops was appropriate to share, how much was useful versus overwhelming, how much belonged to the people whose lives it was about. He had not resolved this question satisfactorily. He had been giving people partial truths, calibrated to what they could use. With Fong Bolan, he decided something slightly different. I've been watching your technique for longer than 1 day, Wei Liang said. I can't explain the full context, but I want you to know that the wind-earth hybrid formation you developed is genuinely exceptional, and the standard assessment of your mixed affinity as a liability is wrong. The investigation into the tournament criteria is going to result in a review of placement records. When that review happens, your actual performance history is going to look different from your official placement history. Fong Bolan looked at him for a long time. You knew about the criteria rigging before the tournament was over. Yes. And the documentation. You knew I could build it. Yes. Another long pause. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wei Liang thought about how many earlier loops there had been. The timing wasn't right, he said, which was true in a way that Fong Bolan couldn't fully understand. In 41 loops of knowing him, the timing had rarely been right for the kind of direct conversation they were having now. There had always been the tournament's immediate demands, the loop's constraints, the specific operational requirements that had made every interaction with Fong Bolan a partial version of the conversation he would have had with the full truth available. This morning, in the outdoor tea area 2 weeks after the tournament, With the investigation running and the world moving forward, the timing was finally right. Formidable sat with this. Then, the formation refinement. The timing adjustment in the compression cycle. How long have you actually been observing my technique? Wei Liang met his eyes. Long enough, he said. Consider the advice valid regardless of the source. Formidable nodded slowly. He did not push further. He had the intelligence to recognize when he was not going to get the complete answer, and the judgment to accept what he had been given without demanding more. It was one of the qualities Wei Liang had valued in him across 41 loops. That and the specific kind of stubbornness that was not the stubbornness of refusing to move, but the stubbornness of continuing to work on something until it yielded. The stubbornness that had kept him submitting technique reviews through official channels that kept redirecting him, that had kept him competing in tournaments that kept disadvantaging him, that had kept him alive as a practitioner in a system that had structurally worked against him since his first tournament year. All right, Formidable said. Long enough. They sat for a while at the outdoor tea table without the need for more words. The cultivation courtyard was busy with the ordinary activity of a sect going through a difficult institutional process, but still functioning. Disciples going about their study routines, instructors holding technique sessions in the practice yards, the daily life of a place that was larger than its disruptions. Formidable said, after a while, the formation review. When it happens, whenever the investigation finishes and they start looking at placement records, I'm going to submit the Wind-Earth hybrid technique for formal review. Not through the standard channels that kept redirecting me, through the Oversight Council's supplementary review process that the investigation opened. Good, Wei Liang said. The supplementary review process only exists because the investigation created it. Formidable looked at him with the clear-eyed assessment of someone who had put a sequence of events together in the correct order. Which means it only exists because of what you did, however long ago you started doing it. Wei Liang thought about Loop 61, when he had watched Formidable's quarterfinal match for the first time with clear eyes and understood what he was seeing. He thought about the dozen subsequent loops where he had tested variations of the timing adjustment in practice scenarios, confirming the refinement was genuine. He thought about Loop 41, when he had first told Formidable the truth about the criteria rigging, and Formidable had said, all right. And Wei Liang had spent the next loop wondering whether the version of Formidable who would never remember that conversation had received anything useful from it. You were worth watching, he said, which contained everything he meant and left out everything he couldn't explain. Formidable nodded once. Thank you, he said, for all of it. Whatever all of it actually means. It meant 41 loops of accumulation, 18 of those loops spent specifically on understanding the structure of Formidable's technique well enough to give him a single precise insight that was actually useful. It meant the specific care of paying attention to someone across a span of time that the person being paid attention to could not know about or consent to. Wei Liang didn't say any of this. You're welcome, he said instead. Chapter 56. Shenrui. He found Shenrui a week after the tournament, near the outer sect library, where she had apparently been spending long hours with the tournament's official records. She was making a table. He could see it over her shoulder as he approached, a careful comparison of criteria announcements across all 37 matches, organized by competitor affiliation. She had reached a similar conclusion to Formidable through independent analysis, where Formidable had organized the evidence by match sequence and then cross-referenced to family networks. Shenrui had organized it by competitor outcome first, working backward to the criteria announcements. Different analytical paths arriving at the same destination. You found it, he said. She turned. She looked at him with the direct, appraising quality she always had, and added to it a specific recognition. She remembered him from the pre-tournament exchange in the preparation alcoves, the 12-second conversation where he had told her he didn't know yet what he was watching for. I found something, she said. Either the judging criteria have been inconsistently applied for at least this tournament, or I've made an analysis error. She paused. I don't think I made an analysis error. You didn't, he said. There's already a formal investigation. Other people have found it too. Your table will be useful. She looked at the table, and then at him. You knew before the tournament was over, she said. It was the same observation Formidable had made, from the same evidence. A specific confidence that went beyond what the day's brief interactions would explain. Yes, he said. Then why didn't you? She stopped. Reconsidered. You told me something in the preparation alcoves. That you'd seen a match run before. He had been careless in that moment. Loop 214, distracted by the specific emotional weight of a 12-second conversation. He had said more than he'd intended. He had not expected her to remember it. 3 weeks later. I did say that, he said. What did you mean by it? Wei Liang looked at Shenrui, at the sharp, careful intelligence in her expression, the refusal to accept vague answers, The specific quality of someone who had spent years knowing something was wrong and having no mechanism to address it, and was now, finally, in possession of a mechanism. She deserved something real. He owed her something real. I've been watching your technique for 3 years, he said. Not just this tournament. I've paid attention to how you fight for a long time, and I've seen you be disadvantaged by criteria shifts that had nothing to do with your actual performance, and I've been waiting for the circumstances to be right to do something about it. He paused. The circumstances are now right, and the investigation exists precisely for what you've found. Your analysis of the criteria inconsistencies should go to it. She was quiet for a moment. She looked at the library table, then back at him. Why were you watching my technique? It was the most direct question she could have asked, and the one he was least prepared to answer. The true answer involved 265 loops of this day, of watching her fight with efficiency and anger and refusal, of the specific grief that did not reset, of everything he had accumulated that could not be explained in a conversation that had only been happening for a few minutes from her perspective. Because you're very good, he said. And I have a habit of watching things that are very good. He meant this. It was the true answer, underneath the loop's specificity. The reason he had first paid careful attention in loop 61 had been exactly that. She was fighting with an efficiency and intelligence that the criteria rigging was designed to make invisible, and he had been watching the day closely enough to see it. The subsequent loops had accumulated a great deal of additional context, but the original reason had been the simple act of observing someone do something exceptionally well. She held his gaze for a second longer than was neutral. Then, the investigation, she said, returning to the practical question with the specific quality of someone who has noted something and set it aside for later. How do I submit the analysis? He told her, the investigation office's location, the intake coordinator's name, the specific format the evidence submissions were being received in to ensure compatibility with the existing record structure. She listened with the compact, efficient attention of someone who would need to hear this only once. There's another person submitting similar evidence, he said. A disciple named Fong Bolin. His documentation approaches the same problem from a different angle. The two together are stronger than either one separately. She considered this. I should coordinate with him. Yes. He's in the outer sect practice yard most mornings. I'll find him. She looked at her table, then back at him. The person you've been for 3 years, she said. The one who's been watching things that are very good. I don't know what that means, but I intend to find out eventually. It was not quite a question, not quite a statement, and not quite a warning. It was the specific quality of someone who had filed a piece of information and was marking it as requiring follow-up. He recognized the quality. He had seen it across dozens of loops in the 30 seconds before the tournament's quarterfinal matches, when she would observe the judging panel set up with exactly this same careful, noting attention. That's fair, Wei Liang said. He found he did not mind the prospect of being found out, eventually, by someone whose observational skills he had spent 265 loops respecting. There were worse futures than being understood by someone intelligent enough to do it accurately. He told her. She thanked him with the precise efficiency of someone who had received the information she needed. She returned to her table. He walked away from the library with the specific feeling of someone who had, finally, given someone the truth in a form they could use in a world where the truth would accumulate forward rather than being erased. He paused at the library steps and let himself feel the full weight of what that meant. In the loop, he had given people truths, strategic truths, tactical truths, useful information calibrated to what each person needed to know in the specific hour of the specific day. But those truths had always been provisional. They had existed only until midnight. Only until the reset erased them, and the next iteration required him to give the same truth again to a version of the same person who did not remember having received it before. This was different. Shenrui would take her analysis to the investigation today, or tomorrow, or when she had completed it to her own satisfaction. The investigation would use it. The use would be permanent. The chain of consequences that began with her observing that something was wrong and refusing to accept it, that had been interrupted for 3 weeks while she compiled her evidence, would now continue without interruption, accumulating toward a resolution that she would live to see. He had watched her fight for 265 loops. He had watched the criteria shift against her in the quarterfinals in dozens of those loops, had watched the exact moment when she realized what was happening and chose to continue fighting anyway. He had given her partial truths in loop 214 that she had remembered for 3 weeks and was now using. He had not been able to tell her the full truth. He had given her what he could. It was enough. It was more than enough. The morning was bright, and the library steps were warm, and the investigation was running, and the world was moving forward. He walked away from the library with the specific feeling of someone who had, finally, given someone the truth in a form they could use in a world where the truth would accumulate forward rather than being erased. Chapter 57. Bao Jingtao. He found Bao Jingtao 3 days after the tournament, in the outer sect practice yard, running a cultivation sequence that Wei Liang recognized as the early void refinement work they had done together in preparation loops. Bao Jingtao had retained his cultivation level. The loop's dissolution had not rolled back cultivation advances, which was consistent with what the unraveling diagram's preamble had described about the dissolution's effects on practitioners who had advanced within the loop. They were, in a sense, artifacts of the loop. People whose cultivation was substantially higher than it should have been given their actual age, whose experiential depth had no external documentation, who existed in the post-dissolution world with the qualities the loop had produced and no official record of how those qualities had been acquired. You remember the loops, Wei Liang said, sitting on the practice yard stone bench while Bao Jingtao completed his sequence. Yes, Bao Jingtao said, settling beside him. All of them. All 200. More or less. A pause. It's strange. I remember everything that happened in the loop as clearly as I remember things from before the loop. But it all feels like the same past now, not two distinct timelines, just a very long sequence of events that happened before today. Wei Liang understood this. His own 265 loops of memory had settled into something similar, not compartmentalized away from his pre-loop memories, but integrated into a continuous personal history that simply happened to contain an unusual number of iterations of a specific day. The things you were doing before the loop started, he said. Your original work on the corruption. What are you going to do with it? Bao Jingtao had been, before he found the loop, attempting to expose the tournament's corruption through legitimate channels, documentation, formal grievances, evidence assembly. He had 200 loops of accumulated knowledge about the corruption structure, the family networks, the specific patterns of criteria rigging. The knowledge was vast, systematically organized, and cross-referenced in the way of someone who had spent 200 iterations of the same day studying the same problem from every angle the day's available evidence allowed. Knowledge that, unlike most of what the loops had given them, was directly applicable to the post-loop world's needs. Submit it all, Bao Jingtao said. Everything I have. The investigation is already running. It needs the kind of systematic documentation that comes from 200 loops of careful observation. They'll ask how you assembled so much evidence. I'll tell them I've been working on it for a long time. A pause. Which is true. Wei Liang smiled, which was something he had done rarely across 265 loops and was doing more often now. Yes, he said. It is true. They sat for a while in the practice yard with the afternoon light settling around them. Bao Jingtao said, I used to think the loop would end when the correct outcome was achieved, when the corruption was exposed. I spent 200 loops trying to achieve that outcome. He was quiet for a moment. It ended when something completely different happened. Yes. Did you know, when you were building the plan, that ending the loop was going to expose the corruption as a consequence? I didn't know the investigation would move this quickly, Wei Liang said honestly. I knew that Master Shou's accounting would pull on those threads. The speed and scope are more than I anticipated. The corruption would have stayed in place if the loop had continued. Yes. Bao Jingtao looked at the practice yard. So the 200 loops I spent trying to expose it were necessary after all. Just not in the way I thought. Wei Liang considered this. Your presence in the loop, your knowledge of the day's infrastructure, your timing management role in the final attempt, and your documentation of the corruption that's now in front of the investigation. All of it mattered. Nothing you did was wasted. Even the wrong theory. The wrong theory produced 200 loops of thorough investigation. The thorough investigation produced the documentation. The documentation is helping end something that needed ending. He paused. Nothing in the loop was wasted. Bao Jingtao was quiet for a long time. He was running his cultivation sequence with one part of his attention while the other part processed what Wei Liang had said, the specific quality of someone who was good at holding two threads simultaneously. It was a quality Wei Liang had recognized in him across 200 loops of observation. He had the kind of mind that didn't process things sequentially, but in parallel, and the parallel processing was almost always arriving somewhere useful. I've been thinking about what comes next, Bao Jingtao said. After the testimony and the documentation, what I actually do with the rest of my cultivation path. And I was focused, before the loop, on the corruption specifically, exposing it, correcting it, ensuring it couldn't continue. The loop extended that focus beyond any reasonable scope, but the focus was always narrow. This problem, this tournament, this mechanism. He paused. I have void refinement cultivation at an age when most practitioners are still at foundation building. I have 200 loops of tactical and formation knowledge. I have the specific skill of sitting with a very difficult problem for a very long time without giving up. Another pause. I should probably use those things for something larger than the original problem. Yes, Wei Liang said. You probably should. Do you know what that would be? No, but you'll find it. He said it with the confidence of someone who had watched Bao Jingtao find his way through 200 variations of a problem that had no apparent solution. You've had a great deal of practice finding things. Then, thank you, he said. It was the same thing Wei Liang had said to him on the day of the final attempt. He was returning it with interest. Wei Liang sat with the returned thanks and let it settle. He had spent 265 loops in a world where gratitude evaporated at midnight, where any debt of acknowledgement, any genuine expression of connection, any moment of human recognition was guaranteed to disappear before it could accumulate. He had spent so long in that world that the permanence of this moment, of Bao Jingtao's thanks existing in a timeline that would continue forward and remember it, required him to adjust something in how he was receiving it. He was not used to being thanked and having the thanks remain. Your 200 loops were not wasted, Wei Liang said again, because he meant it and because it was the kind of thing that deserved repetition. The wrong theory produced the right evidence. The wrong theory produced someone who knew the day's infrastructure well enough to manage the timing elements that made the final attempt possible. You built something in those 200 loops that could not have been built another way. The theory was still wrong, Bao Jingtao said, with the specific quality of someone who had made peace with a long embarrassment but still felt the texture of it. Almost every working theory was wrong at some point, Wei Liang said. Mine was wrong for the first 75 loops. I was trying to find a political solution to a structural problem. I spent 75 loops building perfectly calibrated tournament outcomes that meant nothing because the anchor was running regardless of what the tournament produced. He paused. Being wrong for 200 loops is just being wrong for longer. The correction, when it came, was what mattered. Bao Jingtao looked at him with something that was close to relief. The specific relief of someone who has been carrying a private judgment for a long time and has been told, by someone qualified to judge, that the judgment was overstated. All right, he said. I'll accept that. Good. Wei Liang stood from the practice yard's bench and stretched. The morning was moving into afternoon. I have a testimony session in 2 hours. Walk with me to the formation hall. Bao Jingtao stood as well. Yes, he said. They walked through the outer sects paths in the afternoon light. Two people with an accumulated shared history that no one else in the world had, moving through a world that was continuing forward. Bao Jingtao was quiet for a long time. Then, thank you, he said. It was the same thing Wei Liang had said to him on the day of the final attempt. He was returning it with interest. Chapter 58. Yunshai's departure. Yunshai's traveling group from the Clearwater Healing Sect was scheduled to leave 3 weeks after the tournament. Wei Liang spent one of the intervening days in a conversation with the healer that he had been looking forward to since the loop ended. The first conversation with Yunshai that would not reset, that would not disappear at midnight, that would accumulate in both of their memories as something that had happened and would continue to have happened. They met in the small courtyard near the formation hall, the courtyard where the evening of the dissolution had unfolded with its specific quality of a world beginning to move again. It was a different time of day now, mid-morning, with the courtyard bright and busy with sect activity. Different light, different sounds, different everything except the specific quality of attention with which Yunshai received whatever Wei Liang said. The outer boundary hold, Wei Liang began. During the dissolution, you maintained it for 11 minutes under escalating pressure. 12, Yunshai said. The pressure began increasing at the 8-minute mark, but the hold itself was clean through to the end. Wei Liang noted this with the specific appreciation of someone who had spent dozens of loops running timing calculations about exactly this performance. I know. I was watching. You had other things to watch. I was watching everything. Yunshai smiled at this. A smile that contained a specific recognition of the kind of person Wei Liang was, acquired across 1 afternoon's shared operation and 3 weeks of post-dissolution interaction. Your cultivation level, the healer said. Void refinement. The investigation will ask about that. I know. How will you explain it? The same way the explanation works for Bao Jingtao and Gu Shenfei. The loop advanced our cultivation through accumulated experience. The cultivation is real. The documentation of how it was acquired is complicated. The sect will eventually need to develop protocols for this, Yunshai said thoughtfully. For practitioners who have cultivation advances with non-standard acquisition pathways. That's a larger problem than I can address. Yes. The healer looked at him with that attentive, diagnostic quality. How are you sleeping? The question was direct and specific in Yunshai's way. Strangely, Wei Liang said, I keep waking up expecting the loop to have reset. That's predictable. Your nervous system adapted to a specific sleep cycle over 265 iterations. The adaptation will take time to undo. The case history, Wei Liang said. The one in the Clearwater archives that first described the unraveling technique. Does it say anything about recovery for the loop's participants? Yunshai considered. Not specifically about recovery. It describes the dissolution as a clean severance. The loop's participants retain everything the loop produced, but are no longer subject to the loop's resetting mechanism. A pause. It doesn't describe what that's like to live in. No, Wei Liang said. It probably couldn't. He paused. I've been writing about it. Not formally, not for the investigation's record. Something more personal, an attempt to put into language what the inside of 265 loops of a single day actually felt like. I don't know if it will be useful to anyone. But if there's a future case, another practitioner who ends up inside a temporal loop and needs to understand what they're dealing with, the Clearwater archives might benefit from having something that describes the experiential reality rather than just the technical mechanism. Yunshai's expression shifted into something that was clearly genuine interest. I would like to see it. When it's ready. When it's ready, Wei Liang agreed. I'll send a copy to the archives. They talked for another hour about the dissolution's technical aspects, the specific sequences, the bead's degradation factor, the way the containment response had escalated and then collapsed. It was, as it always was with Yunshai, the kind of conversation that felt like thinking. Wei Liang would miss it when the traveling group departed. The outer boundary work, Wei Liang said, toward the end of the hour. The Fong-Bolin formation modification that held the 11 minutes. I want to be precise about what actually happened there, because the investigation's record currently has an incomplete description. Yunshai looked at him with attention sharpened toward its clinical edge. Go on. The formation modified by Huang Summing's spatial inversion lattice gives a nominal hold of 9 to 11 minutes under standard void refinement pressure. What actually happened in loop 265 was that the pressure escalated faster than standard at the 8-minute mark because Master Xiu's alert state had been heightened by the outer core disruption. You held the boundary clean for 12 minutes under above standard pressure. That's a performance anomaly that the investigation record should accurately reflect. Yunshai was quiet for a moment. You want the record to show my performance accurately. I want the record to show what actually happened. The formation's limits are relevant to anyone who might need to adapt it for future use. Your performance within those limits is relevant to anyone assessing what a fully committed Clearwater sect healer can do with outer boundary work. He paused. Both pieces of information are useful. You're very precise, Yunshai said. It was said with the tone of someone making an observation they had been intending to make for some time. The loop gave me a great deal of practice being precise, Wei Liang said. Wei Liang appreciated this. The precision, the accuracy in the record, the insistence on describing what had actually happened rather than the theoretical version of what should have happened. It was the same quality he had valued in Yunshai's outer boundary work during the dissolution. A refusal to allow sloppiness to pass as good enough when the actual performance was better. If you're ever in the Clearwater sects territory, Yunshai said, at the end, with the specific quality of an invitation that was genuine rather than pro forma. I'll find the archives, Wei Liang said. I have some questions about the case history that the written record doesn't answer. I imagine you do. Yunshai stood, preparing to leave the courtyard. Wei Liang. Yes. The trying is still significant. It was a reference to their first real conversation, Loop 90, when Yunshai had said this, and it had settled something in him. He recognized the reference and the intent behind it. A kind of continuity, across the gap that the loop's end had created in Yunshai's memory, offered freely. Thank you, he said. He stood at the courtyard's edge after Yunshai had left and remained there for a while in the mid-morning light, letting the specific quality of that conversation settle into his memory. He had known Yunshai across 40-some loops in which the healer had been a preparation asset, a critical one, the person whose outer boundary work made the dissolution possible. In those loops, he had known Yunshai the way he knew everything in the loop. With analytical precision, with strategic appreciation, with the care of someone who valued what they were working with because they understood its function. He had not fully known Yunshai as a person until the conversation in the cultivation courtyard on the night of the dissolution, when the healer had asked, "Are you well?" without any strategic purpose and listened to the answer with the full quality of someone who genuinely wanted to know. That quality, the genuine interest in what another person was experiencing, applied without calculation or agenda, was something he had spent 265 loops being unable to receive fully. You could not receive something like that fully when you knew the person offering it would not remember having offered it tomorrow. The half-reception had been sufficient for the loop's purposes. It was only now, in a world where the healer's memory of this morning would still exist tomorrow, that he understood how much he had been half receiving without knowing it. He was going to have to learn to receive things fully. That was going to take time. He was willing to spend the time. Thank you, he said. Chapter 59. The gate. Gu Xinfei stood at the sect gate on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks and 2 days after the tournament. She was wearing travel clothes. She had a pack. She was looking through the gate at the road beyond it with an expression that was different from any expression Wei Liang had seen on her across 500 and some loops. Not the deep time exhaustion, not the careful patience, not the composed control of someone managing an enormous weight. This was the expression of someone standing at the beginning of something. He had been watching her bearing for 265 loops, and he recognized the difference precisely. In the loop, she had always been oriented toward the past, toward the problem, the mechanism, the solution that was not yet achievable. Even in the loops when they were working well together, even in the loops when the plan was solid and the preparation was thorough, her orientation had been backward-facing, against the anchor, against the loop, against the thing that was preventing everything from moving forward. Now, standing at the gate with a pack, she was oriented forward, toward something. She did not know yet what it was, exactly, but the orientation itself was different. Wei Liang had walked down to the gate to say goodbye, which was a small and sufficient gesture in the long context of what they had been to each other across their respective loops of this day. Where are you going? He asked. South, she said. There's someone I knew before the loop, a teacher, a person I had been studying with before everything changed. I don't know if they're still alive. 63 years is a long time. She paused. But I would like to know. And after that, I don't know. I've been planning one specific thing for so long that I haven't made plans for anything else. She looked at him. What about you? Wei Liang had been thinking about this. 265 loops had given him an enormous amount of specific knowledge about one day in one location, the tournament grounds of this sect, its personnel and politics and infrastructure. They had given him void refinement cultivation at an age when most practitioners were still working toward golden core. They had given him an experiential depth that had no parallel and no documentation, and that he was only beginning to understand how to carry in a world where depth had to be explained. I'm going to stay for a while, he said. The investigation needs testimony. There are people here whose situations I have context for that no one else has. He paused. And then I think I'll go somewhere I haven't been. Somewhere that isn't this tournament. She nodded. That sounds right. He looked at her, at Gu Xinfei, who had been the most important person in his 265 loops in ways that no outside observer could understand, who had spent 500 cycles alone with the problem before he arrived, who had guided and taught and held the inner containment boundary and been willing to stand with him in a drainage tunnel against a void refinement elder to dissolve a temporal anchor that had been imprisoning her for longer than most people lived. Thank you, he said. It was inadequate. He said it anyway. Thank you, she said. It meant the same inadequate things and was equally meant. She walked through the gate. Wei Liang watched her until the road curved and she passed out of sight, and then stood for a while at the gate in the morning light, looking at the empty road that was now simply a road, not the edge of a world that ended at midnight, but a path that led somewhere. He had 265 loops of memory. He had void refinement cultivation in a body that had experienced this single tournament day more times than he could count without becoming exhausted by counting. He had a very large body of knowledge about a very small slice of time, and a very limited body of knowledge about almost everything else. There was a disciple crossing the outer grounds 50 yards away, a junior, probably first year, carrying a stack of practice materials toward the morning theory sessions. The junior had no particular significance in the loop's operational picture. He had walked past this junior dozens of times in dozens of loops as part of the background of the tournament day. He had noted the junior's existence in the precise, impersonal way of someone cataloging the full environment of an operational setting, and then moved on. Now Wei Liang watched the junior cross the outer grounds and thought, that person has a life that extends before this morning and will extend after it. A complete life, with a full span of days that will continue to run forward. Not frozen, not repeating, not contingent on anything Wei Liang does or fails to do. Just a person going about their morning in a world that moves. There were thousands of people like this in the sect. Thousands more outside the sect's walls. An entire world of people living in time that continued forward, accumulating consequences, making choices that persisted, experiencing days that were one of a kind rather than one of 265 of the same. He had lived the last 265 loops inside a single day, observing this world from within the loop's frozen moment. He was about to go live in it. The road led somewhere. He did not know where yet. He turned back toward the sect and the morning's work. But he stood at the gate for another moment first. The gate was an ordinary construction, stone posts, iron fittings, the sect's sigil carved into the archway in the standard style. He had passed through this gate or passed it dozens of times in the loops, and in those loops it had always meant the boundary of the day's operational environment. The road beyond it existed in his strategic planning as a variable: escape routes, secondary approach vectors, contingency paths. He had never stood at it and simply looked at what a road beyond a gate actually was. It was a road. It went somewhere. The where was unknown to him in a way that it had not been unknown for 265 loops, in which every path in the sect's territory was mapped and timed and categorized by strategic function. The road beyond the gate was outside his maps. It was the beginning of the part of the world he had not yet learned. Gu Shenfei had taken it without hesitation. He understood, standing at the gate looking at the receding road, that this was what he had been working toward. Not just the end of the loop, not just the dissolution of the bead and the accounting of the conspiracy, but this: the specific quality of standing at a boundary and seeing something unmapped beyond it. The world he had not yet walked into. The part of his life that was still a question rather than a planned sequence. He had a month of testimony ahead of him. He had the cataloging work for the temporal protection review. He had his obligations to the investigation and to the people in this sect whose situations his accumulated knowledge could help. He would fulfill those obligations fully and without resentment, because they were real and they mattered. He thought of Gu Shenfei on the southern road. He thought of Bao Jingtao in the practice yard, running cultivation sequences with the quiet deliberateness of someone discovering what they wanted to become. He thought of Fong Bolin at the tea table with an expression that had finally released its long-held suspicion and converted it into action. He thought of Shen Rui at the library table, building the analysis that would outlast her frustration with the system that had disadvantaged her. He thought of Yun Shai in the mid-morning courtyard, insisting on a precise description of what had actually happened and refusing to let sloppiness pass. All of them moving forward. And after them, the road. He turned back toward the sect and the morning's work. Chapter 60, Cultivation. A month after the tournament, Wei Liang sat in the outer sect cultivation yard at dawn and ran the unraveling sequence from memory. Not to execute it. Not on any external formation. Just to confirm that the knowledge was still there, still precise, still held in the dense, permanent memory that 265 loops of accumulation had refined. The sequence was complete in his mind. All 15 steps, all the structural notes in the margin, the specific qualities of each dissolution point. It remained exactly as he had memorized it in loop 100, and had rehearsed across 165 subsequent loops, and had executed in earnest in 3 attempts. He had the technique. He had the cultivation level. He had the experience of having used them together on the most difficult possible application. A self-reinforcing temporal anchor operating under the protection of a void refinement practitioner who had placed it himself. Anything easier was within his reach. The question was what to do with it. Not in the abstract. He knew, in the abstract, that he intended to stay for the investigation and then travel. But in the specific, technical, practitioner's sense, the unraveling technique was a dissolution method, designed for temporal formations specifically. It had been developed, presumably, for a reason, because temporal formations were a real category of artifact that could be encountered in the world, that could be used for harmful or destabilizing purposes, that occasionally required someone with the skill and the cultivation to address them. The Clearwater Archives had a case history. That case history implied other cases, other anchors, other loops, other frozen moments in other places with other trapped practitioners who had not yet found their loop's mechanism. He was the only living practitioner who had used the unraveling technique on an active temporal anchor. He was the only person who had the experiential knowledge of what dissolution from the inside actually required. Not the technique's theoretical description, but the live execution, the adaptation under pressure, the specific failures of loops 231 and 258 that had taught him what the technique's theoretical description didn't mention. That knowledge was rare. It was the kind of knowledge that had uses he hadn't yet mapped. He was going to need time to understand what those uses were. He completed the sequence and let it rest. The knowledge settled back into its position in his memory, exact, intact, fully accessible, but resting rather than active. He had spent 265 loops living with this technique in an active state, always preparing for the next attempt, always aware that it was the tool the plan depended on. Now it was simply something he knew, something he had done, something that had mattered and would continue to matter in the form of what it had produced, rather than in the form of what it still needed to do. He had been thinking about this carefully for a month. The loop had given him something that was not simply power or knowledge, but a specific combination. The analytical depth that came from doing one thing thousands of times, the operational flexibility that came from adapting to infinite variations of a constrained environment, and the cultivation level that had been earned through accumulated experience rather than orthodox advancement. These were not easily categorized gifts. They didn't map neatly onto any role the sect recognized. There was work to be done, though. The investigation was ongoing. The sect's temporal protection mechanisms, which had apparently never been properly inventoried before Master Shio's accounting prompted a review, were being cataloged by a small working group, and the group lacked anyone with practical experience of temporal formation mechanics. Wei Liang had been asked, carefully and with appropriate acknowledgement of the awkwardness, whether he might contribute to that cataloging work. He had agreed. It was useful. It was something only he could do in the way he could do it. He had also, in the weeks since the tournament, begun writing. Not a formal account, not a testimony, not a record for the investigation, but something more personal. An attempt to articulate what 265 loops of a repeating day actually felt like from the inside, what it produced in the mind and spirit of the person living it, what was lost and what was gained, and how those two things were intertwined in a way that couldn't be fully separated. He didn't know who would read it or whether it would be useful to anyone. He wrote it because the experience deserved to be recorded, and because writing it was a way of continuing to understand it. In the cultivation yard in the morning light, he completed the unraveling sequence's final step and let the knowledge settle back into its resting position in his memory. The technique remained fully intact. The cultivation level remained fully void refinement. He had the tools he had built across 265 loops of this single day, and a world that was moving forward, and the specific luxury of not knowing what would happen tomorrow. He thought about everything that had been frozen for 63 years and was now moving again. The sect's politics, the tournament's consequences, the careers of the disciples who had been systematically disadvantaged by criteria rigging, the lives of the families whose investments in corruption were being undone. He thought about Gu Shenfei on a southern road, looking for someone she had known before the loop. He thought about Bao Jingtao refining his cultivation and his documentation simultaneously, applying 200 loops of compressed experience to a world that hadn't yet caught up to what he knew. He thought about Fong Bolin's Wind-Earth hybrid formation appearing, for the first time, in the formal technique review that would follow the investigation's completion. The world was moving forward. There was a specific thing he had learned about cultivation across 265 loops that he had not found in any text and could not have learned from any teacher. That the loop itself had been a kind of cultivation. Not the formal kind. Not the staged advancement through ranks. Not the technique refinement that orthodox practice prescribed. Something different. The loop had been a crucible that worked through repetition rather than progression, through depth rather than breadth, through the experience of a single compressed moment explored to its absolute limit rather than through the gradual accumulation of varied experiences. He was different from who he would have been without the loop. Not in the ways he had expected to be different. He had expected to be more capable, more knowledgeable, more advanced, and he was all of those things. But the deeper difference was in how he experienced difficulty. He had been broken by the loop, across 100 intermediate loops, in every way that could be broken, by despair, by tactical failure, by the specific grief of caring about people who would not remember him tomorrow, by the weight of accumulated memory in a body that had not aged to contain it. He had been broken and had continued, not because he was unbreakable, but because breaking and continuing was what the loop required. Now, in a world that moved forward, he had that in him. The knowledge that breaking and continuing were not opposed. That one followed the other as a matter of practice. He had not chosen the loop. He would not have chosen it. But he had lived it, and living it had made him into the person now sitting in the outer cultivation yard in the early morning light, running the unraveling sequence from memory as a quiet practice, as a way of saying, I know what this is. I know where I came from. I know what was required to bring me here. He would carry that forward. The world was moving forward. He rose from the cultivation posture and turned toward the morning. Whatever the Tao required next, he was ready. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.